Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another glorious day of Super High Roller Series. Here at the Triton Poker Tour, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and you may have noticed that Randy and I have traded in our tracksuits. No longer is the casual part of the ordeal upon us, and it can only mean one thing. Business end of the Triton Super High Roller Series is here, Randy. But before we get to that business end, which is going to include coverage of the 150K final table as well as day one of the main, if I were to just simply place a fist inside my palm and then bow like this, what would that indicate to you, Randy?
That would indicate to me that
Sensei
time
Yeah.
did his thing again.
Talk to me. The 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro right after finishing second to Mario Masbach. Late arrival here. What did this man do?
Yeah, he won the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro. He won $839,000 for his fifth Triton title, and he actually won a bunch of bounties on top, about 480 on top. So he lowered his average cash once again.
I mean, there's a peek at it, by the way, and perhaps at some point you all will grow tired of us harping on this, or perhaps you'll come to accept that there is something to this man, something special, something unique. And in conversation with him, Randy, he talked to me about how he felt as though a late arrival, as well as not regging level one of everything, just being way more fresh versus perhaps some of the field that's been out there scrumming, battling, draining their tanks a little bit, places him at a competitive advantage. And I got to say, the results are speaking for themselves when it comes to Sensei.
It definitely makes a lot of sense, right? Some of these guys have been playing the whole series. Some of them are bricking every single tournament, so, you know, their morale is a bit low. To come in fresh is a pretty nice strategy, and plus it goes well for Bryn because he tends to not want to play the small buy-ins anyways, so it's no surprise he's once again at the top.
I don't know how to say this, but this man is closing in on almost $50 million in career Triton earnings. I'm not talking about everything that he's done throughout the course of his career elsewhere. Just here, the dent that this one-man wrecking ball has put into this series is immeasurable. I mean, granted, it is measurable because we're looking at the stats, but proverbially speaking, who else has brought the pain like Sensei? Really, really impressive. Obviously, you can scroll away through his resume in the Triton Poker Plus app for yourself. Also in that Poker Plus app, you're going to find a rookie, a Spaniard by the name of Yonander Vallinas, and it's time that we recognize that that triumvirate of Ido, Mateos, and Malacca Styles Juan Pardo has company in their ranks.
Yeah, you know, I didn't recognize this player at first, you know, like just being a newcomer here at the Jeju spot, but I really like his play. You know, he's relentless. He's always barreling, you know, and players are just folding to him. It's really cool to see these rookies who are venturing out to Jeju just, you know, make a name from third final table. I mean, I think he's one that's going to stick around.
Yeah. By the way, Bryn, in case we didn't mention it, did win $839,000 for first place, $577,000 for Vallinas. Clearly, he's got the bug. Third final table, as you mentioned, one other cash beyond that. How about the other rookie of the festival? In third, you see him there, Zhongxian Yang. I mean, you know, just shows up. Let me click and just give you a glimpse at what he's accomplished already. We're talking about 3 cashes in 8 attempts, and he's just steadily improved. 47th in the 25K 8 max, 31st in that Global Slam, and then 3rd in this 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro. The Chinese delegation isn't done here.
Yeah, and the thing is they're always a bit unknown, right? So they got that little bit of advantage. Like, oh, you don't know how I play, but I kind of know how you play. So
Sure.
Nice to see another new player making it way out here.
Rounding it out, by the way, let's talk a touch about Brandon Wilson. He finished in 5th in the event, now clears 7 figures in career Triton earnings, $246,000 earned by Brandon. Back-to-back FTs, 3 of them in total here at this Jeju Festival. Another breakout rookie.
And I see a little pattern here. First cash here was 7th place. Then he got a 6th place. And then a 5th place. I assume a 4th is next.
You know, nothing gets by you, Randy. All right, not going to get by us is that final table of the 150K. It's why we're all dressed up. We're going to be awarding the chunkiest portion of a $19 million plus prize pool that was collected in that one, pardon me. 6, 7-figure paydays do await the hopefuls. And let's just get to it by the numbers, Randy, if you would.
128 total entries, $4.6 million for the champion, and 6 players get $1 million plus. Like, that's pretty cool, man.
And by the way, normally this final table would have been nine-handed. However, thanks to Carnage late on yesterday's stream, a double knockout where Ben Tollerine pressed an ace-4 suited, João Vieira the beneficiary with a pocket pair that held on all the way down. So the final table bubble, we burst it, and then we got one click closer to the money. Alex Foxen, of course, thrilled by that, as I'm going to take you to the chip counts here momentarily. Bear with me. And here we are. Okay. Alex Foxen is going to be the shortest stack, 1.675 million in front of him, 17 bigs, plenty that he can navigate. But he has 2 pay jumps, and he can thank Tollerine and, of course, Ivy, who was very short stacked, and João Vieira, who is the one that knocked them both out, for enjoying that situation. But the enjoyment, of course, is all João Vieira, 5.2 million, chip leading.
He has a big chip lead, as you just saw briefly, and I'm a bit afraid for the rest of the field here because this is a man who's on Portugal's all-time money. It's number one by far. No one else even close to him. He knows how to take down tournaments, and he is going to be very aggressive and relentless. Like, this is João Vieira's time.
Let's not forget that João Vieira did finish second in our Paradise event, $2.6 million haul for that one. So very much on form. Caught a bit of conversation with him at breakfast this morning. He was very comfortable, seemed very much like in control and command. He's been down these roads, as you talked about. Being the all-time winningest player in Portugal isn't without plenty of titles and plenty of final table experience. Now, let's pay attention to Alex Ponikov's $3.35 million Latvian beast, who absolutely runs with some very critical thinkers in terms of poker. Strong knowledge of the game, is going to be able to navigate equally as well, I would imagine, as you look back inside the app at his situation. And looking over at that seat draw, Ponikov's to the left of Vieira. That's a nice place to find ourselves.
Of course, being second at this spot is amazing. Ponikov's has 14.3 million in Triton earnings, 22 cashes, and of those 22 cashes, he has 16 final tables. And every single one of those cashes, they're massive. He's not like final tabling like the 20K over and over again. It's like always like 100K buying, 150K buying, whatever. He's a good player, obviously.
Ding Biao, great player as well. Part of that Chinese delegation that we talked about not being finished. Last Jeju, he picked up 2 titles here, along with a runner-up finish in this very event. So a chance to potentially do better there. 1 title here, producer James is mentioning. I stand corrected. Forgive me, 1 of his 2 previous titles that he has in his career. Already in the 8-figure club in terms of his earnings, thanks to a 6th-place finish in the Mystery Bounty earlier in this stop. Then you have Kiat Lee. He is sitting 4th in chips right now. The Malaysian, who's discussed in the best without a title conversation, much like Ponikov's. When is his time going to come, Randy?
I mean, he keeps making deep runs. I'm going to go on a limb and say that Kiat Lee is definitely the best Malaysian player without a title. I know a lot of his co-compatriots, they've already captured a Triton title. And, Kiat, is it going to be today? I don't know.
1 day removed from his birthday. What a gift wrapping this would be if he managed to make it happen. Wang Ye, he was at the top of the leaderboard for some time. Going to come into this one, 3.1 million, as yet another Chinese delegate is hoping to continue to make marks out here. Dan Smith, 2 previous titles for King Dan, the last of which came right here in Jeju last year. He likes this particular festival. A top 2 finish would see him be only the 4th player in history to cross the $60 million mark in the all-time money list, leapfrogging Jason Kuhn and Mikita Badzikowski in the process. Quickly, let's get to Fedor Holtz. What haven't we already said about him?
Well, I mean, this guy's a guy who retired for a little bit. He had the greatest run. He's coming back. He's winning all of the big prizes once again. It's just Fedor Holtz.
And another one of those guys whose last win came here in Jeju, perhaps a disappointing 5th-place finish in the 25K a few days ago, as he did call off with that ace-6. Alex Foxen down at the bottom of the leaderboard, of course, very comfortable and accomplished super high roller. This guy is going to be very much ready to go. Do you have a pick, Randy, with just the 20 seconds that we've got left before we send it down to Luca?
I'm going to go sleeper hit Wang Ye.
Wow.
I just think that they don't know how he plays, and he's just going to get him if he gets a little run.
That's super strong. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hitch my wagon to Kiat Lee. Kiat has 5 runner-up finishes. Maybe, just maybe, at long last, it is his time. Let's send it down to Luca Vivaldi for the introductions as the 150K gets going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the 150K. We are at the final table of 8, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. He has been to 16 Triton final tables in less than 4 years on the tour, but somehow the first title still eludes him. He's top of the Latvia all-time money list with more than 10 times the earning of his closest challenger. Is it one? Is this the one for Alex Ponyakovs?
14.3 million in career Triton earnings across 22 cashes, 2 of which have already come here in Jeju.
6th on poker's all-time money list, he has already won major titles in 4 continents, including 2 on the Triton series. He has the chance today to earn a 13th 7-figure score of his career and further underline his status as one of the modern greats. From the United States, welcome to seat 2, Dan Smith.
6th in chips coming into this one, 23 million plus over the course of his Triton career. His title number 3 coming today.
Widely regarded as one of the best tournament players in the biggest country in the world, he has played only 7 tournaments on this trip to Jeju and he has cashed in 5 of them. This is his 3rd final of the trip and he's aiming for a 3rd Triton title. In C3, welcome Ding Biao.
Ding Biao welcomed himself to the 8-figure earnings club earlier this festival. He too seeking title number 3 today.
He's one of the top players in the Asian poker capital of Malaysia and has 15 final table appearances from 30 cashes on the tour. He celebrated his 33rd birthday yesterday and he battled to a 16th final. Can he round off the celebration with the long overdue win? In seat 5, it's Kiat Lee.
What a way to blow out a candle this would be for Kiat Lee. 2 cashes thus far here in Jeju, his first FT of the festival.
One of the best players ever to take a seat at a tournament poker table. This young phenomenon has been crushing for a decade and is still only 31. He won the first tournament ever held by Triton in 2016 and is now aiming for a 5th title. From Germany, welcome to C6, Fido Olds.
Just astonishing to think that he's just 31. So much left in the tank, just shy of 20 million in career Triton earnings for the 4-time title winner.
He's one of the top American pros who has won 2 Triton titles in the past 6 months, including a spectacular display on Triton's first ever trip to the Bahamas. He's now aiming for 3 titles from 3 back-to-back Triton stops. In C7, welcome Alex Foxen.
As Luca mentioned, the Triton Paradise main event winner who also finished 6th in the Triton Million out there. How deep will he get here today?
Originally from Fujian, China, this 33-year-old is a familiar sight at the poker tables of Jeju, where he's won the vast majority of his 1.5 million in career earnings. He made the final table of the same event here on the Triton series last year, and has a great chance to go better than 7th this time. Welcome to seat 8, Wang Yi.
Wang Yi, slightly north of 7 figures in career Triton earnings. This is 2nd Jeju Festival.
Number 1
cash.
on Portugal's all-time money list and a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. You saw him finish runner-up in the 100K Triton main event in the Bahamas in December, and he's back again to make a run at his first Triton title. Please welcome in C9, the chip leader, João Vieira.
Finishing 2nd to Foxen at that Paradise main event, a 49th in the 15K, his only other cash of the festival. This one will be considerably nicer.
The button has been drawn in seat number 9 to Joao. We still have 24 minutes remaining of 50-100. I wish you the very best of luck. Pavel, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca, and let's get it underway, shall we? A look around at the final 8 of what was supposed to be 9 with the double eliminations of Phil Ivey and Ben Tollerine late last night on the final table bubble by João Vieira is in part why things look the way they do as you get a glimpse at the full layout. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. 50, 100, 100 means $250,000 in orbit, the price of poker right now. 17 bigs, navigable stack depth, even for the shortest of the stacks. Leveler Smith and Holtz, Yi and Lee, along with Ding Biao and Alex Ponikov's a tight cluster there from 2nd through 7th, Randy. And given the payout situation, which we're going to give you a glimpse at here, look at the ladders. There's a lot of jockeying we could see out there on the track.
Yeah, these ladders are obviously very big, at least 200,000 for the first elimination potentially, and I'm expecting that middling stuff kind of hang around and see if maybe Foxen shrinks a bit and maybe goes out first.
We're going to learn a little something about number 2 through number 7 in terms of what they're here to accomplish. Patience can be profit. We've seen it on many occasions. However, showing a little moxie, getting a little aggressive, being willing to accept that it could see you at the exit prematurely, but also could see you challenging João Vieira for what seems like a title that's his to win or lose. Could be the flip side of that very same coin. The payout's brought to you by WPT Global. And here we go. Foxen, big yawn there to start his day. Perhaps we need to shoot a cappuccino out to the main game.
Luca told me it was going to be
Several days removed from arrival for the Westerners, so we got to presume the jet lag has been conquered by this point. One of my favorite stories, by the way, Tom Vogelsang absent during the 40K Mystery Bounty. After returning to the Triton Super High Roller Series, you know, somewhat of a hiatus for the Dutchman, he just bailed and decided to go to Seoul for a few days, and then he's going to come back and play some more, apparently. I mean,
Okay.
love
I mean,
that.
If you know where you're at.
Ding Biao suspects where he's at, is in a good spot with ace-jack offsuit, opening up front. Wang Yi looking down at a couple of 7s, surveying the tournament clock. Happy to flat. Of course, one of the concerns when there's an open and a flat is always that we're inviting someone to potentially squeeze from behind us, but Ding Biao being under the gun, being third in chips, things to be respected.
Yeah, and mainly that undergun open is going to protect Wang Yi quite a bit, hence why he flatted to 2-7s, not really expecting squeezes. Dan Smith, King 9 offsuit. Doesn't want to play this 3-way, especially against a UTG Open. China versus China.
King 5 deuce, one overcard to the 7s. Definitely one that could be in Ding Biao's opening range, but you see a very swift check.
Well, the thing is, Wang Yi's flatting range against undergun contains a lot of pocket pairs. They're probably not looking to fold for one bet. Could have some like king queens, ace queens, things like this. Probably not really looking to fold for one, hence the check. It's just very hard for Ding Biao to move Wang Yi off of a hand unless he bets 2 straights. Not sure if he's really looking to do that right now. First hand of the final table. Check it over.
Pot stays static at 650. 2 streets of checking. Ace-jack unimproved. And this caginess is very much to be expected out of these 2 hands in this spot.
Yeah, and they also don't really want to throw out a couple big blinds, and you know, if you're wrong, you kind of put yourself in a spot where you become like 7th or 6th in chips. Not really what you want to do in final tables. I think this is played fairly standard for these 2 hands. The 7s are good.
Yeah, full shutdown. Foxen yawning. Maybe sleeplessness last night. A little bit of excitement over the prospects of that 4.6 million up top.
Yeah, but now's not the time to be tired, you know? I think
No,
the
it really
adrenaline will
isn't.
push him the right way.
Jack 10 offsuit for Fedor. Mucked around to him.
Foxen, pocket eights,
Yeah.
shortest stack. One click north. Jao Vieira's got ace queen suited.
Min raise in front of us. We are the chip leader.
So Zhao's in a spot where if he is to 3-bet this against Foxen, he needs to be willing to commit 1.7 million. And you can see him flatting. He's not very comfortable doing that. And
Yeah,
ace
if
queen suited plays all right post flop.
Foxen, even though he is the shortest stack, as we talked about, 17 bigs deep, is chunky. So that is part of what is influencing Vieira to flat.
Yeah, I think it's quite a solid play, actually. Because you would just hate to make it like 500 and force to call off 1.7.
Yeah, you know what? It strikes me as a responsible play and one that kind of gives us a window into how difficult it's going to be to dethrone João Vieira from the top of this leaderboard. 5-4 deuce. Overpair for Foxen. The wheel draw for Vieira along with the 2 overs to the 8s.
It's probably a bit confusing for Foxen. Maybe he didn't expect as many flats pre-flop.
Yeah, and by the way, he doesn't know if it's Zhao thinking to himself, all right, I've got plenty of chips. It's unlikely someone's going to try to squeeze me. Let me play one in position with a broad array of hands, or is the range narrow? Nevertheless, he's going to ask a question, 275K.
Yeah, Foxen's hand needs a little bit of protection, of course, against like the ace X. Overcards like king queen, queen jack, jack 10, these hands probably would consider flatting pre. Now Vieira's calling, so we probably throw out those broadways and more so. Maybe some worse pocket pairs, 7, 6s come to mind, ace X suited. Clubs come in.
So the extra 550, bringing the pot to 1.2 after Vieira understandably tore one off. This is not what he had in mind, of course. I don't think Foxen expects 10x to be connected to Vieira's range.
There's a little bit of concern of clubs.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, he checks over to Joao.
Likely just a check back from ace queen. Realize equity. It's not unreasonable. Foxen's got hands that are willing to maybe even check jam on him and blow him out of ace queen, which would be a disaster.
So Vieira agrees with you, Randy. Knuckling back and finding a red queen on the river. And while the 10 may not have been as much of a concern, a queen X could be foreseeable across the way in Vieira's range.
Yeah, I definitely could see that. If Foxen thinks that Vieira is flatting some ace queens, then the queen's a pretty big concern.
Do you favor a block, some very downsized bet in order to prevent a larger value sizing from Vieira potentially?
No, I don't, because if Foxen is to bet like 200K, 300K, something blocky, he pretty much never gets called by worse. And those chips are very important for him, so if he bet and burns 300K and gets raised, you know, like he doesn't want to be down to like 9 big blinds or so. 1.2 is much better for him.
But obviously, the window open for Vieira to fire something bigger than 200K and then leave us playing the dreaded guessing game.
I don't think it's a pure guessing game. I think if he, I mean, he will be faced with a bet, given Zhao's got top pair, top kicker. I think that Foxen can comfortably just check fold. There really isn't much bluffs in Zhao's range here. Maybe like an ace-jack offsuit I could see stabbing potentially, but other than that, Vieira often has the 2-8 beat. Like if Vieira had like ace-5, ace-4, it probably doesn't need to bet. It can just check it back and try to show it down against the worst unpaired ace-high.
400,000. 1/3 pot. That's what Foxen is chewing on here. Time banks being utilized. The circular ones are good for 5 additional.
Now, I'm expecting Foxen to figure this one out and just lay it down.
We just don't necessarily expect that many bluffs out of Vieira here, but he's got plenty of chips with which to attempt one, should he choose. And remember, these two squared off for the title in the Bahamas, where Vieira did try to run a bluff against Alex, who sniffed it out. Got to imagine that history could be on Alex's mind here.
Sure. Of course, that was a heads-up hand. This is 8-handed. So quite a bit different scenario. I mean, like, the obvious bluff is 6-7. The thing is, I don't think Zhao is flatting 6-7 suited pre-flop.
Yeah, all of the ace-high you would think would just be happy to show down. And as you see the way we got here, pre-flop 200 out of Foxen, flatted by the chip leader. 275 follow through, flatted as well, check, check, turn, and now all of a sudden, Vieira activating in position after Foxen checked a second time. Nice laydown. Foxen unaware that he just made the right decision and spared himself 400K in further damages. And you can see that quick look up at Joao. He's not 100% that he was beat, but confident enough. So the chip leader extending to 6 million now for Vieira.
Yeah, I was saying that Joao's not going to make it easy for this table. He knows how to use those chips, and even like flat calls in position makes it very tough, as the shorter stacks
2 or 3 more.
are going to give him lots of free turns and rivers just because he wields that big stack.
You may spy on the rail there Chance Corneth, by the way, part of the chip leader coaching team that Foxen is on board with. A couple of powerhouses in terms of poker aptitude are Foxen and Corneth. Meanwhile, not exactly a powerhouse, but a suited K9 unit for Fedor. Takes us up. And Vieira not going to be doing any flatting this time. 2.5xing the open from Fedor with an ace-7 suited.
I've been saying it, Ollie, like, this is not going to be easy for these crushers who are in the middle of the pack.
Right. Anytime they pop their heads up out of the sand, they risk Vieira just whacking them, as he did there. And does it mean then that 2nd through 7th in chips should really be tightening up in terms of their selections when Zhao is still available and involved in a pot?
I would say so, yes.
Well, we would also say that the online home of the World Poker Tour is where we want to direct your action. Why? Because you can qualify for the next WPT Global Slam, as well as win passport dollars and use them to buy into other future Triton events. It only happens on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500.
Like, to expand on your question there, Ali.
Sure.
You kind of want to test the waters a bit, right? And we've already seen in a limited number of hands that Zhao has 3-bet under open and he's flatted in position. So it's kind of he's already making a statement that he's willing to make it tough for you when he has position on you. So I'm expecting perhaps Fedor, Fox, and Wang Yue to maybe tighten up a little bit. And you see Jack 10s are going straight into the muck.
But this is the delightful spot. Granted, 7-3 offsuit isn't going to pique interest for Alex Ponikov's because on the occasions in which Vieira defers, his third place stack can get busy.
Yeah, so in terms of best seat draw, it's mainly having position on a chip leader because you don't have to worry about him making it hard for you. So 10-6 offsuit for Kiat Lee. Blind versus Fedor Holtz.
Raise 250,000.
250K with 10-6 off is a bit surprising. It's on the small side given they're playing about 27 big blinds apiece. I think this retains the King 7 actually, just because it's so cheap and you got position throughout the hand.
Yeah, the 10-6, a bit of a bagel. And there's the King Salmon for Fedor Holtz serving as locks as he defends. 600 in there. 8832 diamonds. Where does Kiat want to go from here? He covers ever so slightly.
I
Lifts
know
pretty hard.
he has nothing, but if you raise this pre, you kind of just have to see bet any paired board, hoping that your opponent just completely whiff. It is a quarter pot. Fedor doesn't like to see a c-bet, but he's getting such a good price with that King of Diamonds, and he's got to expect Kiat to have some c-bet and just check folds on random blanks. I don't expect Fedor to fold for this bet.
Yeah, Kiat taking what he feels is a somewhat obligatory follow through, but there's the sticky Holtz with the King 7, calling the 150, another 300 into the middle. Now a gut shot on the turn for Kiat. No diamond in hand. Fedor picking up the second nut flush draw. Kiat with a look back.
Fedor didn't do a look back. You see Fedor is just eyeing his man.
Yeah, he's doing the look over. And now the action has been checked to him. Now, not a given that just because Kiat looked back and then checks that he does not have a diamond, but of course, the second best diamond is what we're sitting on if we're Fedor.
Yeah, I just assume Kiat is rechecking his cards old for consistency every single time when these situations arrive. Regardless, though, Fedor's got King of Diamonds, which is important. A good semi-bluffing spot. He can get better hands to fold, like ace highs without the ace of diamonds. This is just so very well played from Fedor Holtz.
Yeah, 600K as he activates. Are you surprised that Kiat would take that 10-6 offsuit spot against Fedor there?
Yes, I am. I think that if he was going to take it, I would like to see him raise to like 3 to 3.5x pre to maximize fold equity. Fedor's the type of guy who will take it post-flop with you.
Yeah, and I confess that a lot of why I thought Kiat might just sit back is because he anticipates Fedor is just going to be so sticky, difficult to get rid of. We don't have a lot of hand. You know, we're part of that middling pack with huge pay jumps available. Let's talk about it. $595,000 on lockup, but another $212,000 separates 8th from 7th.
Yeah, I really was not a fan of that hand by Kiat Lee. So hopefully he can step it up going forward.
7-4 off on the button. Not worthy. Offsuit Doyle for Fedor.
Let's see. Foxen's playing 12 big blinds, so there is a chance he just folds this spot,
5 seconds.
but it's Foxen. Like, I would have preferred the 10x random to raise against the very small stacks who don't really have room to call in position as well.
Well, very small might be a touch rich considering Foxen is 13 bigs deep, but smallest of those available. Most certainly. Boy, this crew is so well studied, Randy. I mean, it's just tough to imagine or expect that anybody's going to be making a mistake out here at any point. Just feels as though the deck is going to govern a lot of how things play out, which is a compliment to all seeded.
Raise
Not a slight.
225,000.
Yeah, and we've already said it. This is a stacked final table.
It
No
really
soft
is.
spots.
Fold, fold.
2 1/4 says Ponikovs. Round to the big of Wang Yi.
6-5 offsuit sometimes it just goes straight into the muck, but Wang Yi's kind of that guy who's willing to get in there.
Fold.
The sleeper hit, you know?
5 6 off. Wants to dance. Cue the music. 9 4 4 2 clubs.
Check.
A whiff in both camps.
A lot
He
of C
checks over.
betting on this board, paired boards, right? Just because the big blind check folds a lot. If you do check back, you always use the middling aces. So like ace 8, ace 7, ace 9 if it wasn't a top pair. Like,
Check.
yeah, this makes sense. And you tend to bet like your high ones and your baby ones. It's an amazing card for Ponikovs.
8 on the turn after the check back, giving him 2 pair. Does provide Wang Yi with a gutter.
It is a potential bet spot. He's gonna check. You do have to ask the question if you're Ponikovs, like, can I get 2 streets of value of an 8? If you don't believe you can, then you make it a 1 street game.
Check.
Yeah, it's more preferable on a river where you don't open the door to get checked raise. It is pair versus pair at the moment now with the 5.
So Ponikovs didn't look to cobble on the turn, and you could see a world in which Wang Yi thinks that Alex is not in this zip code, and maybe having hit the 5, some value is available.
I could see it.
5 seconds.
Targeting ace highs as checking down. But he did check it over to Ponikovs, and if you've got ace 8, you've seen 3 checks in front of you.
Yeah, time to cash one of them.
Sure. Target worse 8s and 5x.
Yeah, we really do remove 9x from Wang Yi's range now comfortably.
250.
Bet 250.
If he's getting grimy with something like 6 7 or just flopped a boat, something like this, then congratulations. But 250K, says Alex.
Could see Wang Yi just making the call here like, if you had a 9 or better, wouldn't you have bet by now?
Five seconds. Call.
Gonna pay it off. Great news for Ponikovs.
Yeah.
4s and 8s. Release.
So 2 streets of checking allow Wang Yi to make just enough to be a patron. Alex working his way toward 4 million in chips after that one.
Pocket 4s in the muck for Ponikovs because he's first to act.
King Jack for King Dan.
Does have good blocker effects to players who can play back at him. King Jack is alright, even against a big blind defense.
2 1/4. The announcement.
Seconds.
Pausing upon Foxen. Unclear
Oh.
why 10 deuce
Oh.
garnered the delay.
Gonna guess it's-
Mystery.
Oh, was it a mystery? I was gonna say I'm gonna guess it's because the blind levels are going up soon, so he's trying to make it bigger on someone else. But mystery time.
Yes. João Vieira in the big blind, the chip leader. His cards will be obfuscated for the run of this one, and that means, chat, it's on you.
Yeah.
Guess early, guess often, and feel free to update your range as this one takes shape. Heads up, Vieira looking out at 9-6 tray, 2 diamonds. Really not what Dan Smith had in mind, just a couple of nude overs.
Nude overs. I like that. No suits, huh?
Yeah.
Just a sock on for the glove.
Like that Red Hot Chili Peppers picture? Is that the one?
Do
250.
see a c-bet incoming from Dan Smith. A little bit surprising, given that Zhao does kind of have the widest range. He's a chip leader. He can afford to do so. It's that kind of texture that hits Joao a bit more.
Yeah, it's Adult Swim right now at the public pool, and Vieira very much could break the surface with a dorsal fin whenever he sees fit
5 seconds.
as the Sharky stack.
Call.
Going to tear one off. Another $500,000 in there. 1.1 in total. 5 on the turn. Now, just with that single data point beyond the defense of the big blind, which of course Vieira could be doing with a whole multitude of hands, are you more in the camp that Vieira's not simply peeling, floating, akin to Fedor versus Kiat in the blind versus blind collision, and more interacting in the form of a pair or an immediate draw with this board?
Yeah, and it's mainly because Joao is out of position, right? And Fedor was in position. So Joao, if he's unpaired, he likely has 10-7 or 10-8 for a gut shot on the flop, or it's diamonds. There could be a little bit of like King Queen, King Jack as well if it has some backdoor potential.
Check.
So it goes check, check. And Dan finds top pair and a king kicker on the end here.
I'm doing backflips if I'm Dan Smith. That's the key card to hit.
Well, of course, those backflips could be interrupted if Vieira were to speak up and do so loudly.
Seconds.
Time bank being utilized.
This doesn't strike me as one of those time bank check spots. Feels like,
So you
Joao
think a
is-
bet's coming.
yeah, just what size? He's like, should I overbet? Should I try to get a crying call on my opponent?
All in.
Player one.
Oh my god.
This
Two
is so
X.
nasty. And look at Smith immediately pulling back the hoodie as he didn't anticipate that the decision on the river would be for his tournament life. And yet that's exactly where João Vieira has placed him. And when you consider that Smith came into this pot with 2 shorter stacks than his own out there in Kiatley and Alex Foxen. Not to mention that the top 6 or 7-figure paydays, the immediate ladder is 217K. This is a real blender we have ourselves in.
Yeah, this, quite frankly, just sucks for Dan Smith. Like you mentioned, there's shorter stacks out there. He's got to ask, why are you putting me all in right now? Don't you know that I'm supposed to fold most of my range when you bet so big? Or are you trying to get max value? You just trying to put me in the blender and know that I'll fold a jack.
5 seconds.
He's going to fold what Joao got. King, queen, man.
He had flopped the best hand with the king queen versus king jack, had the diamond draw to go with it, and then blasted his way out unimproved on the river, Randy. And there is a very prime illustration of the absolute power and privilege of the boss stack in a high ICM situation.
Do I need to say it again? This guy's going to make it so hard for this final table. He's crushing. He absolutely is smashing here.
I mean, he just recognizes that it would have to be some sort of magical, huge hand that Dan Smith would be able to produce for him to feel comfortable clicking call with that huge overbet in front of him.
If Dan is not calling King Jack in that spot, I guess he's just never calling. Because aces is like almost the same hand.
Sure, one pair basically.
Yeah,
right.
like-
I mean,
Come on. If he's not calling there, what is he calling? Pocket jacks? That's it?
only he knows. I got to tell you, I'm so much happier being in here having to watch as opposed to decide.
Look at the wrong level.
Okay.
Wang Yi, always hazardous to open to the right of this ball stack, which has grown since the onset of this final table, still in the first orbit. And Vieira with a dominant ace. If he activates here, Randy, it's going to look like all of a sudden he's shifted gears and he is trying to speed and steamroll. But as we can see, it's a very legitimate hand with which to push back on the button open.
I'm going to guess he's going to push back here just because ace-jack is quite a monster against
All
the
in.
button raise.
Player will in.
Yeah. Statements are being made right now.
Mm-hmm. And this one wraps up promptly.
Portugal #1. He's showing you why.
Boy, Joao is turning into a momentum trade.
没人能赢他，我那把4-5要进去就好。
$1.5 million
我能
roughly
赢他
now.
不可能吗？
And the blind's at 51.25. So the stack depths thinning out a little bit. Second biggest stack in the field is out chipped 2-1. That's Ponikov's with 3.7. Just a prime setup here for Joao. And he loves Foxen being out there with 10 bigs. He wants to keep him in that territory or below to let him just work his way through this thing with impunity. Meanwhile, Holtz looking to punish with 2 black aces. He is ready. Little suited connector on the button for Joao.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what his appetite is of a hand like suited connectors. Is he willing to call on the button, take it post flop? Looks like he will. Joao's game plan with the big stack is, let me just keep getting involved and try to make it difficult for my opponents. Helps the aces in a great spot against 9-8 suited.
Oh,
maybe not.
10-7-6. Fedor does not have a diamond, and it is unclear whether or not he anticipates this sort of board texture would hit the flatting range on the button from Vieira. We really don't have a data point that gives us any insights with regards to how broad his range is in terms of hands shown.
Fedor should be checking this flop. Also because he expects Joao to attack here, even unpaired. Like if Joao had like Queen Jack King Queen, probably would bet here to shake out ace highs. There's a huge range advantage for Joao because he's playing hands like 9/8 suited, pocket pairs, 6s, 7s.
5 seconds.
So it,
225.
it makes a lot of sense that Fedor is checking the flop. Of course, Joao is just hoping that Fedor's got a 10 or overpair. So
Yeah.
he needs to open the door for those hands to put in chips right now.
And the other thing is that Fedor should have a lot of big card combos in his opening range in order to ensure he has some durability in the face of a potential 3-bet. And when you look up at a 10-high board, you know that your opponent is going to be thinking that about your range, and so they are incentivized to begin to apply pressure. 10 on the turn means an ace or a 10 on the river for Fedor would provide an escape hatch, as those cards would fill him up. Really not your favorite card at all if you're Joao, who did flop the nuts, now has far from it.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable Fedor has diamonds. Also, of course, it kills his action against overpairs like this. Fedor, at first glance, will hate to see the 10, but it's actually going to potentially save him from losing
450.
his stack.
450,000.
Protection needed, though, for the straight. 3 diamonds out
450.
there.
Mm-hmm. Boy, no diamond in hand is unpleasant. But we just cannot fold to 450. We're not looking to raise.
Yeah, it would be insane fold. It's not. It's still possible he's got the best hand against some kind of worse pair that's trying to protect what's out there. So another 450 into the pot. 2.15 going to the river card, and it's a jack.
Really not a card that creates any concerns for Vieira, nor for that matter for the aces. If we were good before, we're good now. But as we can see, far from it is Fedor. Pot has grown to 2.15 million. SPR sub 1 by just a hair. And if you're Vieira, Randy, do you ask for all of it now, or is that too greedy?
That's a tough question because it depends on how he perceives Fedor to. How would Fedor play like aces, kings, queens? Would he be willing to call jam? What about like 10x? Is it always calling, or is it a little bit afraid of the 3 diamonds out there? So there's definitely merit to asking for it all, and maybe even just a small bet because the board is so scary. There is still a little bit of concerns of the diamonds out there in a paired board for Joao. Jacks could be in Fedor's. He's checking it back.
Wow.
Bet like it.
I think it's all right, to be honest. Especially if he doesn't think 10x would hero call jam because of the diamonds out there.
So Vieira perhaps showing some mercy, especially given that Fedor isn't afraid, as we've already seen here in this festival, to make a call for his tournament life. Unclear how much value was available to Vieira.
Yeah, I doubt Fedor would call jam with his aces, especially if he wasn't holding the nut blocker to the flush.
Right.
But you never know. Sometimes you gotta
I mean,
get a
it's
bet
one,
to find out.
but it's one of those weird spots where if you come with the value size, you almost look scarier than if you simply jam, right? Because you expect that Joao, especially with the data point we just witnessed against Dan Smith, is going to try to blast out of some spots and just max leverage the ICM on us.
Yeah, and it's actually very dangerous to kind of put your bets face up against Fedor, who is always willing to consider turning his hand into a bluff and attacking. So I think the check is all right there.
So onwards we march, and this band is playing music that is a very Portuguese beat thus far. Joao taking another one.
Are other players allowed to take the
哎
pot at all?
那把我吃。
I believe by rule, other players are allowed to win chips. Randy, however, from what we've witnessed right now, Joao has a bit of martial law going. And I don't know that all of the normal civil rights afforded to the rest of the field.
We might need to
Players.
color up Joel soon. He's got a tower there.
Never color up, Randy.
Oh, that's a superstition thing?
Color down or leave it alone. Right?
You seem
Why
quite
make
adamant about
why
this.
make a molehill out of a mountain? I want everyone to look over and be convinced that I'm the mayor of Mount Everest.
Isn't it Kilimanjaro?
Well, Henry, who isn't with us yet here in Jeju, did recently scale Kilimanjaro, which I've rechristened Kilbanamanjaro as a result.
Kilimanjaro. Okay, Zhao.
But
Again?
I don't think that. You know, it's a significant
I don't know which one's bigger.
mountain, but Everest is the Mac Daddy.
Okay.
别能制止他。
Everest, it's like your chances of just dying when you try to scale it are like very legitimately high. And yet they keep coming. It's almost like nature's population control, Mount Everest. It's like, come on down. Maybe you'll make it. And by the way, what are we doing it for again? The photo? I mean, you know, there's Photoshop. You can AI. You know, I could chat GPT right now and a picture of me looking, you know, with the marmot jacket, like all the actual rugged looking gear, the glasses, little frostbite in the beard. We can make it look proper. And there I am.
But
Without any of the
no one would
inconvenience.
believe it if you
No.
were to photo.
No,
Someone
I
else
would
could.
actually asphyxiate at base camp due to lack of oxygen. Queen Jack, by the way, is all the air in this room has been taken out by the chip leader Vieira so far. And you know, everybody from second through seventh was wondering, is he going to do what we expect him to do? And the
没
answer
人
has
站出来
been
反抗。
yes.
我操！
To be fair, it's been with legitimate hands, though, Randy. It's not like he's been out there dancing. The 8-9 maybe was the most liberal
20几个刚才。
of the selections.
Yeah, I hear you.
但是他很多牌会推我，我知道。
And there's Kristen Foxen on hand to watch
这个原因。
hubby
正好我
Alex.
包开了嘛 ，A6和他嘛，双位，好吧，真的被推了，我操！
You know, if Kristen really wants to support Alex, I think a quick trip down to the Starbucks at the mall with a triple shot would maybe be, at present, the best way to do so.
我先去吃个饭。
Don't take that the wrong way. I'm just empirically, the two yawns at the onset, maybe caffeination.
All right, Coach Ollie.
Oh, pocket kings for Ponikovs. And one of those rare pots that Vieira's not involved in.
So Foxen is the shortest stack.
Mm-hmm.
It might change the sizing he goes with. Makes it 250. Yeah, normally you would be more kind of going for the bigger sizing, but of course Kings is welcoming action from the shortest stack.
老大
Doesn't mind going for min raise, but 10-5 offsuit is 10-5 off.
什么？
老大组了老二来，
老大忍了很久啊，老二忍了很久了啊，把把开吧。
老二组了老三来了，你是老三了。哦，他是老三，老三是你。
No takers. Ponikovs was ready for somebody to get out of line.
住了这把。
我不扛，你们扛。
But we really don't expect much out of line from this landscape right now. Unless, of course, it comes from Joao Vieira, who can afford to get super out of line right now. Because, conversely,
他是泡沫期。
almost no one else can do the same.
完成短牌的泡沫机，短牌泡沫机也是没啥，
就是这样。
没啥可以动，只能玩 AA。
Vieira again, not involved in this one.
Well, it's going to fold over to the button. Fedor Holtz, pocket tens. Amazing spot for him.
Yeah, especially given that both Vieira and Ponikovs are uninvolved in this, and he's going to guarantee himself position from the button.
Raise 250,000.
It's very possible we could see Fox and reshove Queen 10 suited against Fedor. Now, Fedor is the second shortest stack, so he should be a little bit more snug, but then again, Fedor is on the button.
825.
Raise to 825,000.
Look at Foxen showing fight as he 3-bet the Holtz Open. Unfortunately, the timing is tremendously poor. Expecting that Holtz is going to have a fairly broad range on the button,
950.
这么有质量的
yet
牌。
he wakes up with a real one. 2 tens. Have Foxen's Queen 10 suited in a bad way. As you can see, the numbers, a better than 3-2 favorite is Fedor, heading to the flop in a 2.15 million chip pot.
哎呦我擦！
And a queen
起来了，
says hello. Foxen acknowledging the good fortune with a kink of the head. Ten of hearts working.
挥发红头。
Whoa, and now it's working OT. Ace of hearts, providing Fedor with a path to a clean win if a heart rolls off.
谁赢都一样，他俩反正。
那还是有
King
点
for a chop. 10 a clean winner, and instead it's a 7 of
就
spades.
4、5个币了吗？
So a little tease from the deck there as the German sustains a blow from the Allied power.
他被他 BB 2次的，也是40。Hands again
Well,
against him.
maybe
Twice.
Kristen Foxen was the good luck charm because Alex just doubled up.
Yes, he did. And what impact, if any, does that Alex double have? He's sitting 17 bigs, but
我那还是
I suppose not much because he's effectively thrust Fedor into the slot that he occupied a moment ago. Sub 10 bigs, by the way, is Fedor after that one clears up. 850 remaining.
Yeah, the landscape is practically the same for everyone, just that Fedor, of course, is the new short stack.
And this is not the way that Fedor and his camp drew up this final table.
Fold.
Couple jacks for Dan Smith. He's going to welcome action.
Eh?
$275. The open.
还没
Nothing
收
brewing
放
so
今天
far around to the blinds.
你也是。
And Queen 6 offsuit for Vieira.
我还输了。
我也输了，
Yeah,
我
so
第一把就
Dan
输了。
Smith's range is supposed to be pretty tight off of 15 bigs. Mainly because Fedor is sitting on 850K.
对呀，边缘66我肯定是不要。
So that's why Joao's not willing to defend Queen 6 off.
还有戏牌的。
Well, we found the cutoff where
一个
even
炮
the
还没
depth
赢
of Vieira's stack is uninterested.
关键时候赢就行了，就
Shout out, by the way, to those of you who are streaming this 150K final table live and direct, whether it's on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or, of course, our favorite, the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Welcome. Randy and I are monitoring the chat on our iPads here at the desk, doing our best to
他全部都
interact with those of you out there, answer questions. by all means, let us know where you're streaming from, who you're here rooting for.
他妈老大老二坐我下面，我能不能换位置啊？操，杀真的上头啊！这我转位就不敢动一下，我刚才拿到 A6，我操！第一次感觉转位 A6很差，我操。
425.
10 deuce offsuit, small blind, abusive posture taken by Vieira. Obviously, this is afforded him. Now Ponikov's second biggest stack. This is the one bull who's got the sharpest horns and that we're not necessarily looking to tussle with.
Yeah, and Jack 4 suited, like,
现在最希望老
he's usually willing to defend in this spot, even against the big sizing, but there's huge ICM implications here. Very comfy in second. I'm not so sure he wants to
老
get
二也挺爱
involved
搞的。
with so many short stacks kind of out there, especially Fedor, who only has 7 bigs.
1 million。
Oh, man.
This guy is so nasty, Randy.
Seriously?
Just stop and ask yourself, Jack 4 suited, boss stack opens. Okay, maybe you get sticky. But do you 3-bet to $1 million? Few and far between are those that have the lion heart beating in their chest as proudly as Alex Ponikov's does.
他没有牌。
And that was a bit of a statement 3-bet there.
他也挺爱弄。
Advising Vieira that this big blind is not one that's going to be conceding.
6合牌给我中个5啊！
That was something.
185有点。
You look at the smile on Alex's face.
就是打这个阶段。
Vieira, by the way, sharing it.
还是他还是领先。
Yeah, so I guess Ponikov just felt like Joao's got garbage so often. I'm actually picking up a huge pot here because Joao's gone for the size up, small blind versus big blind. So it's like, oh, there's like 4 or 5 big blinds free for the taking.
Mm-hmm.
And if he was wrong, yes, he loses 1 million chips, but obviously he would still be in second in chips. So he was like, it's worth the risk as long as Joao's not playing back at him.
再也没拿过这。
All right, let's go for vengeance.
Well, I don't know whether or not it's bloodthirst or simply a suited queen on the button and a boss stack. As you see Ponikov's with the same sort of kit, diamond version.
I'd be pretty shocked if he was to attack here. Can't go after Joao every single time.
Dan Smith, 10-9 off.
I think it's going to be a bit telling here if he defends, because 10 offsuit can certainly defend against a min raise, but if he folds here, he's basically kind of just waiting out Fedor Holtz. So, still some fight as we defend 10-9 off.
Not the first encounter between these two. Ace-Jack 5. Advantage Vieira with bottom pair, backdoor spades. The betting lead, which Smith respects as he checks.
Should be a lot of C betting from Joao, especially on these ace-high boards against a big blind defend, big blind versus button, because Dan is supposed to reshove a lot of his aces, so there's just less hands out there that can continue against a small C bet. You see him only bet min. And it's effective enough.
$1.25. It's not a big size, but just, do you really want to get down the streets here with 10-9? The answer is no.
Oh, wow.
Lays that one down. There's no question in my mind that Smith is still thinking about what Joao jammed with.
Yeah.
When he bullied him off of that King Jack successfully with Busted diamond draw, king, queen high, unimproved. Smith currently now sitting 1.8, let's call it. Second shortest stack at the table. But twice shortest stack Fedor Holtz is not ready to go just yet. Okay, so this isn't a function of the 7-4 offsuit, and you see them looking at the tournament clock. This is designed to just add a sporting few seconds to the decision so as to maybe time it in a manner where the big blind increase happens behind them, not in front of them.
Yes, that's what should be happening. Ponikov's queen 8 offsuit on the button. His seat draw at this table has been amazing, given he's got the chip lead on. He's got the position on the chip leader, so now he can act, seeing Joao fold, pick on these smaller stacks.
$250 is the number, the minimum. And Ding Biao
He's got game.
is going to make the investment.
It's a loose-ish defend.
Sure. But the suited combos, you just feel compelled to get in there. And I would say Ponikov's is going to feel compelled to take this pot regardless of how it plays out from here. Ding Biao drawing stone dead.
There's even a chance we see Ponikov's check this one back. If he does bet, he'll bet so small to hope Ding Biao, but kind of has something, some back doors. He's going to regret that bet now.
Yeah, minimum. And even at that price, deuce 4 of diamonds. Can't stay interested. Now, Randy, did you go shopping between last festival and this one for some new threads? Or are you going with Old Faithful?
I think I did bring something new.
Did you?
Yeah, but not this getup.
No, this one looks familiar. So we're gonna see Randy in some new digs.
I don't know, man.
Maybe,
but
maybe
I'll
not.
just say I do spend some time looking during my off time.
I wish the only thing I was spending was time looking instead of paychecks. It's Triton's fault, man.
Yeah.
These guys come with so much flavor sometimes, you know. You and I look out and we're like, oh, better check the new collection, see. Oh, that was a little pricier than I thought. But now that the 150K final table and then the 100K main portion of the program is upon us, we've definitely traded in the Triton merch for the formal wear. Not the case for the chip leader, who's looking extra comfy in that new Triton merch. King 8, though, steps aside from the Wang Yi Open. Ace 9 offsuit for Wang. King Queen suited here for Ponikov's, and he's just going to pile, covering all but Vieira at this table. And the decision was a very straightforward one for the Ace 9. Ponikov's is performing rather well on the opportunities that he has had to get involved. Pocket Kings failed to get any action. Push back on Vieira, blind versus blind.
强死了，要被他俩。
Managed to flop the boat, but not get any action.
Yeah, it seems the way this is playing out right now looks like Joao and Ponikov's is at a severe advantage. You know, just being able to pick on the other 6 players at the final table. Like, all other 6 players now are below 20 big blinds.
But, you know, that's a stack depth that is just where these guys expect to find themselves at any given Triton final table. Given the structures, Randy, a lot of work gets put in
Yeah.
at that 20 big blind depth, in particular with respect to final tables and the ICM.
This is just pure punishment from Ponakov's King 9 offsuits. And I know you guys can't call all in. Good luck. What are you going to do with King 10 suited? You really going to call off your tournament life with multiple players that act behind you? Doubt it.
The cluster's so tight midfield.
Oh, man. Ding Biao's got ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, if you thought Smith's decision was uncomfortable, consider this one.
This is disgusting. Because Ding's playing 17 big blinds. He knows ace-jack does all right against Ponakov's jam, but does he really want to force a flip? Nope.
Boy, the look on his face says it all, doesn't it? Just, you bastard.
You bastard. It's the word choice. Ah, very nice. Very nice.
You know what it is?
Bastard
Everyone's like, oh, I can do that. Give me a stack and watch me go. But instead, they're on the receiving end right now. And, you know, compliance is just the order of the day. There's so much fight in these guys, though. That's why it's so difficult for many of them. But in terms of the mission, we must remember that setting ourselves up to be as successful as possible, both in terms of the immediate ICM and then with some considerations toward the future here at this FT. This is what we're inclined to focus on.
Yeah. Your stack pretty much determines how you play, you know, final tables. Of course, you want to put yourself in a position to get 2 heads up, right? Where all the money's at. Obviously, great spot for Kiat, 2 aces. But, you know, if you're sitting on 15 big blinds, there's no shame in waiting around. You know, pay jumps are important. Let's see if Kiat Lee wants to 3-bet or flat. Flat seems a bit face up because he's playing an 18 big blind stack. He's not really supposed to have flats in his range when Fedor's so short. So he's probably going to lean towards 3-bet small, hoping to induce from Joao.
Is 3-bet small not also looking very strong?
It is, but it is possible he still has some 3-bet bluffs that are just going to fold to reshoves. I would probably prefer 3-bet small than flatting here.
He agrees. Although obviously sizes below 625 were available to him.
Yeah, it's possible he could have went like 550 or so, but 625 is probably more in line with the standard protocol.
Queen Jack for Foxen in the big, raising 3-bet in front of us. And that hand,
Never playing.
yeah. Not really sexy when the lights come on. And the King Jack lacks appeal as well. So, Kiat with a little snack. Coming at the expense of the chip leader. Although Joao continues to perform well.
3B 了。
Well, Donnie in the chat asking Randy, when is Triton coming to Dubai so I can take these guys' money? Well, you know, careful, Donnie. I know you're probably being facetious, but this money isn't just free out here.
Oh, Donnie, you can also buy an airplane ticket and come take their money at Jeju.
That's an excellent point. And as I understand it, Emirates does connect a lot of the world, as you well know, Randy, a regular passenger en route to some of our festivals. So perhaps, Donnie, you come to us.
Yeah, 100K
Not the
main
other way
today.
around. But with that said, my understanding is that some licenses have been issued by the UAE for some casinos to be built. Unclear how long it's going to take to spring up an oasis in the sandbox, but My guess is not long after the ribbon cutting, we'll be breaking some ground of our own out in that part of the world where there is so much wealth and, for that matter, an enthusiasm for poker.
Yeah, it's the one country I really do want to go visit. A7 for Kiat Lee. Happy to try to take some chips from these short stacks. And Fedor throws in a time bank looking at the clock. So I guess it's some strategic move using the time bank here of King 6 off. He shouldn't be looking to get this one in. Be pretty crazy. Yeah, there's a minute left on the level. So definitely burning time to try to take advantage of that.
Ace 3 suited. This may not be a time burn. This may be a genuine chew by Alex Foxen.
625.
Yeah, and 625 announced as he puts the third scoop upon Kiat's Open. The
That's a cool
Silicon
play.
Overlords love this stuff. The ace 8 promptly into the bin. Now back over to Lee.
That's a very cool play.
So concession from Kiat Lee as Foxen earns it. And Donnie Randy has replied to advise that his issue isn't so much working his way here, it's being allowed into the countries, given that he wields the far from coveted Iranian passport. Not exactly a golden ticket to the world, that one there.
All right, Donnie, I guess you're going to have to wait quite a bit.
I would imagine you can get right on into
try
like
not to?
Afghanistan, Bangladesh, India,
He's not one
Russia,
No, he doesn't care.
perhaps nonstop service to Pyongyang.
of those. Kill everyone.
Although the land crossing from there
less
is
to
a
go.
challenging one, as I understand
One less
it.
to go.
One less to go.
But
that's right.
yeah, I guess we glossed over that. Good luck, Donnie. King Jack for Dan. That's the hand that you got put into the blender with by Vieira early on in our coverage. Worth a rewind, by the way, as it was the ICM clinician.
He's going to try to run it back against Joao Vieira's big blind.
Let's see what round 2 has in store.
Like, just imagine Joao defends and it comes the same 9-6-3. All right, queen 3 offsuit. That's not going to happen.
So, a welcome experience is this one, standing in contrast to those that Smith has largely endured thus far here at this FT. Still early going of this 150K final table. Trust that you're enjoying it as much as Randy and I are from out here in Jeju, South Korea. Best way to let us know that you are loving what you're seeing, not just now, but in general. Here on the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series coverage, just to click like and subscribe for that matter to ensure that you don't miss a moment of all that we have on offer at the bargain basement price of free. It's a small ask, and it goes a long way to helping us continue to deliver. Pocket tens, by the way. Smith delivering 300,000 as the blind level has gone up yet again, 75, 150. No action. Smith will be all right with it, little by little.
Hey, Ollie, I gotta ask. I'm looking at the chat, and
Yes,
they're
sir.
asking, are you from Casino San Pablo? Have you you visited that casino before?
Now, hold on a second.
Because they say Nanonoko is from Sacramento, and you're from Casino San Pablo.
So-
is that your crime?
Well, now it's not like my birth certificate reads, the back room at the casino is where Mama delivered. Did I, once upon a time, both deal and later on prop at Casino San Pablo, which is no longer, by the way,
Oh, it's gone.
in San Pablo, California? The answer is yes,
That's why
Bill
I
Jack,
bet they switched
in the
it.
YouTube chat. I did, and by the way, that was somewhat of a rather big poker room that had some fairly high-stakes games for the day. Year 2000, 1999, 100, 200 limit hold'em being spread there. They had a
All folded, right?
delightful 2040 limit hold'em game as well.
All in.
Bonakov's ace in the small rips into the 8-4 off, and Smith will say goodbye.
Yeah, I remember driving by on the freeway and always seeing Casino San Pablo. I just assumed it was like some Western saloon or something, just the billboard.
The
Like-
craziest thing is that both you and I, who didn't meet one another in person until we worked together here at Triton, played our first hands of poker in the very same Native American casino in Northern California, Cache Creek, where they dealt spread limit $1 to $5. That's crazy. And yet, once you get to know the two of us, considering that it was the only place for 18-year-old you and I to go, it's not so unexpected. You know what I used to do, man? On a Friday night, because I was still working in television. My very first TV job was at NBC in the Bay Area. On a Friday night, I would drive to Cache Creek. I would play all night, and then I would drive straight to set in San Francisco and host the show on Saturday. I don't know how the heck I did it.
I
man.
would do a similar thing. I would play all night, then drive to class and sleep.
Well, Fedor wakes up with pocket eights here. Nothing sleepy.
Ooh.
Ace Queen, though, could be a customer. Wang Ye hijack, offsuit version.
This has to be all in against the micro stack of Fedor Holtz.
Took no more than a handful of seconds before he did seek privacy as he lathers up 1.8. He'll pull back 1.25 of it. And we are off to the races. Second occasion on which we've seen an all-in. The reason that Fedor's stack is short is because he took the best of it against Alex Foxen and was unable to eliminate Alex. Here he is back up against the wall. Once again, the best of it. You see the Chinese delegation on hand for the particulars. Just shy of 1.5 in the middle. A queen in the window in an 8-free environment, and the distaste for this view is written all over Fedor's face. Running 9-10, a snowman. These are options. Now the jack takes the straights off the board. That was always a tall task. Can Fedor find an 8 and keep his seat here in the 150K? He sure can't. GG's issued somewhat empathetically, as everybody recognizes that Fedor's plight is not one that was the product of somehow him misstepping or doing anything other than playing the hands that he was dealt, Randy. But the cookie crumbles, and so do the hopes of the German phenom. Just 31 years of age, but an incredible veteran-like career already put together, and add $595,000 to Fedor's career earnings here at Triton, which coming into this one were shy of 20 million. No longer the case. Higher hopes, of course, but in the end, clearing that $20 million threshold, not getting himself off of that 4 Triton title figure, though. Cash number 29 of Fedor's Triton career, as 7 now remain. A 217K pay jump is secured by the remaining combatants. $807,000, the last of the non-7-figure payouts, rather. We'll go to the next eliminee, and then it's all 7 figures from there. Pay ladder of 270,000, let's call it.
Yeah, it was pretty much a rough final table for Fedor. You know, he had a very comfy stack at one point. You know, he got aces, ran into 9-8 suited that hit a straight, couldn't hold with 2 10s against queen 10, and now 8s into ace queen. Just gonna have to realize that's poker and move on to the main event later today. So now we have 7, like you mentioned. One more non-7-figure payout remaining. 807,000 will be rewarded to 7th. Ding Biao, 10-9 offsuit. He's in the small blind. He hasn't been able to find a spot to chip up at all. Gonna try his hand here, and here we go.
好，终于收炮了，第一盘。
Muscles Kiat and has a laugh. Every time I look up at this Louis Vuitton sweater of his, I feel as though he's purchased it at
Lithuania?
LV Nairobi.
看我背对
It just looks like, you know, something African market specific with the yellow, green, and red.
Not Lithuania. They don't use the same colors?
我刚那牌子没跟一下好一点，
You went the Nairobi route?
Lithuania does have similar colors, but
不过也很难封啊。
yeah, you know,
那个
China's
也
known
还有
for
机
having
会
some investments
对呀对呀，
in Africa,
就是万一后面
often
哦
exchanging
全部亏了我可以
infrastructure
封
development for
全部都
natural
Ah.
resources, things like cobalt. I know it's not smiled upon by the world, but I feel as though I would make a great warlord. You know what I mean? Like if you just put me in charge in maybe
A great warlord.
a small
Raise 300,000.
country, maybe like a contested region, you know.
It's such an odd thing to say. I would make a great warlord.
And consistent with most everything that comes out of
Yeah.
my mouth, Randy.
It's just,
Vieira, the warlord here, of course.
知道吧
Ace 5. Raise and take it. Short stack duties being inherited by Kiat Lee, but just look at the cluster on the leaderboard. I know we just got a glimpse of it up there, and I glossed over it. I confess, Randy, but an absolute log jam from second
没有
or third, rather, all the way down. We're talking about 4, call it 5 bigs separating 3rd through
打补一
7th.
下他不就那个啦？
yeah, not much
打补两下
has
他也裂开了，还4
changed
条命。
with the loss of Fedor. We still have this tight cluster at the bottom. They're racing
一
and
人跑一下。
hoping someone else gets it in first. You know, it's still going to be the Joao Vera show, and if he happens to step away, Ponikovs is going to be able to chip up as well.
It really is JV's world, and everybody else is living in it right about now. Of course, every occasion on which he does not get involved in a pot is an opportunity for Alex Ponikovs. He didn't exercise it on this occasion, and well served not to have, given that Ding Biao finds number one.
Raise 300,000.
Clicks it. Long Yi 6-3, but suited.
He's shown an appetite to defend the big blind. We've seen 6-5 offsuit earlier.
5 seconds
This time he's thinking, no, you know, I'm all right in 3rd place.
Mm-hmm.
哎，别人我就防了，
Hey, the rails waving back.
Yeah.
真的假的？真的啊？别人我防了，同花36，
防嘛，防一下。
下次
Boy, that was a sweet little
算了，
white
哎，
ceramic
哎，
反正
AP
也很边
perpetual
缘。现
calendar
在
being rocked on the rail
我以
there.
为你要推呢。
3斤的嘞，我推你的牌，你好
Now I
起来
know
了
that。it's not likely here in the
little bit
Triton
further
streets
away.
that such things are circulating.
300.
But is it bad? Then, you know, sometimes I'm wondering, is that a fake? I don't think it's not. I'm just, you know.
Seriously, man, like you don't have to say
I'm
everything
just
you're
saying that, you know, Ponikov's pocket queens, he absolutely has to say something. And he says raised to 300,000. Unfortunately, Ding Biao paired up once again, but plastered.
I think this is going to be the end of Ding Biao. 2 10s.
1.4.
Yeah.
This is a commitment.
He's attacking Ponikovs, who's second in chips, who obviously has shown that he's willing to kind of go after these blinds and antes. So, oh, that's obviously awful for Ding Biao to see 10 is gone.
Yeah, Alex knows he doesn't need to posture as the sizing is such that Ding Biao's remains will always be brought forward when he jams, as we see promptly becomes the case. 5.3 million chip
这牌
pot.
很难加油了。
By the way, this could be the moment where Ponikovs begins to keep company at the top of the leaderboard with Javiera. Statistically speaking, that's the outcome. Not one that a good number of heads on that rail want to see. 110 left in the deck, and it isn't showing up on this particular flop. Little does Ponikovs know it, but he is in such great shape. Better than even he realizes. And the iceberg breaches the hull of the SS Ding Biao
Got the fade clubs.
as his
Just
hopes
needed to fade clubs.
of a deeper than 7th finish sink to the bottom of this 150K C.
1 out.
早，哎，跟他干那把应该是领先，肯定是领先。
GG's,
对
Ding
我知道
Biao.
You did this?
The last of the 6-figure payouts. Hauled in. Jeju historically, a place that he performs well. Picked up a title and a 2nd place finish, along with a 5th place finish last time around here in Jeju.
No problem.
This time around, he has notched his 5th cash in 7 attempts. 32nd, 21st, 50th, 6th, and now a 7th place for Ding Biao. One of the strongest offerings from the Chinese delegation, who now have just one runner remaining in this 150K, that being Wang Yi, who is in 3rd. Alex Ponikovs was in 2nd, but now holds a much bigger stack than he did prior to that exchange, as everyone is guaranteed a 7-figure payout. Alex Foxen loves to see it. Queen 10 suited versus 2 10s. He doubled and now has secured 2 ladders.
Nothing wrong with sitting back and collecting 7-figure payouts.
Right about that.
Raise 300,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Ace 10 off. Kiat Lee. Raise and take.
I have
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I am taking a look at the leaderboard, and Ponikovs, he's only 600,000 chips behind Joao Vera now. So, of course, Joao appreciates the, the pay jumps he's getting, but like he kind of doesn't want Ponikovs to have so many chips right behind him.
Ace King.
Raise 300,000.
Foxen with a powerhouse here. Invites somebody
Fold.
get themselves in trouble with a min raise.
Fold.
Collision incoming once again. Ponikov's 2 10s.
Well, it's Foxen who's going to be the one in trouble.
All in.
He's already put the hurt on a couple of 10s as a dog once before here at this table. Ponikov's has done Dan Smith a favor. As 8s in the big, I can't imagine that Dan is looking for involvement. Is he, Randy?
I mean, there's definitely consideration because Ponikov's is reshuffling a big stack, and it's not into deep stacks like 14, 15 big, so 8s could perform okay against Ponikov's range. However, he has to worry about Foxen because if Foxen wakes up the hand, then that's obviously disaster for 2 8s. He is going to fold.
Yeah, keeping things tidy there. The ICM obviously supports the choice. And Smith is going to be delighted when he realizes that Ponikov's had medicine.
Heat check.
4.35 million chips in there. Can Foxen down 10s again for another double? He sure hopes so. As does wife Kristen. There's no doubt looking on.
With 2 hearts.
If not from the rail, on the Triton Poker Plus app, elsewhere in the room where the main event is underway. 10-7-7, and this time it's going to be tough for Alex.
Low average.
7.
哦，你那里能看到牌是吧？
7.
Oh.
7.
All boated up is Ponikov's, and all out of outs is Foxen. But he's wearing a smile, Randy, and he's doing it because he came in as the short stack, already enjoying a couple of ladders courtesy of the double KO, which brought us to the FT, and then 2 more rungs climbed beyond
他现在
that,
很难受。
as he really did.
你问他，
I'm not going to say
好起来了，
outkick his
什么叫
coverage
好多
because
啦？
the man's so talented, but in terms of his stack,
你问他，
performed better than maybe even he expected.
That's right. You know, he cashes for a million 76,000, coming 8th place. If he busts out an 8th, he would have got just $595,000.
Well, that's going to be a sigh of relief that the remainder of the field can breathe as the intense gladiator Alex Foxen is slain here in the 150K. He will take home with him $1,076,000. As you see, 1.372. Now the on-tap payout with 336,000. The differential between 5th and 4th, as we've gotten down here in a little bit of a hurry. And I would imagine for the remaining field, that pace is something that they can get behind because it means that as they begin to play shorter and shorter, their stack depths aren't
Yeah, I did.
flippament in size.
Yeah, it's okay waiting around, man. You're just getting these massive pay jumps. Like Ponikov's the new chip leader. He's got 2 7s on the button. Probably just going to rip it in.
Yeah.
All in.
Spiral in.
He's got Vieira covered by 12 bigs. Rips it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a snap.
Kiat Lee with ace-king. This is what sent Foxen packing a moment ago. Pair versus AK.
我以为包里先。
We got to check if Ponikov's is still running hot.
Heat check. I don't want the floppy four.
4.4 and change in the middle.
Okay.
哦，又看到7了。哦。
Ace 10-7, bottom set versus top pair. Just when Kiat Lee thought that we could light the candles on a birthday double,
GG.
Good game.
his hopes dashed. Unable to find 2 pair on the turn to give him a path to a bigger boat.
这
Kiat
游戏
Lee,
简单的时候这么简单，
yet again, Randy,
都不
is
是
going to
跑
be
马。
denied title number 1.
He's Malaysia's finest without a Triton title. A $1.372 million cash is pretty sweet to add to his 9.352 in Triton earnings.
Open at 375 without talking.
This one being his third cash of the festival. Did cash 57th in the 15K opening event and 16th in the 30K. But to add 1.372, he's going to take it.
Yeah, he sure is. As the celebration will continue for the 33-year-old. He never misses a Triton festival, it would seem. And why would he? When he turns in performances like this one, he'll live with it. Ace-King was the spot. The deck had other ideas, however, as it failed to perform in back-to-back situations. And now the action continues.
So the thermometer is definitely broken, right?
Yeah, heat check. No doubt. It's shattered, and there's mercury all over the floor.
Nice.
Dirty diaper for Wang Ye. He gets the nice
We got
hand.
the break-even graphic showing up. Okay, well played, man.
We'll square the table after the break. Will we square the table after the break?
我不能干死一个，我熬死一个干嘛？
Tournament might be done by break.
我是来熬的，我操！
Tournament might be done by the break.
Having fun with his rail. Javier, by the way, inquired as to whether or not we were going to square the
Went 2
table
all-ins against them. Might take me a
on the
little bit
break, and Dan said this thing could be over by then.
It's on pace to be.
It really is.
It was
But of course, Ponikov's and Vieira rate to be showing down for the title right now, just based on Ponikov's 13 million, 85 bigs. See if he'll put some to work with the King 3 suited. There's your answer. Dan Smith, 1.8 million, is the leanest of stacks that remain. Wang Ye north of him by about 600,000 at 2.4, 16 bigs. Dan mulling over the Jack 10 offsuit.
I think this is a fairly standard fold.
Yeah, he agrees.
Joao, ace deuce offsuit. He could definitely defend this one because he's playing a 58 big blind stack, so it's not like his
他
stack
这
would
里
be
什么
put to
牌都
test
是应
post
该
flop.
跟
He's expecting Ponikovs to raise relentlessly, given, you know, he's a chip leader. So gonna see a lot of like small balling from Joao.
Vieira's defense yields an ace on a 2-heart flop, 1 spade out there. Slips it over to Alex. Let's see if he wants to breathe life.
Yeah, he might consider it. You know, ace high texture, backdoor spades. Not gonna follow through. Board's getting a bit dangerous. 3-2 straight out there now. Now, Joao probably thinks he's got the best hand, but I'm not so sure he wants to kind of open the door for this pot to get bigger right now. Ponikovs, of course, could have some random turn 2 pair.
So a second round of knuckles post flop. Now a 4-liner on board. This ace deuce continuing to erode.
Yeah, now with this run out, Vieira's unable to bet the river for value. He's better off trying to consider a bluff catch. Of course, sizing dependent. There's a chance we see Ponikovs try to steal this. Could have some 6X's, Jack X, maybe a little bit unlikely, as it would consider a turn barrel if it was unpaired.
$325. $325.
Ponikovs doesn't feel as though King High actually has any showdown value, so he's going to deploy 3 1/4. Vieira, I think, recognizing that as played, this ace deuce is compelled to keep Ponikovs honest.
Yeah, he's counting combos right now. I'd be pretty surprised if he was to fold this, just because he knows Ponikovs is going to stab. Nice. Well played.
And this is something we've not witnessed in some time, which is Alex Ponikov's failing to drag a pot. As Vieira trying to restore some order to what was his office until Ponikov's knifed through a couple of combatants. Dan Smith, by the way, just along with Wang Yi, printing.
It's been a simple final table for those two. That's all right.
I mean, listen, the King Jack was a bit of a blender.
True.
The eights weren't exactly 100% muck, it would seem, just based on the pause. But
I mean, they're happy. Let's just say that.
oh yeah, I mean, listen, it was 595 when they got here, and now it's 1.7 and a tickle that they're locked up.
Yeah, they would love to get to the 2,074,000
5 seconds.
mark.
Yeah.
Raised 375,000.
Queen 10 offsuit. Smith the opener. Hard 8 for Wang Yi.
Yeah, this is actually tough. He has less fold equity against this opponent specifically because Dan Smith's the shortest. He isn't going to open as wide. Like, I would say that Wang Yi is more happy to shove on Ponikov's or Vieira off of this stack. If he can find it, it'll be amazing, though. There we go.
Rips. Does the second shortest stack at the table over the shortest. And the two boss stacks are going to step aside, as is Dan Smith. So a nice find there from Wang Yi, and every bit of runway that he can put between himself and Dan Smith makes things that much more straightforward for him in pursuit of that next pay ladder.
4一对，主要是没有，主要3、4差不多，没有意义的吧。
You know, Luca, during the introductions at the top of the broadcast, did talk about Wang Yi plying his trade here in the Red Dragon poker room at the Landing Casino in Jeju. So this is almost home turf for him, in a way.
Yeah, and that reshove creates such a big separation between him and Dan Smith that he can kind of wait around a little bit more. But Ace-Jack, that should be looking to get involved.
Sure enough, as suspected, in comes the click. By the way, last Jeju, Wang Yi had 5 cashes in 8 attempts, including a 10th in the 40K Mystery Bounty, and 7th in this very event. So back-to-back FTs in the 150K means that Wang Yi is not a fluke.
Nah, he's definitely been around in the Asian poker scene. Ace-Jack versus Queen-Jack. Very favorable for Wang Yi.
5 seconds. Call.
Unbeknownst to Dan, of course, the domination, so he will defend. Pot grows to 8 1/4 as once again the two small stacks entangle. $10-7-4, no pair anywhere.
No connection for Wang Yi, but the Jack of Clubs is pretty helpful.
Check.
Would make him want to c-bet a little bit more just because he blocks some of the hands that are able to check continue. You know, like Jack 9, Jack 8s, clubs, of course. If he does fire a c-bet, would like to see him go towards min just because Dan Smith is only playing 925K back. As a... Oh, I see a check here. And
Yeah, it does go knuckle-knuckle. The 9 on the turn. Smith, open-ended, doesn't have a club. Wang Yi with the gut shot and the flush draw. And ace-high, of course, best.
this is actually really interesting. Because Dan has open and straight draw on a 3-club board without a club in hand. So he's pretty tempted to attack. The problem is he kind of doesn't want to
275.
jam. Yeah, I like this because if he jams, he might get crying called by a hand that's like, oh, I got the ace of clubs, and then he's forced to try to hit his hand. Here, he's able to try and steal the pot and still have some chips remaining to potentially put in another bet, even unimproved, to kind of shake out some big club that might hang tight. Now, ace-jack, it's getting a good price. It's not drawing clean, but when you get a good price, it's all right to defend, of course, especially with just 650K back. There's not much left remaining.
So Smith took a swing for 275. Not insignificant in terms of his remaining 9 1/4. And a jack on the river hits both players. As we can see, advantage Wang Ye with the better kicker. 4-liner as well, as any 8X has arrived.
Yeah, so this is actually, you know, it perceives to be a good card for both. Now they both have showdown value. They wouldn't want to put more chips in there. This should go check a lot. Like, Dan Smith shouldn't be able to get called by worse by betting, and he shouldn't want to turn this hand into a bluff. He's better off just trying to check the side and see if he can influence like an ace-queen or ace-king of one club to potentially attack.
So Dan does well not to take too much pride in top pair. Comes with check, just shy of 1-4 in the middle. They play 650 effective.
This is actually kind of interesting because ace-jack, I think initial reaction is, oh, just check it back because there's a flush out there, there's 4-liner. But I don't know, is Dan Smith really checking an 8 here? He's going to check it. Let's see.
Yeah, and you wouldn't blame Dan for thinking that Queen Jack is going to be a winner after the check back from Wang Ye. But in turn, Wang Ye probably not worried about clubs, probably not worried about the straight. But if you're not able to find enough hands that you think could potentially pay you off,
Been lucky to me.
Then you check.
The check back is, of course, the recommended course of action. And Dan needs course correction, as he has now spun it down to 4 bigs.
All right, I assume he's looking at Dan Smith and just laughing at his stack.
Different color,
right? No, same one.
Same.
30, but 4.6 million is okay. You know?
You have to, yeah. Fold.
Okay, it's all right for a short stack like this.
Yeah. This is a lot better than what Dan Smith might hope would arrive at some other point. Worthy of the whole thing? Or do we try to cobble here, Randy, with 4.6 up top?
I mean,
No, he just
this is, yeah, has to be a jam. Because he has full equity pre, and he's in an amazing spot. Wang is just like, I guess I call because you're so short.
Shaking his
annoying.
head, surprised that another 4 is involved in this one. Is Wang Yi, baby-suited connector. You see Dan Smith trying to curb the enthusiasm, but quite pleased with the development in a 1.45 million chip pot.
Start.
10-5 deuce, open-ended with a backdoor diamond draw as Wang Yi threats to the ace-4, which no longer want to see an ace, and for that matter, don't want to see a 6. And yet there is the 6. Wang Yi shredding this ace-4 of hearts. A 3 for a chop is a thing. No such luck.
Thank you.
for King Dan. I think he, not unlike Alex Foxen, while disappointed to be exiting, can recognize some of the good fortune associated with multiple very healthy ladders secured.
Yeah, Dan Smith, he had some tough spots, of course. We mentioned the King Jack against João Vieira, but he was short throughout this final table, and to finish in fourth for 1.78 million is quite a treat, which will be adding to his 23 million in Triton earnings.
I like it.
Also has 2 titles under his belt.
Yeah, he's in that $60 million in-career tournament earnings territory. Is Dan Smith. Never to be slept on. Pro's pro. Eliminated here, though, as he can do no better than 4th place in the 150K. A handsome haul by any metric.
Can't believe we're down to 3, man.
I guess if he was in for 12 bullets, then it wouldn't be a handsome haul. But I
Come
just
on,
don't see
man.
it.
Give him some respect. 12 bullets, that's what you're going to go with?
You know, I don't know. Maybe you're on a bender or something. You come in, just blast. Accidentally thought it was like a 15K, not 150. I know. It's impossible.
You're reaching, buddy.
I am.
It's all good. But yeah, three remaining.
Are we on?
We got here in
30?
a big hustle.
And that's it. It stays. What heads up?
Ponikov's dethroning Vieira for the
breaks
chip
are
lead.
Every
Doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of eliminations.
Yeah, it's not like Vieira's done anything wrong. It's just
No.
that Ponikov's is just, eliminated every other player.
Yeah.
Like, Zhao has chipped up quite nicely entering this final table.
Wang 29 bigs.
29 bigs is a lot of big blinds for the short stack.
King 5 in the small for Vieira.
Check.
Limps it. Ponikov's will allow it despite being bottom of range. Could have wagged his finger with the 8 tray off. Instead, they both look up at ace-6 deuce. No pair.
Check.
2 quick checks. Ten of diamonds on the turn.
Check.
A lot of checking so far. 8-3 can never really win at showdown, so it might find an opportunity to stab at some point. Maybe not the turn, more likely the river.
There is one blind versus blind data point where Ponikov's had the chip lead. We remember he asked a question of the ace deuce on the river in position. Here he's asking his question on the turn, however.
Yeah, I guess the turn makes it a little bit tougher for Joao to call with high card. So he's going to fold.
Yep.
Nicely done.
Concession.
Get cell phones, please.
As
Cell phones?
Ponikov's knows exactly what time it is. Not just business time here in the 150K with 3 remaining. And 2 million plus on lockup, but break time. As the players are on their feet and they'll head to a well-earned 10-minute pause. Blinds will be going to 100, 200 with the 200K big blind ante, 500K in orbit, the price of poker. Obviously whittling away at the stack depths. Ali Najad and Randy Liu back with you here at the desk. And if you would have told me, Randy, at the onset of today's coverage that at this first pause, we were going to have only 3 of our original 8 remaining, I definitely would have taken that bet, and I would have lost.
Yeah, me too. And I am a betting man, and I would have been busto.
Yeah, obviously a lot of it had to do with just the hands that surfaced in the moments that they did. I don't think anybody really pressed a spot that maybe we wouldn't have expected them to, right? It was
Right.
sort of straightforward. Shuffle the people that ended up busting into other seats, and they probably would have had similar plights.
Yeah, it was very slow in the beginning. We still had the 8 players, and all of a sudden, like the blinds kind of went up a bit. All of the short stacks were kind of getting in there. Ponikov's just doing all the damage. So yeah, we just have 3 remaining after all that carnage.
That we do, and I talked about that over $2 million that is awaiting the third place finisher. The jump is over 7 figures between third and second with $4.6 million up top. There's a quick glimpse at the payouts in the Triton Poker Plus app, and we do want to take another moment to enlist your feedback. We've talked about this on a few occasions already during our broadcast. It is the new Triton Poker Super High Roller Series survey. Exclamation point survey is the command in the YouTube chat that will generate a link that you can click, and then you will have an opportunity to let us know what you want to see more of, maybe less of, give us some feedback, provide some creative input, help to shape this particular broadcast in the image that you see best. And we are very receptive to it when it comes to the players. That's why you see so much innovation each and every festival in terms of things that help make the experience better for them. We want to make sure that we deliver that opportunity to you out there as well. So again, exclamation point survey. Take that quiz, especially while you got about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll resume coverage of the 150K from here in Jeju.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
In San Francisco and host the show on Saturday. I don't know how the heck I did it.
I
man.
would do a similar thing. I would play all night, then drive to class and sleep.
Well, Fedor, wakes up with pocket eights here. Nothing sleepy.
Ooh.
Ace queen, though, could be a customer. Wang Ye hijack, offsuit version.
This has to be all in against micro stack of Fedor Holtz.
Took no more than a handful of seconds before he did seek privacy. As he lathers up 1.8, he'll pull back 1.25 of it. And we are off to the races. Second occasion on which we've seen an all-in. The reason that Fedor's stack is short is because he took the best of it against Alex Foxen and was unable to eliminate Alex. Here he is back up against the wall. Once again, the best of it. You see the Chinese delegation on hand for the particulars. Just shy of 1.5 in the middle. A queen in the window in an 8-free environment. And the distaste for this view is written all over Fedor's face. Running 9-10. A snowman. These are options. Now the jack takes the straights off the board. That was always a tall task. Can Fedor find an 8 and keep his seat here in the 150K? He sure can't. GG's issued somewhat empathetically, as everybody recognizes that Fedor's plight is not one that was the product of somehow him misstepping or doing anything other than playing the hands that he was dealt, Randy. But the cookie crumbles, and so do the hopes of the German phenom. Just 31 years of age, but an incredible veteran-like career already put together. And add 595. Now I know that it's not likely here in the Triton streets that such things are circulating.
Pretty hungry.
But is it bad? Then, you know, sometimes I'm wondering, is that a fake? I don't think, it's not. I'm just, you know.
Seriously, man, like, you don't have to say everything
I'm just
you're
saying that, you know, Ponikov's pocket queens, he absolutely has to say something. And he says raised to 300,000. Unfortunately, Ding Biao paired up once again, but plastered.
I think this is going to be the end of Ding Biao. 2 10s.
1.4.
Yeah.
This is a commitment.
He's attacking Ponikovs, who's second in chips, who obviously has shown that he's willing to kind of go after these blinds and antes. So, oh, that's obviously awful for Ding Biao to see 10. It's gone.
Yeah, Alex knows he doesn't need to posture, as the sizing is such that Ding Biao's remains will always be brought forward when he jams, as we see promptly becomes the case. 5.3 million chip pot. By the way, this could be the moment where Ponikovs begins to keep company at the top of the leaderboard with Javiera. Statistically speaking, that's the outcome. Not one that a good number of heads on that rail want to see. 110 left in the deck, and it isn't showing up on this particular flop. Little does Ponikovs know it, but he is in such great shape. Better than even he realizes. And the iceberg breaches the hull of the SS Ding Biao.
Got the fade clubs.
As his hopes
Just needed to fade clubs.
of a deeper than 7th finish sink to the bottom of this 150K C.
1 out. 糟糟，哎，跟他干那把应该是领先，肯定是领先。
GG's, Ding Biao.
You did it.
The last of the 6-figure payouts. Hauled in. Jeju historically a place that he performs well.
Of course, Zhao appreciates the, you know, the pay jumps he's getting, but like he kind of doesn't want Ponikovs to have so many chips right behind him.
Ace King. Foxen with a powerhouse here. Invites somebody to get themselves in trouble with a min raise.
Collision incoming once again. Ponikov's 2 10s.
Well, it's Foxen who's going to be the one in trouble. He's already put the hurt on a couple of 10s as a dog once before here at this table. Ponikov's has done Dan Smith a favor. As 8s in the big, I can't imagine that Dan is looking for involvement. Is he, Randy?
I mean, there's definitely consideration because Ponikov's is reshoving a big stack, and it's not into deep stacks, like 14, 15 big, so 8s could perform okay against Ponikov's range. However, he has to worry about Foxen, because if Foxen wakes up the hand, then that's obviously a disaster for 2 8s. He is going to fold.
Yeah, keeping things tidy there. The ICM obviously supports the choice. And Smith is going to be delighted when he realizes that Ponikov's had medicine.
Heat check.
4.35 million chips in there. Can Foxen down 10s again for another double? He sure hopes so. As does wife Kristen. There's no doubt looking on. If not from the rail, on the Triton Poker Plus app, elsewhere in the room where the main event is underway. 10-7-7, and this time it's going to be tough for Alex.
Low average.
哦，你那里能看到牌是吧
7?
哦
All boated up is Ponikov's, and all out of outs is Foxen. But he's wearing a smile, Randy, and he's doing it because he came in as the short stack, already enjoying a couple of ladders courtesy of the double KO, which brought us to the FT, and then 2 more rungs climbed beyond that, as he really did. I'm not going to say outkick his coverage because the man's so talented, but in terms of his stack, performed better than maybe even he expected.
That's right. You know, he
Between 5th and 4th, as we've gotten down here in a little bit of a hurry. And I would imagine for the remaining field, that pace is something that they can get behind, because it means that as they begin to play shorter and shorter, their stack depths aren't flippament in size.
Yeah, it's okay waiting around, man. You're just getting these massive pay jumps. Like Ponikov's the new chip leader. He's got 2 7s on the button. Probably just going to rip it in.
Yeah.
All in. Spiral in.
He's got Vieira covered by 12 bigs. Rips it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a snap.
Kiat Lee with ace-king. This is what sent Foxen packing a moment ago. Pair versus AK.
我以为包里先。
We got to check if Ponikov's is still running hot.
Heat check. I don't want the floppy ball.
4.4 and change in the middle.
Okay.
哦，又看到7了。哦。
Ace 10-7, bottom set versus top pair. Just when Kiat Lee thought that we could light the candles on a birthday double, his hopes dashed. Unable to find 2 pair on the turn to give him a path to a bigger boat. And welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, bringing you through the home stretch in this 150K. And I confess, neither of us expected that we would be doing so this early. First break in the books, and just 3 of our remaining 8 remain. Originally, it was João Vieira as you look inside the Triton Poker Plus app, your chip leader. Now, it is Latvia's Alex Ponikovs, whose rail has grown 12.3 million, matching his stack 8.9. Vieira in second by about 17 bigs. And then Wang Yi of China, who plies his trade here in the Red Dragon Poker Room in Jeju, 4.4 million. He performed so well at last year's festival, already having topped the 7th place finish performance that he put in. What's it going to take for Wang Yi? Are they going to basically sit back and wait for him to find a spot, or he's too deep for them When I say them being the two big stacks, to do anything other than play poker.
I mean,
Randy.
obviously the chip leader is still going to attack because he knows that João Vieira has to play pretty cautious. João's going to sit back a little bit more, but he will be still defending because off of 45 big blinds, it's not like Polnikov can put his stack to the test post-flop that easily.
$2,074,000 guaranteed to all three of these remaining players, and an over seven-figure ladder between third and second. The eventual champ will receive $4.6 million and change. Randy, when I flash back to the top of the broadcast, who was your pick to win this one?
I did say Yang Wei.
Wang Ye.
Wang Ye, yeah.
I mean, whatever you said, I know what you meant. And he's still in here in the top three. So credit to you as Kiat Lee, my pick, the birthday boy, already showered. Finishing in fifth as we get back to the action. Brought to you by BetACR. This 150K 8 max. The dearly departed Holtz, Biao, Foxen, Lee, and Smith in that order, bringing us to the podium. 1, 2, 2. That's the blinds and annies. Brought to you by WPT Global. Players back in their seats as you see the payouts. Almost $20 million in total in this prize pool. To be expected, of course, here in the largest buy-in of this particular festival. No invitational at this stop. The main event is going on elsewhere in the room. Day one coverage can be followed up on the Triton Poker Plus app.
$1 million payouts and pay jumps, I mean.
How sweet it is. Vieira sits this one out. Suited queen in the small for Ponikovs. Plays as a limp. Wang Ye looks down at dominant diamonds. Ace-10 suited is pretty.
Certainly going to juice this one up pre.
Six.
600 declared.
Oh.
And Ponikov's hanging in there, so an opportunity potentially here for Wang Ye to work his way into a deeper stack. Diamond in the window, but no others alongside. An ace revealing itself. This is all Wang Ye.
Yeah, clearly a great spot for top pair 10 kicker. Can just go for some value, flop turn, maybe even river. Against queen deuce, there's not too much that can kind of hang in there with. Sure, Ponikovs does have backdoor diamonds, but then again, he doesn't have that many ace X's, right?
Call.
Oh. All right. Here we go. What a spot for Wang Ye.
Ponikov's check and peeling with the queen high. King on the turn.
There really isn't much reason for Wang Ye to slow down. His hand is still so strong. Doesn't really want to give 9 and 6x a free card. I mean, he's got a hand that can just bet turn and jam lots of blank rivers.
So the second barrel of 1 million, predictably ending that exchange. The first one of this second frame of this 150K final table. Wang Ye now working his stack up to 27 bigs.
Bluff.
No.
And that L hung on Ponikov's does rein
saw
him a
7.
little bit closer into João Vieira.
I saw 7.
Here?
No, last hand.
I believe you.
Interesting response by Alex to João Vieira's claim that he saw a 7 last hand. He knows that it was just a queen and a deuce. King 10 suited, played as a limp by Wang Ye. Oh, and he's dominated by Vieira's king queen. The limp, of course, by Wang, not designed to find the muck in the face of aggression, but rather to prevent having to call a much bigger amount if it were to open raise, which it, under normal circumstances, would be very worthy of doing. So Vieira's request for 700 means $500,000 more if you do.
Yeah, this king 10 suited usually goes into the limp call camp. It plays well post flop. You're not overplaying it, getting in 27 bigs pre. Obviously issues, given he's dominated.
1.6 million chip pot. This is not the flop that he had in mind. No spade out there. Quick check over to the aggressor.
And this flop is all right for Joao, as it's very unlikely Wang Yi has picked up something to continue with on a paired board. Not even a flush draw out there. Small and wide, quarter pot. I mean, Wang Yi doesn't even have a backdoor flush draw with his hand. Unless he feels king high has enough strength in itself. Gonna award that pot over to Vieira.
Yeah, you can understand, even though it's disappointing, to bundle 700 up and send it left. There's just not a lot of future. So slipping back down to 4-6 is Wang Yi on the button here. Queen 6 off. Eight-six suited for Vieira.
So basically, because Vieira is the shorter stack out of the two big stacks, he's gonna almost certainly play his whole range as a limp from the small blind.
And on this occasion, Ponikovs will allow it with 10-3 offsuit. Great flop for Vieira here. 2 5s and a 6.
You see him playing defensively. He expects to get more value from Ponikovs just stabbing away with the bigger stack rather than betting out himself.
So 2 quick checks. Now on the turn, Vieira adding a gut shot straight draw to the arsenal.
Yeah, and that gut shot probably makes his hand more into the check call camp. Kind of feels like if Ponikovs was up against a hand I was going to give up, they would have fired the flop quite often, given how dry it was there. But we've seen Ponikovs kind of stab blindly with random cards from time to time.
Not this time. Checks back, but fans on the river, where he needed a 10 to make the best hand. And Vieira obviously respecting the ICM here, Randy, as the middle stack of 3. Clearing Wang Yi by 25 bigs, trailing Ponikovs coming into this one by 19. He just really has to keep things in check.
Yeah, it's also very hard for him to get paid off by worse with this run out. So if he wants to get more chips in there, he's better off inducing from Ponikovs. Like, I don't think he's ever folding to a bet.
$5. 900. But $900.
It's a big bet, man. That's 1.5x. Still, though, I don't believe Joao is going to lay this one down. It's a Jack X or nothing situation.
Well, he took some similar line with the ace deuce last time they squared off, and that was another pot in which Ponikovs barreled on the river. But this is a much different size than he came with last time, as the experimentation by Ponikovs is on display. You see Joao hates it because he's under-repped his hand. Not that it's a monster, but 3 checks in front of Ponikovs. This could be just perceptions of disinterest or lack of kit. Or conversely, as we can see, it could be that Ponikovs has dust with no showdown value and needs to blast out.
The line is pretty crazy from Ponikovs, who all of a sudden go for an overbet, and it's got to be confusing, Vieira. Oh, he's going to lay down the best hand. Sometimes you got to just go for the big sizings to shake out your opponent. He just stole that one from Portugal's finest.
Sure did. And obviously, the damages are not that great in terms of Vieira simply limping and then stepping aside, but the opportunity cost of folding away 200,000 instead of clicking call and pulling in that 1-5 as it was, that's a big implication. Meanwhile, a big opportunity for those of you who want to play online poker in the U.S. It's back. Club WPT Gold has opened its doors to all eligible players in America. Non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. It all happens at Club WPT Gold. Sign up today. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
Yeah, I feel like we got a big match coming up with these three. Like, it's very clear they're going to fight for every pot. Decent hand for Wang Yi in the big blind. Last time he had ace-10. This time 2 9s.
Facing the limp from Ponikovs, who's got the Robbie.
5 seconds.
He takes us upstairs.
650,000.
I would imagine the Jack-4 could fall into the limp fold camp.
I mean, does Jack-4 ever win a hand?
Well, you know, Randy, it's funny you ask. Famously. You know what? Why don't you direct that question toward Garrett Adelstein? I think he'll have an answer for you. Or he might have more questions than answers, honestly.
At least, I mean, if Jack-4 ever won a pot, it was probably very small, right? Like a home game.
No, I wouldn't call it a home game. I would say it was a real big game, actually. You know, I was watching that particular exchange live. The one that Randy and I were referring to came from the Hustler Casino live stream in Los Angeles during one of their larger cash games. And I remember walking into the high limit room at Resorts World, and I interrupted the game. And I said, guys, I just saw the craziest thing you're ever going to see. I promise you, this is going to be talked about for the next however long. And of course, they all rolled their eyes and they're like, Ali, what do you want about? You're exaggerating. Stop. We're playing here, blah, blah, blah. I'm okay, guys. All right. Sure. And it didn't take long before they too soaked it up and realized that that was a hand that could be heard around the world. Meanwhile, Wang Yi Not making noise out of the small, just limping the Jack-10 offsuit. Vieira with an ace could have taken us upstairs. He, too, keeping things cagey as he checks. And the flop provides the open-ender to Wang Yi. Ace-high still in front. Wang checks.
Yeah, Vieira could have took this upstairs pre, but he didn't really want to jam for 24 effective. So this allows him to have some board coverage on ace-high textures in these limp pots. Does check through on the flop. Wang Yi, open in a straight draw still. He might want to consider stabbing. 2 overs to the flop board. The king could definitely be in his range. Wouldn't mind a sizable bet too. Maybe around 2/3 or so. Probably shake out a deuce. Maybe some 8x occasionally.
Bet 450,000.
So a 3/4 pot bet.
Vieira mulling it over here. Feels as though he's trying to integrate some live read into his decision ultimately. Steps aside. Nice activation there from Wang Yi.
I keep it.
Yeah, Wang Yi, he's got nothing to lose. He's the shortest stack, 26 big
Just
blinds.
waited for action to finish.
It's here to play.
Nine deuce suited on the button for Wang. Who's been very scrappy.
We've been seeing a lot of limps from the small blind in this three-handed play. Let's see if Panikov wants to disrupt that.
800.
Raise to 800,000.
Yeah, he does.
Fold.
So the finger wag from the ace. Ball stack behaviors on display.
Can we ask the chat who they think is going to win? Or who they're rooting for?
Sure. You don't need permission for such things, Randy.
Usually it's your
You
job.
know, people, the thing is, people are all of a sudden going to think that I've got some weird abusive situation, you know, whereby you feel like you don't have the liberty
We kind of do, don't we?
to do this stuff. Randy, I'm trying to keep that under wraps, bud. By the way, you know, you'll hear from me later on that. Queen Jack
Raise 400,000.
for Vieira. He's being heard from on the button.
King 9 off suit. Usually these hands go into the muck. Is Panikov thinking about making a statement? Yeah, that kind of looks like one of those time bank, I'm not going to fold spots. I feel like he's just going to make it like 1.6 million or something. Attack Vieira. Try to put Vieira in his place.
1.7 million.
Raise to 1,700,000.
Well, there was a scent in the air, and Randy picked up on it like a bloodhound. How durable is Queen Jack offsuit for 1.7, Randy? This is very ICM tactical here.
Yes, exactly. He knows that Vieira is going to be laying down a lot of marginal hands. Queen Jack is definitely in that camp. And you might be asking, well, why is he using King 9 offsuit? Well, it doesn't play that well post-flop if you were to flat. He also expects Joao to rarely call the 3-bet, so it doesn't really matter that his hand is offsuited versus the suited variety. Just using that King X property to block some continues. Because Vieira has so little incentive to call 3-bets when he has a big advantage on Wang Yi, who's in 3rd place. So he's just leveraging the current layout of this remaining 3.
Doing so successfully.
Four. Space to 400,000. Of
400,000. Ponikov's leaning once more, this time as an opener. Vieira suited, but dusty.
I think he's just out here. He's going to defend. I was going to say he's gotta kind of be cautious with these very marginal spots out of position against the chip leader who is willing to blast.
So defense yields a little more than 9 high. Backdoor diamonds. Of course, Ponikov's hasn't paired either, but he really has such a nice opportunity to just get aggressive. And even though the opposition are not pushovers, it's difficult for them to disrespect the ICM of this situation. The ladder is massive. We're talking about $1,065,000. The difference between 3rd and 2nd. So the 375 fired. And then 9 high in turn sent walking. Well, if you're just joining us for this one, it's the final table of the $150,000 8-handed event, part of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Jeju, South Korea at the Landing Casino. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. 6 7-figure payouts, 3 of them collected already, 3 still remaining. 4.6 million. And the title in the largest buy-in of this festival awaits one of these 3 players, all of whom will be earning their first Triton title if they emerge victorious. Ponikov's, not unlike Kiat Lee, Randy, in conversation, often regarded as in that company of the best regulars at Triton without a coveted Triton title. Maybe today is the day. That stack, good for tops on the leaderboard right now. Certainly pushing him toward being the favorite to break the seal.
Yeah,
but not if either of these 2 guys have something to say about it.
Vieira, he was so close to tasting that title over in Paradise when he lost to Foxen heads up in that main event.
But you know what? He really was impressive on that run. You know, and even in the hand that decided it, Vieira showed what kind of heart he had. You know, it was a huge bluff, and it certainly would have worked against some. Foxen, however, found the call. But it could get very exciting if Vieira can just dispatch Wang Yi, who is hanging around and a bit of a thorn in his side, because when he's the middle stack and Wang Yi is short, it really cripples Vieira's ability to play poker. Ace Queen 5, meanwhile, as Ponikov's plays bottom of range as a limp. Fails to find any improvement. Wang Yi with bottom pair, neither with a flush draw on this monotone texture.
Might see a little bin bet from Ponikov's on these monotone textures. Yeah. He usually just get outright folds, especially on his ace high as well, where Wang Yi might just open jam pre-flop with ace rags. So just a lot of hands that will just fold outright. It is bottom pair for Wang Yi. He's not going anywhere.
Bet call of 200. Complete air for Ponikov's. Credit to Wang Yi, by the way, because this hand kind of lacks much future when it does take this turn, but will be delighted to have a check in front of it.
The 6 comes in for Ponikov's.
Boy, this is
Dirty.
some gnarly run good for Alex. And it's not like you can get critical of Wang Yi like he was supposed to be barreling and protecting his hand. Protecting his stack is the far more precious initiative. So getting into the weeds in very thin spots is not the order of the day.
I could see a block value bet with this 6 targeting the 5 and setting the price in case he is up against a queen. I like this bet a lot. Do have a problem here with the bottom pair. It's pretty disgusting board. How thin is Ponikov's willing to value bet would be my thought if I'm in Wang Yi's shoes. Probably doesn't think a 5 would value bet, so kicker issues probably not a concern. Man, to show this 6 deuce down, it's like, you got me. You got me. See the disappointment in Wang Yi's face?
Mm-hmm. Especially when you get milked for that 250 on the end. You know, credit to Ponikov's. He just finds it, chisels. Doesn't give him ace or queen X. The turn isn't supposed to really interact. So what can call me here without a diamond on the board? Maybe a little 5X. And presto. And that is one of those sorts of difference between good and great attributes, Randy. The people that find value where others might miss it. It's, you know, it's a big deal. Thin value is a big part of becoming a profitable poker player.
It's a very big deal, especially now that we're at the final table, because each big blind is just worth so much more, right? Because it, you know, we've got 3 remaining huge prizes. Ponikov's has shown over and over again that he is willing to go for thin value, and not just this tournament, but other previous stops as well. A force to be reckoned with, clearly.
Well, no force being applied to Vieira's big on this occasion.
The way this 3-handed's been playing out so far, it feels like Ponikov's has a very big advantage because João Vieira is a bit handcuffed. He's in the middle, comfy. So João Vieira is gonna let Ponikov's kind of get away with things a bit more, see more turns and rivers for free.
Sure.
You know, like and João is also out of position against Ponikov's. It's really a bad spot for Vieira, and there's nothing he can really do about it. Now, he's going to try to keep getting involved slowly, but as it stands now, he's kind of looking to bleed out a bit.
Well, Vieira's going to limp the Jack-9 off. Ponikov's dominated. Checking back. Vieira can breathe a small sigh of relief that no raise came in this time. Queen 10-5, open-ender for João.
Yeah, his game plan should still be to check it over to the big stack. Play passively. Obviously, he has a hand that can resist against some barrels.
Yeah, it's bothersome to João, who wants to scrap, to feel as though
he bets out. Being
passive is the order of the day. We do see him break protocol with a lead here, though, Randy.
I guess he's just thinking, look, I can't just hope the cards fall my way and let this guy control the action. I need to chip up a bit here and there.
Pump fake quickly for Ponikov's before eventually putting it into the bin. And I know this is a bit self-indulgent and maybe even not in keeping with the neutrality that we would typically anticipate from our booth. But I gotta say, take nothing away from Wang Ye,
Were you talking to me?
but I'm really licking my lips at the prospects of a João Vieira, Alex Ponikov's heads up, especially if Vieira manages to level those stacks, because that's going to be a really sick heads up match.
Yeah, so I agree with you, and I thinking that João Vieira is just hoping Wang Yi kind of gets out soon because he's giving up a little bit of chip EV right now to Ponikov's because he has to play quiet. That is the current theme.
Well, clicking from the button are these 2 9s. Alex unlikely to have an appetite. 10-6 offsuit taking a moment.
Fault.
And then laying down. You know, in terms of taking our time, is this designed to not give Wang Yi as many chances to see hands and force the blinds upward?
No, it shouldn't be that. I think it's more for balancing purposes because Ponikov's, he 3-bets bluffs the small blind with like even offsuit kind of candidates. So yeah, I don't think it's more that.
Well, Wang Yi defended.
Check.
The queen was the only live card in his hand. 8-5-5 board is a good one for Vieira. Action checked over.
Bet 275,000.
Yeah, exactly 25% C bet.
Good night, queen high.
Haha.
Sounded like Ren Lin for a second. Supporting Wang Yi.
Wouldn't be surprising. Ren is very much among the most recognizable ambassadors of poker in China. Ding Biao qualifies as well. Zhou Chuan. I would say they're probably the 3 most recognizable members of the delegation to our Triton viewers. As the blinds go up to 125, 250.
So we don't agree on Tan Xuan at all.
You know, Tan Xuan, not so much in the tourney streets, although he did have a solid showing in the 50K, I believe it was. He's more the cash game monster.
Gotcha.
Fold.
Okay, Queen 4 offsuit versus 7-6 suited. Now the blinds just went up, so Wang Yi is getting to that short territory.
Check.
A lot of free flops so far as of late, which is good for Wang Yi when he's got Queen 4 off.
Thank you.
Queen high stays that way on this ace-8 deuce board, which is more than we can say for João Vieira, who 7 high still trails behind. Does interact a bit.
Yeah, it interacts a little bit in terms of backdoors. However, it's not that credible that Zhao would ever have an ace. I would think he would always jam against a 13 big blind, small blind limp. But I guess he could still value bet like an 8x. And on the flip side, maybe he just thinks Wang Yi, if he had an ace, would just always jam pre-flop. So
yeah,
you got nothing. I'm not playing a deuce.
That's
clearly.
definitely an idea. Wang Yi being asked a question and conceding 12 bigs in front of that 3rd place stack now. Israel looking on eagerly, hoping that at some point he's going to be able to find a double here through one of these 2 larger stacks. And this is really playing out in terms of Ponikov's as a chip leader precisely as he doesn't mind it playing out, which is Vieira being whittled little by little, Wang Yi growing closer to that dangerous 10 big blinds and below territory. And once he enters that realm, the shackles on Vieira's stack grow tighter.
Exactly right. But they can loosen up a bit with 2 kings in the small blind. I would like to see him limp because he's been doing that with his whole range as of late, and he's seen Ponikoff's attack his limp. So this is definitely the right play.
And he knows with some frequency, Ponikoff is going to lean on him with that small stack of Wang Yi, creating the ICM pressure exploitation. Not this time with the jack tray of spades. 750 in the middle. Vieira in the tall grass, stalking prey. Not a huge fan of the ace-high flop texture. Kings are kings, however. Second pair effective. We saw him lead out with that open-ender last time around. This time, he knuckles over.
Yeah, I think the difference is that the open-ender wasn't a made hand, whereas this is a pair. So, you know, he's got an all right hand, of course. 2 kings, check, check. Expecting value now to be sought for the 2 kings, especially that 7 is so, it just doesn't really connect with anything he'd need to be worried about. Just try to get value from Queen 9, 7x. Given a flop check through, there's probably not much turn raising from Ponikoff's on the 7 rainbow.
5 seconds. There. 525,000.
5 1/4 from Vieira, who is unable to shave any value out of Alex's hand. And by the way, you know, credit Ponikoff's, because sometimes you can really convince yourself that that ICM is just so ripe that you start blasting in spots regardless of what you have, whenever you have a limp or a check in front of you. And he's kept it pretty clean overall.
Yeah, I would say his game plan so far is very controlled aggression. You know, he has gotten out of line, but it's not every single hand. So his opponents
9.6.
actually
10.6?
9.6.
can't really, you know, find out when his
That's
timing is
incorrect.
on attacking. He's playing a really strong game, and Vieira has held his own despite the situation. You know, he's just shy of 10 million in chips now.
5 seconds.
Suited king on the button. Vieira takes us up.
This seems like a likely candidate to 3-bet for Ponikoff's. Ace-5 offsuit too weak to flat, but good properties to fold out, button raise.
Raised 1,800,000.
3 scoops, says ace-5 offsuit.
Oh.
Now, 3-handed king-9 of spades, especially with the benefit of position from here forward, this is a chunky amount of hand, but 1.3 million more is a chunky 3-bet in turn.
Yeah, so I guess he just says, all right,
5 seconds.
take it. Because he has to just respect the situation. Wang Yi is getting shorter and shorter every hand. Is it really worth risking a marginal spot of king 9 suited?
Yeah, these blinds are really eating him alive as Ponikoff's dines on Vieira bucks.
There's a dealers in the fragment event coming back to a new level. 1,000, 1,500, 1,500 big blind mountain. Shopping and please.
You have to give credit to and appreciate the lack of haste being shown by both Ponikoff's and Vieira, for that matter, as Alex peers over the top of his glasses. Is he doing that thing where you look at something through your fingers and then you squish it? Is that what he was doing?
Correct, mine is correct.
You know, when you were a
Yours is not
kid, you remember the little...
Yeah, it's a superpower, right?
This is 8.
Maybe it's not
I don't
20s.
know if I would go so far as to
Yeah.
call it a superpower.
Maybe it's
When you were a
21.
kid, it was a superpower, no?
As a child, it was
No, there's 20s.
maybe one's first experience with optical
6,
illusions.
7, 8.5.
And the illusion of
7.
power, for that matter.
Oh, it is correct.
Raise 500,000.
King high.
It is correct now.
Showing power on the button.
Correct now?
No. I don't think it was last hand.
Fold.
Little post flop spot incoming.
Yeah, Queen Jack in the big for Vieira. Defendable.
Gonna guess he never 3 bets his spot.
Call.
I mean, just getting involved in any sort of unnecessarily big exchange with Ponikovs is something Vieira is desperate to avoid unless he's got the stone nuts. King, Queen, 9, middle pair plus a gutter, but versus top pair, this could be troublesome for Joao. Again, not eager to be pressing the action. Given the massive over 7-figure pay jump in the presence of Wang Yi, sitting on 10 bigs.
Sometimes you see the weak kickers of the top pair play passively, but then I don't believe that Vieira would ever check raise him on the flop, so he doesn't really have to fear, you know, like getting blown off of a weak kicker in this spot. So he can probably bet a lot of flops and turns with this pair of kings, trying to get value from this middling stuff.
5 seconds.
350 the figure. Joao obliges. Another 700,000 into the middle. Wang Yi is rooting for some sort of collision here. No doubt about that. 7 of clubs on the turn. Vieira predictably knuckling over once more. Now let's see if Ponikovs presses Randy or realizes that Vieira's willingness to take himself to the turn on this particular board means that he's going to have a piece.
Yeah, it's
yeah, check
just
back.
quickly check. Definitely was some merit to betting, and he's let the Queen Jack get there.
2 pair, but a 4-liner on board. Feels as though check is inbound.
There's definitely merit to block betting, so you don't have to be put to the test with like a 10x. Like, Vieira can have 10x in his range, so Ponikovs can't just blindly raise all of a sudden. Does end up checking, so I guess we just check with King 5. Can't really get called by worse with this board run out.
Well, we talked about how Alex is such a master of chiseling thin value out of spots.
5 seconds.
Is he going to pursue something like that? Here, we just got our answer.
Interesting.
And he got snapped, by the way, by Vieira. Always was prepared for it. 625.
Vieira seemed a bit surprised. He thought he was just up against a bluff, not that thin of a value bet.
Maybe.
Well, Ponikovs will live with it, but that is very impactful if you're Joao Vieira, who now has really changed the landscape here at the final table. Trailing Alex Ponikovs by just a couple of million in chips, or 7 bigs with the blinds where they are. Get a look at it. A tightly knit top 2 slots on the leaderboard. As you glimpse at the chip counts, we're going to actually step aside ever so briefly as some administrative duties need to be conducted by Luca Vivaldi and the staff. We'll be back in just about 3.5 minutes with the resumption of play here in the 150K. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And we're back. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, 150K 8 max. Final 3, scrapping out there.
Doesn't matter.
Just before the short pause, Joao Vieira snatched a pot from Ponikov's.
Yeah.
Really change the power dynamic somewhat.
I can live with them.
Ponikov's going to have to tread a little bit more lightly than he was not long ago.
But still, he does have the chip advantage on Vieira, so game plan should still be the same for both. 2 1-gappers suited.
Check.
It was 12-7 yours, right?
I forgot, to be honest. I think 12-5, 75.
Plus whatever was in the middle, yeah.
So Vieira limped and finds himself a gutter, 2 overs, a spade draw. However, Ponikov's, with second pair, technically in front. Advantages belong to Vieira by 10%, however, in terms of equities.
Last time we saw this spot and Vieira had a draw, he bet out with the Jack-9 off. This one, he is opting to check.
Quick check back from Ponikov's, by the way. Queen rolls off on the turn. Pot static at 3/4 milli.
Could see a pretty big bet here from Vieira. He does have Jack high after all, and he can definitely try to get a 4x to fold, king highs, some ace highs. The bet is really effective here.
750.
Yeah, notice he goes big because this allows him to shake out the 4x's and maybe even the 7. It's full pot.
And by the way, this is the kind of thing that is now afforded to Vieira, given the stack depth on the back end of winning with Queen Jack versus King 5 just before the break.
Huge fold.
And he does indeed shed the 7x. So nice activation there from Vieira as he makes things even tighter between himself and Ponikov's. Now just roughly 3 bigs separating them.
Yeah, that big bet was really nice from Vieira because he's betting more. He can bet more than just Queen X. He can have slow plays on that flop. They can like straights, 2 pairs, things like that. So Ponikov's can't be like, oh, this is a Queen X or nothing situation. There's more things he has to worry about. He downed the 7.
Ponikov's in the small. And
Rips
Ounce is
it.
all in.
Wang Yi's
King
been
10 off,
so
for sure.
card dead.
Yeah, you know, he really has. I mean, it's not as though he wants to be bled out. It's just
I bet.
Expert seated.
you can't think of a single situation where even
No, just
discretion
kind of show to me, then.
Oh yeah, sure.
was afforded to him.
Yep.
4-6 offsuit.
Offsuit?
Yeah.
Ah, I thought it's suited.
Should he call?
I believe so.
Oh.
But, you know, being a spectator and guaranteeing $2 million, it's an okay proposition for Wang Yi.
No argument.
Sixes. Let's go ahead and raise.
500.
We'll definitely call off if Wang Yi does happen to reshove, which he cannot with Jack 6 off suit. Fair fight with this Queen 7 of Hearts.
Yeah. Equities in favor of Ponikov's, but not by a super wide margin. So Vieira digs in, and again, Wang Yi spectating, wondering, eventually, will something explosive occur between these two big stacks and allow me to maybe sneak into heads up? Queen Jack 8, top pair for Vieira. Explosions don't rate to be upon us, as Ponikov's has the under pair. 6 of clubs working. Check back from Alex, and now 2 pair for Joao on the turn.
2 flush draws, gut shots, and straight draws exist. Vieira should be going for value on the turn. There's not much point in going for a check raise because a lot of hands that check back the flop usually aren't willing to bet the turn, like the Jack and 8X's. So you got to do the betting yourself.
$1 million and take it, sir. Oh, Randy.
Are we?
Guess what?
Are you serious? We got a new chip leader? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm waiting for the app to update. They're both around 12 million. Okay, Ponikov's is leading by 200,000. So not quite a new chip leader, but a brand new look to three-handed action right now as the trend of Vieira accumulating continues.
Thanks for the tease, buddy.
What do you think I was this super deceptive on my part? A little bait and switch.
Yeah, so now that the stacks are level between the two big stacks, they have even more reason not to play big pots with one another.
It's just sort of an unwritten agreement at this point between Vieira and Ponikov's, who, by the way, isn't necessarily going to be complying with said unwritten agreement to ensure that the two of them are the ones that end up heads up. But with 2 queens in the big, compliance with the accord is not on the mind of the Latvian as he takes us up to 900,000. Queen 5 offsuit lacking any interest at this price.
Yeah, but Vieira's thinking, like, seriously, buddy? Like, are we not on the same page here? Why are you raising me?
I mean, we can see that it's a legitimate raise, but Vieira is going to be wondering whether or not Alex is just going to scrap the idea of agreeability in spite of Vieira having chipped up.
挑短腿。哎呀，实在没牌啊，推都推不出去。
Ace-8 suited for Vieira. Free to get after it if he wants. Comes with the min raise.
Fold. Sorry.
Now, forgive the technical question, especially if the answer is straightforward, Randy, but is Vieira incentivized now that Wang Yi is down to 7 bigs to simply open to that sizing to ensure that Ponikovs doesn't get frisky?
I do believe that Vieira could actually size up pre. But then he's also seen Ponikovs 3-bet him like 2 times in the small blind versus button spot, so
But
maybe
would he
doesn't
really
wanna-
be 3-betting him now that the stacks are level
I
if he
mean,
were to open to something more in that
he's
3.5, 4x territory,
not
even enough
supposed
to
to.
cover Wang Yi?
Yeah, he's not supposed to, but data points from Vieira's point of view is he's unsure, so he doesn't really want to throw in another small blind and potentially waste that. So Wang Yi with King 5 offsuit, unsure if he wants to defend. I would think he would want to, off of his very slim stack. Try to flop a piece and kind of go with it. Doesn't have enough stack to have fold equity with a reshove, so this throws it into the call.
Check.
Ace, Queen, 4 as Wang Yi's defense doesn't provide fruit.
It's
Top
just
pair for Vieira, way the best of it.
bleeding away, Wang Yi. There's nothing he can do. He's played these spots just fine.
Yeah. T-cell counts feel staggeringly low in that particular seat as the platelets not doing their job to try to cauterize these wounds, as it has been death by dozens of cuts for Wang Yi's stack.
12-2 you have.
And you, after posting?
Saw that
12 to
quick
5.
glimpse.
12 to 5?
That
So
Wang
same.
Yi stack
No,
sub 1
actually
million.
exactly 12.
We
Should
got
cover
there,
buffet.
Ali.
I have 12.
Vieira is the chip leader now.
That's where he was coming into this one.
Yeah.
He's got 300,000 more chips than
500.
Ponikovs. Ponikovs looking to get back up to the top as he raises the button. Ace-9 off. Wang Yi. Dust again.
It's just getting really tiresome for him, but at what point will the deck give him something to work with? Now, what João Vieira is working with is something we're going to have to put together as mystery hand time is upon us once more. The ace-9 offsuit open from the button. Defended against. Just shy of 1.4 in the middle. Ponikovs flops cleanly. Top pair. 9 of spade working.
Excellent board for Ponikovs. Top pair. Strong kicker. Supposed to hear from the better ace-X
400.
usually pre-flop. Usually. And again, it's not unreasonable. Vieira's got like a hand as strong as even like ace-jack, to be honest. But obviously he has the other portions of the range, weaker aces, random 5x's.
400 into 1.4 is not egregious sizing.
Call.
Well, it looks like Vieira is going to make the call. So another 800,000 into the middle, just shy of 2.2. Another spade rolling off now.
Most likely, Ponikovs will be willing to check here with the 9 of spades.
And there it is. 2 checks, running 6s. Don't expect a 6 to be involved all that often. Obviously, there could have been some peels with a straight draw. I'm just not sure how incentivized Vieira would be to defend with the 6Xs of the world out of the big blind. Some of those combos lurk, I suppose.
There's some combos, of course, right? 6-4, 6-3 can definitely be in Vieira's range. But the 6 is a above average card for Ponikovs. A little bit of counterfeit, which is helpful in case somehow Vieira did have like ace-5, ace-deuce, or 5-deuce. And Vieira did deposit a time bank contemplating size.
Boy, if he were to lead, this could get awkward in a hurry. Especially if he comes with something full pot plus.
2.2.
Oh my goodness. You know, he had that look about him, Randy. And how do you like this if you're Alex Ponikovs? The answer is you simply don't.
You simply do not. Agreed.
So this is really the juncture in which I think we can do our best guesswork, Randy, with regard to what Joao Vieira has in this mystery hand. He defended the big. He check-called 400. Checked the turn when the 6 of spades arrived. The check back from Ponikovs. Now we see full pot deployment from Joao. And Ponikovs needs a minute, understandably, before deciding how he wants to approach things with aces and 6s, 9 kicker.
Okay, so Vieira didn't check raise the flop, so he's less likely to have, flop straight, set of 5s, which would be a foil, set of deuces, ace-5, ace-deuce, seems unlikely to, didn't check raise flop. Flushes, of course, in Vieira's range. Bluffs, they mainly are like the 3-4x, like king 3 suited, king 4 suited, that doesn't have spades. I don't believe a pair needs to turn itself into a bluff. It often would just check through and win, in case Vieira had like pocket 3s, 4s, 5x, deuce x.
Are there natural bluffs here? Is Vieira ever blasting out of one?
I mean, there's some, backdoor heart floats that check call and might have to attack. If it wants to bluff out an ace, it needs to go for this big sizing. Like, if he bets like 1 million ace, it's never going to fold, If Vieira's repping the flush right now.
You feel like he's got it, or you feel like he doesn't? In terms of best hand versus ace-9.
My instincts is, I think he doesn't got it. I don't know why. I just got this feeling.
Well, maybe shades of our Triton Paradise event in December, where he tried to run one on Alex Foxen. Foxen sniffed it out for the title. Ponikovs giving it a good chew. Remember, Wang Yang sitting 3.5 bigs, let's call it right now. Delighted by this. Over $1 million pay ladder between third and second. Heaps of ICM pressure.
The thing is, Vieira can actually value bet even a 6x for this sizing. Because of the turn check through, Ponikovs is very unlikely to even have a flush. So Vieira's value range is more than just flushes.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think trip 6s is very much in range. And given that the flush is being interfered with by the 9 of spades, I feel as though the 6x is maybe more where Joao's range lies, provided that he isn't bluffing. But it is a little bit difficult to come up with the bluffs. It looks like Ponikov's is going to bin the ace-9, and Vieira had 8-3 of hearts. You called it, Randy. You said some floats with backdoor hearts that now needed to blast off. Could be a part of the equation. And oh my.
I have a lot. Still too.
That should be a merit badge, by the way, is bluffing Alex Ponikov's, because that is not an easy thing to do.
This decision I might regret in the end.
Oh, you'll regret it.
Maybe not.
Ponikov's.
Yeah, he doesn't know it just yet, like we do.
We're playing
150.
Vieira has gotten
speed it
away
Nope.
with a crime twice now. He took out Dan Smith's
11
top pair
behind, right?
when he had King Jack, his opponent. And this time, top pair downed again. He's a sicko.
I got a count, please.
He's Portugal's best.
Well, Wang Ye feels like one of Jeju's bests after last year's festival. Hasn't really put it together here at this festival up until this point, where he has managed a podium finish. Queen 5 offsuit. The hand upon which he's resting hopes. Jack 5 suited. This is the small for Vieira. He doesn't have to wear the sheriff's badge. Gave it a chew. Ultimately lays it down. Ponikov's with King High, however, as dusty as the offsuit deuce is, does make the call, and he is going to take the best of it. 2 million chip pot.
The rail's invested.
Maybe literally. Ace-9-6, and the investment is not paying dividends. As Queen High has fading hopes. Now, let us add 8s. To the queens and 5s, we sought a street ago. Gut shot, straight draw acquisition for Wang Ye. Something's got to happen if he wants to keep this alive. And the 8 rolls right off. You see João Vieira not exactly a big fan of this.
Yeah, he would have preferred the $1 million payout.
等到最大一把牌了，妈的。
You win?
I have a 5. This one I might regret too. I'm not sure. Probably. Felt like I could have, should have, maybe.
Sounds like.
Well, he waited a long time for that spot, Randy.
Yeah, he had
9-5 suited.
775,000 with Queen 5 offsuit, but it's nothing he can do because he's going to be the big blind the very next hand.
Yeah, so 2 of the 7 bigs that he just put together are deployed.
Queen 10 suited for Vieira. It's not the end of the world that Wang Yi doubled up because he's got a pretty sizable chip lead. So he can kind of just chip away at Ponikov's. Wang Yi King Deuce off. So he's like, man, why are all my hands so unplayable?
It really has been brutal. I mean, we talk about card dead sometimes a little generous, more generously than is warranted, but on this occasion, it truly has been a very dusty series of holdings for Wang Ye. He is going to defend.
Cheers, stack, please.
With the King Deuce.
Yeah, very similar when he had the King 5 offsuit, just hoping to flop a piece because he's so short. And he does flop a piece. The problem is João Vieira's got top 2 pair.
Yeah, in this 3-piece bucket, he's got the wing. The leg and the thigh, however, belong to Vieira with top 2.
And look at João. He checked it back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Is Wang Yi going to get a full double? Because he has 2 pair against 2 pair.
Now, obviously, this is a damp turn card in terms of that king of hearts, bringing the front door flush in and straightening out a little bit. But
hold the trap. This is funny.
It is. I mean, he only has 1.1 back with 165 in the middle.
It takes some guts to check king deuce on this board right now with that shallow stack.
And of course now, with all of this moisture, Vieira asks for all of it, and oopsie. King's up. Snap calls, and they're on their backs here. Might Wang Yi be enjoying back-to-back doubles and bouncing off the bottom? All he needs to do is avoid a queen or a 10 on the end. It seems like a straightforward enough proposition. And the river solidifies the second double for Wang Yi. And check out the rail. They can dig it.
He's, dare I say, back. 3.9 million in chips. It's got fight in it now.
Yeah, sure. So maybe the clock is reset on Wang Yi's run. If you want to make runs like his and all of our Triton champs, GTO Wizard has got the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. GTO Wizard, beat the best, crush the rest with the #1 learning app for poker players. So a very generous king on the turn.
1075.
Placing Wang Yi back in a serviceable stack depth.
11-6.
More poker can be involved in the process for him as opposed to single decision points.
Counting that.
Okay, makes sense.
And it's not easy for Vieira and Panakovs because Vieira is the chip leader, but only 5 big blinds is separating them.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, appreciate that. 3.
Here's Panakovs, suited jack on the button.
600.
Raise 600,000.
He is second in chips still behind Vieira by 5 bigs, even after Wang Yi doubled through Joao. Declares 600. Really poor one for Joao, and he doesn't want to fight with it. Don't blame him. Deuce 5-0. Well, obviously disappointed are Panakovs and Vieira at this back-to-back flurry of good fortune for Wang Yi, but they are still very poised to be the two that battle heads up when it's all said and done. Roughly level stacks right now.
You know how much you have exactly?
Nothing new for Wang Yi.
11-7.
I think 11.5, but hard to count now.
Five seconds.
Call.
Call. Check it out.
Vieira. Limping versus Alex. They both share a 7 advantage Joao.
Yeah, and they both share the same game plan of let's play some small pots. at least pre-flop. There's going to be a lot of checking through.
Queen 9-4. No pair for either party. Are these guys going to be playing predominantly honest poker right about now, Randy?
They're supposed to be, although they've kind of been attacking one another right throughout this three-handed plays. And you
Yeah, I
see,
guess a little bit of dishonesty would be the order of the day for Joao, who already pulled off a pretty impressive bluff against Ponikov's earlier. That's what gave him the advantage, which he continues to enjoy.
They're playing mostly honest, right? But they're still kind of trying to steal the pots occasionally when they can, as you mentioned, the big bluff there from Vieira. He's just been playing a phenomenal final table so far.
Oh, he's a tactician. So is Ponikov's. And by the way, you know, we haven't really had much of an opportunity to lay praise upon Wang Ye for the poker being played, but the deck really has had a lot to do with that. Opportunities lacking in that respect. Just given how card dead he's been and how shallow as well.
All in.
Play roll in.
It's going to get jammed on, of course, by Queen 10 off.
Call.
Real
Oh,
cards.
Ace Jack of clubs. Hang on a second. Maybe a third double is in store for Wang Ye.
If Wang Yi can hold here, this will really shake things up.
Together with king and a jack.
Ponikovs wants to flop the joint. Queen Jack 3, he has outflopped Wang Ye. Top pair against second pair.
That looks grim for the Ace Jack.
No club on board. No help on the turn. And it's going to be just one remaining pull. This would be so pivotal for Wang Yi. Can he find an ace or Jacob? No, he can't. And just when it seemed like the spin up was going to take its most meaningful step upward, it all comes crashing to a halt for Wang Yi. But seldom is disappointment the sentiment surrounding a $2 million plus payday. And I would imagine for Wang Yi, who finished 7th in this event last year and hasn't fared nearly as well so far at this Jeju Festival as he did at the last one, he's going to be very delighted with this result.
Given the cards that he was dealt at this final table, he should be very proud of his performance, cashing for $2 million, third place. Like
12
he did good.
12
He really did.
13 free.
Showing that
13 8.
when it comes to talent from the Chinese player pool,
About right.
it is more than just the likes of Ren Lin, Zhou Chuen, and company. Wang Yi is a name that should come to mind whenever the red flag flies. Third place, ultimately the best that he could muster. And with it, that payout, $2,074,000. And dare I say it, Randy, but precisely the situation that we were salivating over, which is a Ponikov's Vieira, roughly the same stack depth, heads-up confrontation, is that which awaits us in the 150K. Back at the desk, Ali alongside Randy, and I mean, I'm ready. I'm ready for this one. This is going to be good.
It's definitely going to be good, and we have a lot of stack to play for. 46 big blinds plays versus 39. Two of the juggernauts, they've been attacking each other throughout this final table. It's one for popcorn.
1.5 million, let's call it, is the difference between second place payout and the top slot, which comes with the trophy. One of these two guys are going to earn their first ever Triton title, and we're going to get it all kicked off in about 15 minutes' time. Keep it close. This 150 isn't done yet.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Does have good blocker effects to players who can play back at him. King Jack is alright, even against a big blind defense.
2 1/4. The announcement. Pausing upon Foxen, unclear. Why 10 deuce? Garnered the delay.
Gonna guess
Mystery.
Oh, is it a mystery? I was gonna say I'm gonna guess it's because the blind levels are going up soon, so he's trying to make it bigger on someone else. But mystery time.
Yes. Javiera in the big blind, the chip leader. His cards will be obfuscated for the run of this one, and that means, chat, it's on you. Guess early, guess often, and feel free to update your range as this one takes shape. Heads up, Vieira looking out at 9-6 tray, 2 diamonds. Really not what Dan Smith had in mind, just a couple of nude overs.
Nude overs. I like that. No suits, huh?
Yeah.
Just a sock on for the club.
Like that Red Hot Chili Peppers picture? Is that the one?
Do see a c-bet incoming from Dan Smith. A little bit surprising, given that Zhao does kind of have the widest range. He's a chip leader. He can afford to do so. It's that kind of texture that hits Joao a bit more.
Yeah, it's Adult Swim right now at the public pool, and Vieira very much could break the surface with a dorsal fin whenever he sees fit.
5 seconds.
As the Sharky stack.
Hold.
Going to tear one off. Another $500,000 in there. 1.1 in total. 5 on the turn. Now, just with that single data point beyond the defense of the big blind, which of course Vieira could be doing with a whole multitude of hands, are you more in the camp that Vieira's not simply peeling, floating, akin to Fedor versus Kiat in the blind versus blind collision, and more interacting in the form of a pair or an immediate draw with this board?
Yeah, and it's mainly because Joao is out of position, right? And Fedor was in position. So Joao, if he's unpaired, he likely has 10-7 or 10-8 for a gut shot on the flop, or it's diamonds. There could be a little bit of like king queen, king jack as well if it has some backdoor potential.
So it goes check, check, and Dan finds top pair and a king kicker on the end here.
I'm doing backflips if I'm Dan Smith. That's the key card to hit.
Well, of course, those backflips could be interrupted if Vieira were to speak up and do so loudly. Time bank being utilized.
This doesn't strike me as one of those time bank check spots. Feels like
so you think a bet's coming.
Yeah, just what size? He's like, should I overbet? Should I try to get a crying call on my opponent?
All in.
Oh my God.
This is so nasty. And look at Smith immediately pulling back the hoodie as he didn't anticipate that the decision on the river would be for his tournament life. And yet that's exactly where Joao Vieira has placed him. And when you consider that Smith came into this pot with 2 shorter stacks than his own out there in Kiat Lee and Alex Foxen, not to mention that the top 6 are 7-figure paydays. The immediate ladder is 217K. This is a real blender we have ourselves in.
Yeah, this, quite frankly, just sucks for Dan Smith. Like you mentioned, there's shorter stacks out there. He's got to ask, why are you putting me all in right now? Don't you know that I'm supposed to fold most of my range when you bet so big? Or are you trying to get max value? You just trying to put me in the blender and know that I'll fold a jack.
5 seconds.
He's going to fold what Joao got. King Queen,
my.
Man.
He had flopped the best hand with the King Queen versus King Jack, had the diamond draw to go with it.
没啥可以动，只能玩 AA。
Vieira again, not involved in this one.
Well, it's going to float over to the button. Fedor Holtz, pocket tens. Amazing spot for him.
Yeah, especially given that both Vieira and Ponikovs are uninvolved in this, and he's going to guarantee himself position from the button.
Raise 250,000.
It's very possible we could see Fox and reshove Queen 10 suited against Fedor. Now, Fedor is the second shortest stack, so he should be a little bit more snug, but then again, Fedor is on the button.
825.
Look at Foxen showing fight as he 3-bet the Holtz Open. Unfortunately, the timing is tremendously poor. Expecting that Holtz is going to have a fairly broad range on the button.
950.
Yet, he wakes up with a real one. 2 10s. Have Foxen's Queen 10 suited in a bad way. As you can see, the numbers, a better than 3-2 favorite is Fedor, heading to the flop in a 2.15 million chip pot. And a queen says hello. Foxen acknowledging the good fortune with a kink of the head. 10 of hearts working. Oh, and now it's working OT. Ace of hearts, providing Fedor with a path to a clean win if a heart rolls off. King for a chop. 10 a clean winner, and instead it's a 7 of spades. So a little tease from the deck there as the German sustains a blow from the Allied power. It's not so unexpected. You know what I used to do, man? On a Friday night, because I was still working in television. My very first TV job was at NBC in the Bay Area. On a Friday night, I would drive to Cache Creek. I would play all night, and then I would drive straight to set in San Francisco and host the show on Saturday. I don't know how the heck I did it,
I
man.
would do a similar thing. I would play all night, then drive to class and sleep.
Well, Fedor wakes up with pocket eights here, nothing sleepy.
Ooh.
Ace Queen, though, could be a customer. Wang Ye hijack, offsuit version.
This has to be all in against the micro stack of Fedor Holtz.
Took no more than a handful of seconds before he did seek privacy as he lathers up 1.8. He'll pull back 1.25 of it, and we are off to the races. Second occasion on which we've seen an all-in. The reason that Fedor's stack is short is because he took the best of it against Alex Foxen and was unable to eliminate Alex. Here he is back up against the wall. Once again, the best of it. You see the Chinese delegation on hand for the particulars. Just shy of 1.5 in the middle. A queen in the window in an 8-free environment, and the distaste for this view is written all over Fedor's face. Running 9-10, a snowman. These are options. Now the jack takes the straights off the board. That was always a tall task. Can Fedor find an 8 and keep his seat here in the 150K? You sure can't. GG's issued somewhat empathetically, as everybody recognizes that Fedor's plight is not one that was the product of somehow him misstepping or doing anything other than playing the hands that he was dealt, Randy. But the cookie crumbles, and so do the hopes of the German phenom. Just 31 years of age, but an incredible veteran-like career already put together. And add 595. Now I know that it's not likely here in the Triton streets that such things are circulating.
Pretty hungry.
But is it bad? Then, you know, sometimes I'm wondering, is that a fake? I don't think, it's not. I'm just, you know.
Seriously, man, like, you don't have to say everything
I'm just
you're
saying that, you know, Stepanekov's pocket queens, he absolutely has to say something. And he says raised to 300,000. Unfortunately, Ding Biao paired up once again, but plastered.
I think this is going to be the end of Ding Biao. 2 10s?
1.4.
Yeah.
This is a commitment.
He's attacking Ponikops, who's second in chips, who obviously has shown that he's willing to kind of go after these blinds and antes. So, oh, that's obviously awful for Ding Biao to see 10. It's gone.
Yeah, Alex knows he doesn't need to posture, as the sizing is such that Ding Biao's remains will always be brought forward when he jams, as we see promptly becomes the case. 5.3 million chip pot. By the way, this could be the moment where Ponakov begins to keep company at the top of the leaderboard with João Vieira. Statistically speaking, that's the outcome. Not one that a good number of heads on that rail want to see. 110 left in the deck, and it isn't showing up on this particular flop. Little does Ponakovs know it, but he is in such great shape. Better than even he realizes. And the iceberg breaches the hull of the SS Ding Biao.
Got the fade clubs.
As his hopes
Just needed to fade clubs.
of a deeper than 7th finish sink to the bottom of this 150K C.
One outer.
早，哎，跟他干那把应该是领先，肯定是领先。
GG's, Ding Biao.
You did this?
The last of the 6-figure payouts. Hauled in. Jeju historically, a place that he performs well.
Of course, Zhao appreciates the, the pay jumps he's getting, but like he kind of doesn't want Ponakovs to have so many chips right behind him.
Ace King. Foxen with a powerhouse here. Invites somebody to get themselves in trouble with a min raise.
Collision incoming once again. Ponakov's 2 10s.
Well, it's Foxen who's going to be the one in trouble. He's already put the hurt on a couple of 10s as a dog once before here at this table. Ponakovs has done Dan Smith a favor. As 8s in the big, I can't imagine that Dan is looking for involvement. Is he, Randy?
I mean, there's definitely consideration because Ponakovs is reshoving a big stack, and it's not into deep stacks like 14, 15 big, so 8s could perform okay against Ponakov's range. However, he has to worry about Foxen, because if Foxen wakes up with a hand, then that's obviously disaster for 2 8s. He is going to fold.
Yeah, keeping things tidy there. The ICM obviously supports the choice. And Smith is going to be delighted when he realizes that Ponakovs had medicine.
He checked.
4.35 million chips in there. Can Foxen down 10s again for another double? He sure hopes so. As does wife Kristen. There's no doubt looking on. If not from the rail, on the Triton Poker Plus app, elsewhere in the room where the main event is underway. 10-7-7, and this time it's going to be tough for Alex.
Low average.
哦，你那里能看到牌子吗？
And welcome back to Jeju for continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series $150,000 side event. Ali Najad alongside Randy Lewin. Side is not the way to describe what has been an absolute main course. And we are set with a delicious heads-up battle coming your way between Latvia's Alex Ponakovs, currently holding the chip lead, Randy, with 13.925 million, but not by a massive margin, over Portugal's João Vieira, runner-up to Alex Foxen, who was also at this final table back in the main event at Triton Paradise, the 100K. This truly, for me, is going to be an indulgent experience, and they're playing for real money, Randy, the difference of $1.5 million roughly between second and first.
I mean, a $1.5 million heads-up match. Who doesn't want to see that? And with these two Titans, one of Latvia's finest, doesn't have a Triton title under his belt, but we know he's very hungry, huge scores. And João Vieira, he was so close to tasting victory over in Paradise. did have a very nice score over there. He's looking to hold the title.
And he also does not have a title yet. So that's going to be sorted for one of these two. Now, looking at the payouts, $3.139 million exactly. That's what's going to go to the runner-up, $4.61 million to the eventual champ. Just quickly, Wang Ye, I mean, credit to him, tip of the hat, a little north of $2 million going his way, third just before the break that brought us here to Heads Up. It was such a tease. He spun it once. He spun it twice. Looked like he was going to spin it a third time with that ace-jack of clubs. But other ideas is what the deck had in store for him. But China making another great showing.
Yeah, he had a great showing. Nothing you can do when you're a bit card dead. But, you know, third place, nothing.
However, 150, 300 with a 300K big blind any. That's going to be the blind level that we come back to right now as the final two are set to lock horns in the arena. Let's get it right back down to the landing casino. Wide shot of everyone taking their places. Jeju Shinhwa World. Where, Randy, you and I are supposed to have gone to the theme park. I still have 2 passes. And I believe it is open for business. A little dystopian, kind of a horror show. But I'm here for it.
You really sold it quite well.
Well, 7 big blinds are separating these two. That is nothing that's going to be considered intimidating for João Vieira, or insurmountable for that matter. As you get a look at the dearly departed, as well as the 2 that remain. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Let us know, who are you rooting for? Is it João Vieira? Is it Alex Ponikovs? Is it just for some delightful high-stakes Triton action with 2 guys hungry to win their first ever title?
You know, Vieira was in this spot a few months ago, like you mentioned, against Alex Foxen. And I wonder if a little part of him is thinking, am I going to potentially make a big move once again here in this heads-up match? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
These two very well studied. And is it just fireworks immediately? Ace-Queen suited versus Ace-Jack suited?
Do not adjust your screen. Perhaps violence early, as the deck feels like it wants to get this one over with. You see João. 750. That which he is confronted with. Very 3-bettable kid.
Yeah, so hard to show restraint of Ace-Jack
2.7.
suited. 2.7, and it's a big 3-bet too. There's a chance we just get in chips now pre-flop. It could be over just here. Ollie.
All in.
Ace-Queen suited.
Oh, yep.
Jam. Oh my God. Is it
Vieira
over?
thinks Ace-Jack suited is better than average. Unfortunately, while that's true, it isn't better than Ace-Queen. And all of a sudden, we're playing for 23 mil. It could be a wrap on João Vieira in hand number 1 of Heads Up. And how dissatisfying that would be. Cooler for Vieira. Ace on the flop, and a jack as well.
Oh, no.
Disaster for Ponikovs.
Needs help.
Needless to say, assistance is required. You see the spade working. Maybe some Broadway stuff awaits. None of the above, and only a queen will pull the curtain on this heads-up match. Anything else, and an absolutely huge balance transfer is going to show up in this heads-up blockchain. Is Lady Luck on Ponikovs' side? No, as it's jacks full for good measure. Vieira taking the worst of it and making the best out of it. I mean, Alex is laughing, Randy, but I don't know that that is a genuine reflection of the emotion.
He's fuming inside.
you know, he takes it in stride, right? He's really not one of these guys who's just going to rage. But now he's playing 9 bigs to 77, and he did absolutely nothing wrong.
Ollie, if he just held, he has 1.5 million more dollars in his bank account.
You're right. And instead, this is the state he finds himself in. Sub-10 bigs. That was cruel, Randy, and a reminder that we are at times merely passengers. It's very easy to fool oneself into thinking that they have control over every element as they work their way to this moment. But some quotient of the result is always inescapably beyond one's control in this game. And for Vieira, who came in as the chip leader, it would take
Just give me a second.
multiple coolers, it would seem to me, for this to be undone.
I'm a bit breathless right now, Ollie.
Oh yeah, try being Ponikovs.
At least easy to count stack now.
What?
At least easy to count effective stack now.
Look at how optimistic is this guy. I really do love Alex.
So close.
It's not over. Ponikovs.
Well, listen, Wang Yi doubled twice to get himself
Those are 5s? Yeah.
into a situation where we thought he was going to double once more. And then
250 total.
it's dealt a crushing blow.
Right.
With Ace Jack versus Queen X.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Outflopped.
Yep. Give me a second.
Queen
hold on,
high
please.
board. Can Ponikovs at least find a couple of spins that go his way?
Like, Vieira's still stacking his chips. Hasn't looked at his cards yet, but finally does find an ace on the button. Slam dunk jam.
Unfortunately, Ponikovs has the kind of hand that just gets posterized. 9-3 off. Into the bin it goes. Such a dispiriting thing to endure on one of the bigger stages that Alex Ponikovs has ever found himself. In 150K with a $1.5 million separating second from first.
All in.
No word of any negotiation whatsoever between these two.
Ponikovs really needed to get that jam through. Didn't want to walk his opponent and be forced to put a majority of his chips in there. So nice little take there with 6-5 offsuit.
Well, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, Randy, which is something I likely found inside a fortune cookie at the end of a 3-item combo from Panda Express.
Same as before.
As opposed to what you might be tempted to think is some sort of literary inclination. What's the last book you read?
Oh.
I bet you it's a children's book that you read to your daughter,
there
right?
we go. You're right.
What is it?
Yeah, it was
Good Night, Moon.
It was Good Night, California.
Really?
Do you know what that book is?
No.
All in.
It sounds like the kind of thing that
All right, this sounds
is
like
a political book, actually. King
potential
Jack
double.
versus Vieira. Ponikovs with a little teaspoon of medicine here. Unfortunately for him, he knows that dominating Vieira is exactly what brought him to this place, regrettably. Can Vieira go all abracadabra twice?
I
with
mean,
the
you only
worst of
have
it?
so many wishes in that lamp, right?
Ace-9 deuce, all clubs, no club for Vieira, it would seem. Deeply improbable, 13% with 2 to come, that Joao hauls this one in along with the trophy. You know, this 5 now giving Vieira the wheel draw as Ponakov needs to sweat 7 outs. This would be filthy.
Oh. 2-2-5.
I was really holding my breath on that one, Randy. The 10 of spades officially providing Ponakovs with a double.
Yeah, so that double up really gives Ponakovs a lot of breathing room. He plays a 16 big blind stack. You know, if he can get like another pot here and there, it doesn't even need to be a full double, just some chisels. He really is still in contention in this heads-up match against Vieira, so Vieira needs to be very cautious, but he can't really play too tight, as he doesn't want to give Ponakovs a few more big blinds for potential double in the future.
So a little bit too deep now to be handing out spins. Is Ponakovs from Vieira's standpoint. Suited queen on the button for Alex. Now with this 4.7 back.
So off of a 16 big blind stack effective, you tend to play like a limp or jam spot. You're not really open raising too much. And queen 4 suited is going to rip.
Yeah, gets a king into the bin.
Yeah, as we get closer to the 20 big blind stack, maybe a little bit more than that, then you'll see Ponakovs reintroducing raises that aren't all in.
It's 5-1.
Let's talk about these two.
5-1.
Hmm?
5-1.
After post.
After empty.
Ponakovs comes into the match 14.3 million plus in career Triton earnings, spread across 22 cashes so far here at this Jeju festival. He's had 2 cashes in 7 attempts coming into this event, 33rd in the Global Slam, 21st in the 40K Mystery Bounty. Here he is with ace-3 suited against a Vieira ace-4 suited, which has chosen to play as a limp.
And a check through.
Yeah, unexpectedly. Vieira, by the way, just shy of 4 million in career Triton earnings across 10 cashes. Only 1 cash in 7 attempts here at this festival, 49th in the 15K. Jack 10 6 board, 1 heart out there, no spade to speak of. Vast majority of the time, this would be a chop, provided we get to showdown. Ponakovs checking.
Yeah, a little slight advantage for Ponakovs because he has the backdoor hearts. The 3, giving him the best hand now. It's not really a pair you can go for value with. It's not unreasonable. Vieira could have a 6 or 10x. And Vieira's got ace high, which should want to continue to check when it likely gets to him on this turn.
1.1.
So he bets 1.1. Is he turning his hand into a bluff? It would seem that way.
Well, little does he realize that it happens to be the best hand, but the sizing definitely doesn't make it altogether clear.
1 too many.
What he had on his mind there. You know, and for Vieira, he's got to recenter himself, Randy, because that massive double, which left Alex sub 10 big blinds, is in the rear view. You know that there's tons of fight left in this dog. And Ponakovs is not going to roll over. Job not even close to done.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of limping from both sides, a lot of post-flop spots.
1.2.
Vieira's going to attack with 7-5 off. There we go. And you see like these 4x raises from the big blind against the button limps to try to dissuade and negate that positional disadvantage.
Five, 6 offsuit. The limping that you suggested would be the order of the day as things stand on display. Baby suited connector and Ponikov's just rips. And well, all of a sudden that stood in stark contrast to the limps, and obviously the checkbacks fall into the anticipated procedures. Ponikov's embracing variance there.
Yeah, so both players are trying to punish the wide limping ranges at the moment. Now, they're not going to do it every single time, but they kind of want to remind their opponent, like, it's not going to be easy.
Ponikov's limping Jack 8. Vieira will allow it. 9-6 off. Clean cards in both camps. 900 in the middle. Ace, Queen, 9. Bottom pair for Vieira. Knuckles over promptly. Jack of spades working. Got shot straight draw for Alex.
They are at that stack, that 20 big blinds, where they can both still have that ace X. We've seen like ace 3 suited, check back, pre. So they can't really discount that ace being in both players' ranges. Bottom pair, though, is a pair. Usually wouldn't be looking to check fold for one bet in a limp pot in heads up. You would just be overfolding.
400 ahead. They're going to bring us to the turn. 8 of spades. So Ponikov's is now paired and picked up the flush draw. Vieira's still ahead with the 9s.
Now, a bet would likely shake out the better pair, but the thing is, Jack 8 has got so much equity, right? Whether it be a straight draw, pair, trips, or flush potential. It's not really the type of hand you normally would bet, but Ponikov's is relentless. This is targeting the 9x, trying to shake those hands out that doesn't have like the spade backup.
Now remember, Alex did limp the button pre-flop, so Vieira would have to be giving him credit for doing so off of this depth with the ace X, queen X for the 9 to be no good. Now obviously some spade combos could be lurking. The 10 jack could be a thing.
That's a cool play from the Jack 8.
And barrel number 2 successfully sheds the opposition as Ponikov's once again snacks. Up to 6.7 after that one. Bad news for him is dilution. Coming in the form of a bump to the 244 level. 500K on average per hand now, Randy. Shaved right off your stack.
6-3.
Yeah, obviously that's not so good for Ponikov's, as he was getting a lot of breathing room. He's back down to 17 bigs with the blind increase. So though plenty of lines to still play this kind of limping game.
Check.
Nine tray gets away with the limp as Queen 8 allows it. Raggy paired flop. Rainbow deuce deuce 4.
Yeah, I would imagine Vieira is always betting this flop with pure dust. It's just so dry that you'll just take it down so often. But
750.
Ponkov's, this is a little odd. It works. Usually we see in these limp pots the big blind checking over to the button. Ponkov's just stepping out of line.
Yeah, swinging the bat first for 750. And now stringing together a series of pots.
The approach that Ponkov's is taking right now in this heads-up match is relentless stabbing in small pots and chipping away at Vieira. He seems very confident despite being clearly out-chipped. Big problem here for Ponkov's is he is up against 2 9s.
Jack 7 suited, serviceable, played as a limp.
Yeah, so Vieira, of course, is going to raise 2 9s. He doesn't want to jam because 9s is too strong. He wants to have his opponent limp jam on him or, call to raise. So he'll make it whatever
16.
he would normally in these spots. His 4x has been what he's going with. Jack 7 suited's got a lot of playability. Kind of feels like this comes into the call camp, especially if your opponent is polarized from the big blind. They have hands that actually are dominated against the Jack 7 suited, like the 7 deuce off, Jack deuce off. These things might isolate from the big.
Call.
4x is called by Ponkov's. This 1-6 not insignificant in relation to his remaining stack. As you see after the call, he just has 5.5 remaining. Vieira doing the math as the pot grows to 3.6. King 7-5, and Ponkov's has the wrong piece. Second pair on the 2 diamond board versus second pair effective for Vieira, who is well out in front.
Some concerns about the king, but then again, he kind of wants to value
900.
bet against the 7 and 5x. His hand is vulnerable to Jack and Queen X. Starts out small, quarter pot. Ponkov's with middle pair. Needs to hang in there with the good price, with position.
$900K bet and called. The investment grows even more significant for Ponkov's, as does the pot to 5.4. This is a really cozy turn for both holdings.
It's a good turn card, yes, for both. Vieira can certainly just keep betting for value. He's going to expect 7 and 5x checking back to turn a lot. I don't think he wants to give those hands a free shot at it. Now he blocks some of the in-position floats that would stab, like 8, 9 diamonds. So that might weight Ponkov's range a little bit more towards the pairs. And if that's the case, there's more 7 and 5x you can value bet against than the King X that you're worried about.
Joao taking his
1.1.
time. Sub 1 SPR. He comes with 1.1, Randy.
Yeah, the small bet retains the 7 and 5x that might hero fold if Vieira had just simply jammed on the turn. Price is still very good for Ponkov's. He can't lay down for this price with position.
Could he do something heroic?
It's crossing his mind, clearly.
I mean,
it's not like
King X isn't out of there if we do jam, but like we could clear out some equity.
That's the main thought. Is it worth clearing out equity? Because 7X is very vulnerable against diamonds, you know, overcards.
Would diamonds go away if we jammed?
No, probably not, but you can get value against it, right?
All in.
That may be the thought on Ponikov's mind as he does jam. And look at Vieira. There's still one to come. He asks for the count.
We're 650.
And this is a man that knows a thing or two about pulling off a bluff. This isn't a bluff outright. But it is the worst hand against nines, looking to play for it all.
He has too much committed in his pot. It's possible Ponikov's is just going with a 7X.
Pot lays him 11.1, 3.5 required for a shot at it.
Say again, it's 4 points? Yeah, it's a call. Sorry. Oh.
It is a call.
All right, he took his time, but ultimately decides, yeah, it's a call.
I'm behind. I was value betting.
Jack's up.
Ponikov's
Just jack.
claims to have been value jamming there.
Ooh, I was like, oh, I'm in good shape. Yeah, whatever.
Perceived that he was in good shape when Joao didn't snap, and instead we can see that shape is quite poor. 5 outs, one time for the Latvian to keep this heads-up match alive, looking for a pound of flesh. A jack for revenge, he says, given that ace-queen fell to ace-jack. What's the deck have in store for Alex? Not the jack. Not the 7 either. And not the day for Alex Ponikovs. He will finish in second, claiming $3.139 million, showing love to Joao Vieira. Neither of them have ever tasted glory at Triton before, but that has all changed. As Joao will take home the lion's share of just shy of a $20 million prize pool, $4.61 million going his way as you get a look there at the result for Ponikov's. Hajiev on the rail, cheering him on. But Vieira, it is your day to shine, sir. You are a Triton champion.
Yeah, Joao Vieira, man, he just played such an amazing final table. Portugal's #1, adding more to his count.
Unusual, it's my first one.
Bryn Kenny on the rail as well.
And Triton, yeah.
He just casually picked up a title after finishing second in the 50K, a late arrival here in Jeju, but not a part of this FT, as you see how it all took shape. Fedor Holtz was first to go, then Ding Biao, Fox and Lee Smith, Wang Ye, and what we thought might have been a more protracted heads-up battle between the two without a title, and now Vieira will no longer ever have that mentioned about him, as his trophy comes with that $4.6 million, and we just realize that this guy being at the top of that Portugal all-time money list isn't because there aren't enough Portuguese players out there. It isn't because he just luck boxed his way into some results. This dude is the real deal. Just ask Alex Ponikovs.
I mean, look at his performance at this final table. Remember, we had 2 hands, both mystery hands, where he bluffed out, ace-9 top pair Ponikovs. He bluffed out Dan Smith, who held king-jack for top pair. Like, this man's a genius, you know what I mean? How did he do it?
Look, let's be fair. The reality is that Joao Vieira, and it's not like it would have been a reflection of his aptitude, showed up with ace-jack suited against ace-queen suited hand #1. It was supposed to be Ponikov's day if we just look at that specific exchange. That's what put him behind the 8-ball. Ultimately, he was never able to get out from behind it. He did seize the initiative, of course, in the last hand with that Jack-7. Vieira did ultimately find the call, had the 2-9s, and finished off what he started as he reigns supreme. Now, that isn't it from here in Jeju. We do have coverage of our 100K main event, day number 1. That comes your way momentarily. We're going to send it down also, of course, for Javier's thoughts in this absolutely amazing, pivotal moment in his career. But if we're going to get his thoughts, we want yours as well. Exclamation point survey, type it into the YouTube chat during the break, which will come your way after that interview, and give us feedback with regards to these Triton Super High Roller Series streams, with regard to what you want to see more and or less of, what you like, what you don't like, and help us mold this product into what you want to see it be in the future. So with that, Randy and I are going to check out. We're going to send it down to our Marianella. She is standing by with your champion. You're going to do the survey during the break, and then in about 10 minutes, come back as Griff and Crab are going to guide you through day 1 of the 100K main. Plenty more left on the docket here in Jeju, but let's send it down to Javiera and Marianella.
I am standing alongside our champion, Joan Vieira. Joan, at our last stop, Triton, Bahamas, you came so close, clinching second. A beautiful payday for you. But much like every other player in this room, you want the trophy, you want to hold that title. And here you are, last man standing. How much more sweeter does it make this victory?
When I left home, my dad told me there's only one place to improve. So I just listened to what he said, and I tried to go for the win. Obviously, it was a great score, the second place to Alex Foxon. So I wanted to improve, but I didn't expect it to be right away. I wasn't sure if it would be right away. You always play for the win, but also you can't be sad when those huge second places happen.
Now, last night was a pretty good night for you. With that knockout Tolerine and Ivy, it set you up to be in a pretty good spot walking into this final table. We had a quick chat on the onset of the final table, and I have to say there were actually 2 people that seemed very calm, collected, and like they were just ready to take it down, and it was Alex and yourself. Talk to me a little bit about how it felt to maneuver this final table with that chip lead.
I came in really well as a chip leader, and the first 30 minutes just went fantastic. But I wasn't really happy with my seat draw, as I told you, because I had Alex on my left. And I know how he plays, I know how aggressive he is against cheap leaders, so I knew he could be a problem in case he got a stack. He got a stack.
And to be fair, I asked you, who's the obstacle? And you didn't really tell me at that point, and now, it
was Alex. I know he plays really well when you have a cheap leader and you're just trying to bully, he won't let you do that, so I wasn't really happy with how the seat draw was. But I was pretty fortunate in everything else. Last night I had a lucky enough to make that big call and knock out Ivy and Ben, which is, I know he's there. He's an amazing player. Just pushed with the ace-4 suited. He went with a more aggressive play, which I really respect him and the play. So I just got quite lucky on the key spots against Daniel as well, and then just try to close it down.
And here at this final table, we went from 8-3 quite quickly, and then things were pretty even, heads up, and then it came that hand that tipped it in your favor. But talk to us through the emotions. He was holding ace-queen, Alex was holding ace-queen, you were holding ace-jack. The deck said it's jacks, and if you weren't quite sure, we're going to hit it on the river as well. Talk to us about your emotions.
We've been doing this a long time, you know. Sometimes the deck goes your way, sometimes it don't. And this was one of those days that things just really went my way. I started playing this game 14 years ago. I really had not much when I started, and sometimes all you can do is just work really hard, just do your best and try to get in the position to get lucky. And if the deck likes you, the deck likes you. If the deck doesn't like you, just go home and try again. So I was just really fortunate to be in this position, really grateful to be in this position, not only to be in this event, but to just have found poker in my life, and it's completely changed things.
Well, Triton seems to really like you because you joined us Vietnam 2023. You final tabled every single stop. What is it about the Triton Tour that just brings out the best of Joan Vieira?
It's just when you try to achieve your best, and hopefully your best is the best, hopefully, maybe one day, you want to be in these types of spotlights. You want to be in these type of tournaments against these guys. Look at this room, just a room full of killers, you know? So you just want to, when I was just home, first time they held this type of tournaments, I was just like, I think I can do this. I wish I would just give it a shot. I wish I was just there and just show that I can play these tournaments, win these tournaments, and compete against these guys. And so that's something I've been trying to do for a little bit. I had the chance 2022 to come for the first time, and the last few tops, I've been quite happy, and I think I proved to myself that I'm able to compete. Yeah.
Well, Joan, your day has finally arrived. You're taking home over $4.6 million. And now, without further ado, our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, will present you with the moment you've been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, your 150K champion, Joan Vieira.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Does have good blocker effects to players who can play back at him. King Jack is alright, even against a big blind defense.
2 1/4. The announcement. Pausing upon Foxen. Unclear. Why 10 deuce? Garnered the delay.
Gonna guess it's-
Mystery.
Oh, was it a mystery? I was gonna say I'm gonna guess it's because the blind levels are going up soon, so he's trying to make it bigger on someone else. But mystery time.
Yes. João Vieira in the big blind, the chip leader. His cards will be obfuscated for the run of this one, and that means, chat, it's on you. Guess early, guess often, and feel free to update your range as this one takes shape. Heads up, Vieira looking out at 9-6 tray, 2 diamonds. Really not what Dan Smith had in mind, just a couple of nude overs.
Nude overs. I like that. No suits, huh?
Yeah.
Just a sock on for the club.
Like that Red Hot Chili Peppers picture? Is that the one?
Do see a C-bet incoming from Dan Smith. A little bit surprising, given that Zhao does kind of have the widest range. He's a chip leader. He can afford to do so. It's that kind of texture that hits Joao a bit more.
Yeah, it's Adult Swim right now at the public pool, and Vieira very much could break the surface with a dorsal fin whenever he sees fit.
5 seconds.
As the Sharky stack.
Hole.
Going to tear one off. Another $500,000 in there. 1.1 in total. 5 on the turn. Now, just with that single data point beyond the defense of the big blind, which of course Vieira could be doing with a whole multitude of hands, are you more in the camp that Vieira's not simply peeling, floating, akin to Fedor versus Kiat in the blind versus blind collision, and more interacting in the form of a pair or an immediate draw with this board?
Yeah, and it's mainly because Joao is out of position, right? And Fedor hand, Fedor was in position. So Joao, if he's unpaired, he likely has 10-7 or 10-8 for a gut shot on the flop, or it's diamonds. There could be a little bit of like king, queen, king, jack as well if it has some backdoor potential.
So it goes check, check. And Dan finds top pair and a king kicker on the end here.
I'm doing backflips if I'm Dan Smith. That's the key card to hit.
Well, of course, those backflips could be interrupted if Vieira were to speak up and do so loudly. Time bank being utilized.
This doesn't strike me as one of those time bank check spots. Feels like.
So you think a bet's coming?
Yeah, just what size? He's like, should I overbet? Should I try to get a crying call on my opponent?
All in.
Oh my God.
This is so nasty. And look at Smith immediately pulling back the hoodie as he didn't anticipate that the decision on the river would be for his tournament life. And yet that's exactly where João Vieira has placed him. And when you consider that Smith came into this pot with 2 shorter stacks than his own out there in Kiat Lee and Alex Foxen, not to mention that the top 6 are 7-figure paydays. The immediate ladder is 217K. This is a real blender we have ourselves in.
Yeah, this, quite frankly, just sucks for Dan Smith. Like you mentioned, there's shorter stacks out there. He's got to ask, why are you putting me all in right now? Don't you know that I'm supposed to fold most of my range when you bet so big? Or are you trying to get max value? You just trying to put me in the blender and know that I'll fold a jack.
5 seconds.
going to fold. What's Joao got? King,
Oh,
queen,
my.
man.
He had flopped the best hand with the king queen versus king jack, had the diamond draw to go with it.
没啥可以动，只能玩 AA。
Vieira again, not involved in this one.
Well, it's going to fold over to the button. Fedor Holtz, pocket tens. Amazing spot for him.
Yeah, especially given that both Vieira and Ponikovs are uninvolved in this, and he's going to guarantee himself position from the button.
Raise 250,000.
It's very possible we could see Fox and reshove queen 10 suited against Fedor. Now Fedor is the second shortest stack, so he should be a little bit more snug, but then again, Fedor is on the button.
825.
Raise to 825,000.
Look at Foxen showing fight as he 3-bet the Holtz Open. Unfortunately, the timing is tremendously poor. Expecting that Holtz is going to have a fairly broad range on the button.
950.
Yet he wakes up with a real one. 2 tens. Have Foxen's queen 10 suited in a bad way. As you can see, the numbers, a better than 3-2 favorite is Fedor, heading to the flop in a 2.15 million chip pot. And a queen says hello. Foxen acknowledging the good fortune with the kink of the head. 10 of hearts working. Oh, and now it's working OT. Ace of hearts, providing Fedor with a path to a clean win if a heart rolls off. King for a chop, 10 a clean winner, and instead it's a 7 of spades. So a little tease from the deck there as the German sustains a blow from the Allied power. It's not so unexpected. You know what I used to do, man? On a Friday night, because I was still working in television. My very first TV job was at NBC in the Bay Area. On a Friday night, I would drive to Cache Creek. I would play all night, and then I would drive straight to set in San Francisco and host the show on Saturday. I don't know how the heck I did it,
I
man.
would do a similar thing. I would play all night, then drive to class and sleep.
Well, Fedor wakes up with pocket eights here, nothing sleepy.
Ooh.
Ace queen, though, could be a customer. Wang Ye hijack, offsuit version.
This has to be all-in against the micro stack of Fedor Holtz.
Took no more than a handful of seconds before he did seek privacy as he lathers up 1.8. He'll pull back 1.25 of it, and we are off to the races. Second occasion on which we've seen an all-in. The reason that Fedor's stack is short is because he took the best of it against Alex Foxen and was unable to eliminate Alex. Here he is back up against the wall. Once again, the best of it. You see the Chinese delegation on hand for the particulars. Just shy of 1.5 in the middle. A queen in the window in an 8-free environment, and the distaste for this view is written all over Fedor's face. Running 9-10, a snowman. These are options. Now the jack takes the straights off the board. That was always a tall task. Can Fedor find an 8 and keep his seat here in the 150K? He sure can't. GG's issued somewhat empathetically, as everybody recognizes that Fedor's plight is not one that was the product of somehow him misstepping or doing anything other than playing the hands that he was dealt, Randy. But the cookie crumbles, and so do the hopes of the German phenom. Just 31 years of age, but an incredible veteran-like career already put together And add 595.
3斤的嘞，我推你的牌，你好
Now I
起来
know
了
that it's not likely here in the Triton streets that such things are circulating.
300.
But is it bad? Then, you know, sometimes I'm wondering, is that a fake? I don't think, it's not. I'm just, you know.
Seriously, man, like, you don't have to say everything
I'm just
you're
saying that, you know, Ponikov's pocket queens, he absolutely has to say something. And he says raised to 300,000. Unfortunately, Ding Biao paired up once again, but plastered.
I think this is going to be the end of Ding Biao. 2 tens?
1.4.
Yeah.
This is a commitment.
He's attacking Ponikovs, who's second in chips, who obviously has shown that he's willing to kind of go after these blinds and antes. So, oh, that's obviously awful for Ding Biao to see 10 is gone.
Yeah, Alex knows he doesn't need to posture as the sizing is such that Ding Biao's remains will always be brought forward when he jams, as we see promptly becomes the case. 5.3 million chip pot. By the way, this could be the moment where Ponikovs begins to keep company at the top of the leaderboard with Javiera. Statistically speaking, that's the outcome. Not one that a good number of heads on that rail want to see. 110 left in the deck, and it isn't showing up on this particular flop. Little does Ponikovs know it, but he is in such great shape. Better than even he realizes. And the iceberg breaches the hull of the SS Ding Biao.
Got the fade clubs.
As his hopes
Just needed to fade clubs.
of a deeper than 7th finish sink to the bottom of this 150K C.
1 out.
早早，哎，跟他干那把应该是领先，肯定是领先。
GG's, Ding Biao.
You did this?
The last of the 6-figure payouts. Hauled in. Jeju historically, a place that he performs well.
Of course, Zhao appreciates the
Welcome back to continuing coverage here in Jeju for the Triton Super High Roller Series. We just had an incredible finish there in the 150K. Of course, João Vieira coming out on top. Incredible $4.6 million for the win. But we're going to turn our attention, Kevin, right away to the big main event, which is very, very early days. When we take a look at the leaderboard here, it looks like Thomas Santern is going to be the chip leader right now. But again, 175 entrants. You know, only 156 left. Long way to go. But this is going to be fun. This is stuff you probably really appreciate. Just real deep stack poker.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I know that you appreciate those, you know, deeper in the game tree kind of decisions. We get a chance to speculate on some hands that aren't necessarily as simplistic or as pre-flop focused as we're used to seeing at final tables. So definitely going to be a lot of interesting spots with the names that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard there.
Yeah, and it's nice to get in there sort of on the ground floor with this, that 150K, you know, ending relatively quickly. There was a lot of fast and furious eliminations, and then that quick heads-up battle. Ponikovs, of course, getting second. Some incredible performances on that final table. But the main event is, you know, the one that a lot of these players have earmarked, of course, for a lot of different reasons, including the Jacob & Co. watch to the eventual winner. So that's something that's very exciting. And, you know, everyone's here for this event, and we're going to get started really, really soon. Again, if we look at the leaderboard, you can see names like Chance Cornuth, you know, Alex Boyka, Brandon Wilson, who's having a great series with 2 nice scores, almost up $1 million total for him, which has been a nice breakout for him. Artur Martirosyan, no stranger to these super high rollers. So look, we're going to see the best players in the world playing in this event, and it's going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I ran into a few of the players at breakfast. You can tell that, you know, there's a few guys who took the last couple of days off. There's some big stakes that maybe not everyone came out here that we were watching. You know, that 150K, not everyone was going to jump into that one. Players are coming back refreshed, excited to play for really big money. This is the biggest tournament that a lot of these players are playing for the series. So definitely, you know, anticipation is high for this.
Yeah, and a lot of implications for, you know, player of the series. And, of course, you know, the player of the year. There's a lot of points to be gained from an event like this.
Yeah.
You see the kind of series that guys like Mattis and Bolas have been having. Although I don't know if he gets many points for all those bounty pulls. It just sort of takes.
I have a feeling, you know, when you draw the 500K out of that envelope,
Yeah.
it doesn't come with an equivalent number of points, but he's going to be thrilled either way.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of our features here. Alex Boyka leading the charge with 561,000. A lot of familiar faces here. We got Benjamin Tollerine having an excellent series himself. David Peters. Phil Ivey get a little unlucky at that final table bubble of the 150K against the aforementioned Tollerine. Lucas Greenwood also, you know, he's in there. He's had a couple caches. And, you know, everyone's favorite, David Yan, that incredible main. Also going to be a little short stacked, but he's going to be here on our feature as well.
55.
You think Tollerine and Ivy had a little exchange about that hand maybe when they realized they were sitting together today?
Arch rivals now.
Just dead stare at each other. You're not my friend anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to be in a stare-off with Phil Ivey. Wow, Boyka going to defend the big blind with the 4-3 of spades. And doesn't get much better than that.
No strong start, obviously. Only chips that David Peters can lose here are the ones that he puts in the pot bluffing. And does Boyka, when he covers the entire board, play this as a check call? I mean, a lot of check raising you would expect on a 4-3-3 two-tone flop, but maybe when we lock it down this effectively, we just trap.
Yeah, I mean, part of the thing that makes the check raising so effective on these boards is the ability to be balanced when you actually do have the 3. But yeah, he's going to be disappointed to see that snap fold. But who knows? Maybe David Peters wouldn't have put another chip in. One of the worst hands Peters could have there.
Yeah, likely the most that Boyka can expect in that situation.
I am sure there will be some comments, though, on YouTube being like, why? Why raise?
Do see Tollerine's got the headphones in, you know. Sometimes it can be tempting as the other player at the table to maybe try to spark a little controversy. Be like, oh, hey, Ben, how you feeling today? These players do have to live with their decisions and get right back at it to play for the biggest stakes. It's part of the challenge.
Ben going to come in for a raise with the Jack-3 suited on the button.
And another suited jack for Luke Greenwood in the big blind. About 100 big blinds effective, these two. Looking like 80, perhaps. And a good-looking texture for the big blind defend. Don't normally see as much leading from the big blind against a button raise, because the button is the most credible position to connect with this flop. You can see Tollerine opening hands like this Jack-3 of hearts that does connect in a small way.
So is the utility of sort of a check but back with this particular hand because it gets very murky if we face a check raise and
I think
you feel like you want to see a turn, but I mean if you're up against 7-8 you could just be...
Yeah, I think that's kind of the idea. We do have something, but it's not a lot. Don't want to put in a bet and a raise drawn to the bad end of a straight. Now facing 2 checks, you know, I'm a little surprised to see Greenwood checking, although he's certainly thinking about not over bluffing, not using too many hands that are weak just because it's a big blind favored texture. So he might just, you know, no interaction with suits, bad end of a gut shot. Yeah, it does just pass, and Tollerine finding a good delayed bluff.
Yeah, if you're betting every 2x there, probably betting too much on the turn.
Yeah, he can have the 7, he can have the 8, a lot of offsuit gut shots that are a little more effective. I think it's reasonable.
Queen Jack off for Phil. Tolerine taking pause with this 8-6 suited. I could see him doing any one of the 3 options. So let's go with call.
As we're playing this deep, you know, this is a little bit out there for any shorter than 100 big blinds, I would say, but it's the combination, I think, of a small open raise from Phil here, just over min, and playing this deep.
Yeah,
play a pretty wide calling range.
Going to go up now. Boyka makes it 25 grand from the button with king, queen of spades.
Yeah, and you normally expect this to clear both players, although the only one who might get sticky is Tolerine there, playing 200 big blinds effective. But yeah, I think just with a 1-gapper, you're dominated too often, your suit's covered too often. Just get out of there.
Another open candidate. More than a candidate. Boyka. Set mining on the brain. Don't think David Yan likes the cut of this Queen 7's jib, starting with just 27 big blinds.
Yeah, offsuit hands like this definitely go up in value as you get shorter. I think this is a little speculative for my liking with the under the gun raise and the fact that Boyka has called in the cutoff.
Bottom set for Boyka. What a start to this tournament.
King on board, no flush draw. Ivy definitely going to have some pretty strong hands on this flop. Again, kind of in a situation, though, where Boyka smashes the board and his opponent has no pair, no draw. Do we raise because we're playing so deep and we want to build that pot towards stacks? Or maybe start with a call to give David a chance to come in the big blind. Does raise again, and it's probably going to lose both of these players unless Ivy thinks he's up to no good. Thank you.
Little update on the chips. Not much has changed, but Boyka extending his lead on this table up over 600,000 now.
Yeah, and when Boyka makes those couple of really big hands, maybe, you know, you feel a little bit disappointed. It's like, oh, maybe I could have made more of that. Flopped a full house in a set.
Yeah,
5
both
minutes of
times
streaming.
went with aggressive flop action, and both times it was clear opponents had absolutely nothing. Going for the jugular is Boyka. You know, people have been asking for more Phil Ivey this week. Deep run in the 150K feature here. One of the, the first feature we're doing. We're listening. !survey. Let us know how else we can help better your experience here at Triton.
55.
Except only nice things about me. That's the only thing.
That's in the terms of service
And
there.
Kevin, I guess, since he's on air with me right now.
I guess. Not much going on for Peters on this board, but paired texture against a big blind defend. Seems like a pretty straightforward c-bet to get things started. An 8-7, it's not nothing in a wide range situation. Got overs to the 6, we've got 3 to a straight. I'm a fan of this raise. It's a good texture to go with small raising. Ivy just takes it down right away.
He's in there somewhere. Always ready to strike. The Predator. Apex. See him vibe to his own check raise there? Did a little like, kind of, it's like a snake.
He's feeling it right now.
Oh yeah.
It's main event time.
Yeah, I mean he lost.
Ivy's ready to go.
He lost those small hands and then sort of makes a nice play to get one back. He's bobbing and weaving. A lot of jabbing we're going to see this deep.
I was popping into the Triton Poker Plus app for just a moment.
Mhm.
Had me curious why David Yan was sitting here on 60,000 and a couple players at the table, you know, with pretty big stacks. Expected something might have happened. Looks like David made quite the attempted bluff against Rokash Osapauskas. Went for stacks on 9-5-4-8-3 and could not get him to release the ace-9 suited.
Wow.
David was bluffing the 10-6 of spades from the button in a pretty massive confrontation early on here.
Here's a question. If we can assume that David Yan, his intention would be to re-enter in this event as many as, you know, a couple times. Who knows?
Yep.
Maybe there's no max. Depends. Something like that Queen 7 defend, like is he kind of just wanting to sort of like maybe get involved, try to run this up instead of nursing this tiny stack?
It could be. I could understand that. I think that would be, you know, let's call it a little irresponsible for the value of what's in front of him. He's still got 25 blinds. Those chips are worth more than their percentage of a starting stack. As we know in tournaments, you know, those last chips are more valuable than the first ones, but it could definitely be. It's hard to stay patient and to stay kind of chippy, you know, grind for every pot when you know that that option is available to you. Maybe anything cuspy goes the aggressive way for a moment.
I mean, all things considered, pretty remarkable call from Rokas.
Yeah, that was big. That was a big hand.
And if you want to follow along with all of that hand action, and heck, if you want to know about any hand that has happened so far in this event from any players, you want to find out how Ivy's gotten it to his stack, just get on that Triton Poker Plus app, and it's just amazing, really. Click on the profile, you'll see the graph of the tournament, you'll be able to figure out exactly what happened.
Blind on blind battle here. Tollering raising the 9-3 of spades against the limp of Osapauskas.
Yeah, all things considered, if you're sitting there in tolerant seat, not the worst flop. You got the backdoor flush draw, you have the bottom pair. You can expect to get some check folds here from some hands, but
it wouldn't shock me even to see a large bet from this hand. Ace King X, good texture to represent the top of range. We've got a low pair and a backdoor. Yeah, Ben just comes with full pot. I think this is pretty technically sound from Tollerine. Representing, you know, he knows that Rokash is not going to limp and just call the raise with ace-jack suited,
right,
ace-queen offsuit, ace
Just a
king.
huge range advantage.
There's some really big hands that he can represent here that Rokash almost never has, and that 3 is kind of a key card when you're trying to attack the top of the range, right?
So the question that I would have for you, and look at that, it folds out the king 8, and that's the power of...
It's a nice play.
Yeah. So my follow-up question then would be, because of course we're doing that with 9-3 suited, we're doing it with 8-4 suited, or maybe not 8-4 suited because that's more connected, but 9-2 suited, for instance.
Perhaps,
when we completely miss in that scenario, like he had the piece there, you said it'd be nice to bet pot for the reasons you described.
Yeah.
When he has nothing there, is he going to go with that size as well? It's like a balance.
I think he should. I think when you have nothing, you just need to be more careful about how often you make that play, because we should be checking sometimes as well. But when you've got a 3 in your hand, it's such a powerful blocker to the top of the small blind's range. You know, significantly fewer pocket 3s, significantly fewer king 3 and ace 3. You can probably just be kind of reckless with a 3, just like close your eyes and bet huge. But without the 3, I would just be more cautious. Same size, though.
Yeah. Great insight there by Kevin Rabichow. Didn't understand why we had you here, and then you did that. And I'm like, okay, I get it now. Took me 7 days or something like that, but...
Proven my worth.
Finally.
I've heard that before.
Don't be sad, Lucas. It's so early. And you basically have a starting stack.
Does Luke know that they can order coffee at the table? Do we need to send a memo down?
Jamil Wakil, one of the Canadians in the field. Jamil Wakil, a very strong player, but compared to some of the other Canadians in the field, such as Daniel Dvoris, you know, definitely doesn't have the track record, the prowess, but he'll battle with you.
No. Okay. Now it's not good. Later.
Okay, I will take.
Who knows?
I wonder what the Triton record is for most re-entries.
Oh,
I guess my question would be in the main event, maybe, or in a six-figure buy-in, just to, you know.
I feel like they don't want to publish that one.
Yeah.
You know, someone's feeling down about how many.
That sounds like someone who.
times
That
they-
sounds like someone that showed up to one Triton and then maybe broke the record and does.
Yeah.
Someone maybe on the desk with me right now.
No need to embarrass anyone. You know?
Yeah, no,
whatever the reason.
whoever
was.
it is, it could be anyone.
That would be impressive if I showed up to one series and just set the record.
Yeah.
Especially as tight as I play. Just impossible.
3 9s for Wang Yang. Got a comment on YouTube saying, whoa, Sam Greenwood is out already? Oh, I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, despite getting equipped with 250,000 chips,
There are ways.
there are a handful of players already out and all very capable and talented players. Joey Wiseman first to fall, 162nd. Sam Greenwood, Oliver Bithell, Calvin Anderson.
Jamil, the thrill will kill. Let's go. Don't expect any unbiased commentary from Kevin Rabichow on this, and good friends of the player involved here.
Just the other day, I was telling Espen that it was a shame we hadn't had him on the stream much this series, which I think to him felt like a needle for his results over the last week. It wasn't my intention.
Oh, so
I
you're
just
not
meant,
friends anymore then?
Yeah, no, we actually haven't spoken
Big
since.
falling out.
Espen, of course, 2022 World Series main event winner. And sitting on 2 starting stacks. Seems to have a good start to the day.
Yeah.
And another strong hand here. He'll be putting chips in. Only decision really is about sizing. 2 broadways. We've opened the cutoff. Has been a very detail-oriented player. Going to think through the right strategy for his range.
And he just plays it perfectly. Stevie Ortiz wants to know, 9-6 off as a defender? Never knew. Maybe I'm overfolding big blind. What do you think? What can you tell Stevie Ortiz?
Yeah, I think playing big blind ante format against small open raises, we want to defend a lot of hands in the big blind, especially against cutoff and button opens, late position opens. That big blind defense frequency can be up in like the 70 to 80% kind of range. Just a lot of hands.
Definitely a reasonable question, though. I mean, I feel like 9-6-0 is one of the worst hands we will call, right? We're not going to call 9-5-0.
Yeah, definitely folding 9-5-0. I don't know, what do you call that? The difference between a 2-gapper and a 3-gapper?
Yeah.
Somewhat significant difference.
10-6-0 probably in the bin. 10-7 in, you play.
See that patch on Espen's right pectoral, advertising a product. That would be great to answer these kind of questions.
I was staring at his pecs, but I didn't notice the GTO wizard.
We've mentioned them on the broadcast before. Espen, the primary ambassador, you might say, for GTO Wizard.
I thought you meant his pecs.
Appreciate it.
We have mentioned his pecs before.
Means a lot.
Only for
What are you and Ali up to? Espen takes another one down.
5.5 you defend?
No. Against you.
Yeah, one of the most invaluable tools, at not just the highest level. You can really learn a lot about how to crush any stakes you're playing with GTO Wizard.
Not bad.
Who knows,
Any
maybe
PRs?
become a world champion like that guy.
Hashtag ad.
Yeah, also helps with your skin, as you can tell.
It's that.
Saving the PRs for the score.
I don't get that in my subscription.
Oh, you didn't get that tier?
Figured it's a
Dude,
good one.
such a nit. I feel like it would probably be like a copyright issue, but it would be great if there were different tiers of the GTO Wizard thing you could buy, where like one package was like the Dumbledore package, and then the Gandalf package is like the highest one, you know? But they probably can't use those.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Different wizards.
Famous wizards, yeah.
Yeah, highest tier wizard.
Yeah.
Dots here on the side. Yeah. Do you see what I mean?
25.
There are chip stacks at this other feature table. Espen Jorstad having the best day so far, close to 200 big blinds, 2 stacks. Daniel DeVoris always up there, all the way down to Jamil Wakil, aforementioned Canadian grinder, trying to find some success here at the super high roller level. Not the best of starts, but you know, nothing extreme right now. 45 big blinds, everybody's sort of in there. Should we have a peek and see how Espen Jorstad got his stacks? Have you already looked?
I did have a look.
Was it interesting?
And I don't mind sharing the details.
Yeah,
if you
do
go
it.
back about 30 hands or so,
Yeah,
it
I
looks
see it, I
like,
see it, I
in
see
the
it.
app at the 1.5K big blind level
Ooh,
against
setting
one
it straight.
Alexei Borakov. There was an under the gun open. Espen flatted in the hijack
No,
with 9-8 suited.
Looked like 3 mini
Board came
punctures
king
in line.
9-7.
Wow.
He got check raised and called. Just middle pair, no flush draw. Turn to 10. He's open ended now. He faces a large bet, calls
And
again.
that's what I said to him.
River
He said
6.
he has the same
Clean
feelings
4 to a
that,
straight.
you know,
Borkov
change
checks.
it.
Espen's all in.
He won a
For a lot,
tournament,
by the way.
so-
177K on the river. Gets called by a set of 7s.
Yeah, into 115K.
Huge pot.
Yeah, it could have been some missed pay. It would be nice if you guys could see the graphic of the board as we're talking about this. So again, check out the Triton Poker app. Get to Espen's profile. You'll be able to see the graph and see that very, very interesting. And yeah, I mean, that shove on the river in 115K for 177. That's a 1.5x shove. Very interesting hand with the spades bricking.
Yeah, and definitely following this app like while we're watching the stream. Great tool just if you're curious about what's happening on that other feature table. Obviously, we can only put one of them on camera at a time. Hands are happening at both tables, but you can watch the action as it's happening. On delay, of course, for player safety, but you'll see the board, the actions. Can follow Ivy over there. He's not out. He's still there at that red table.
Julian with the check back here from the cutoff. Maybe thinking this king high is good percentage of the time. Doesn't want the big blind to rep the 9 here. Maybe wants to have some aces in his check back as well.
Yeah, we see players these days doing more checking than maybe in the past on specifically paired boards with the ace, I think, but it kind of depends on what the pair is. But the biggest concern is that there's a lot of 9s in the big blinds range, not a lot of 9s in Bogdanov's opening range in the cutoff.
And quite a large bet here from Wang. 10-5 into 14-5.
Yeah, I like a large bet here. I think this is a good choice.
You want to get paid from that potential check back ace, a turned 10, some spades, and of course Bogdanov thinking, well, I can't just get blown off here when you have some sort of draw, so I'm going to call. I think a nice card for him to slip away.
Yeah, it depends what he thinks that Yang might be bluffing with in this spot. A lot of ways to have 7-8, 6-7, low spades. But of course, if he did have Jack-8, that completes on the river. If he had Queen-Jack, that probably shuts down. Not clear to me what to do in the face of a large bet here. And that looks like about 75, 80% pot. Was that 28,000? Still waiting for the number, but I saw white chip and 3 reds.
Yeah, and Bogdanov recognizes that his opponent can have 8-5 of spades here. But all the same, his opponent could have Jack-8, could have 9x. Don't think he's too concerned based on this sizing that his opponent has something like ace-5.
I would agree, yeah.
But nice pot for Wang.
When were they selling that black tracksuit that Jamil's got on right now? Triton logos down the sleeve. It's a nice one.
Which one?
Jamil's wearing a black tracksuit.
Triton?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't think I saw it here. Must be from a previous stop. It's not Jamil's
Wow.
first Triton.
Very cool.
Can't see in his profile. He's first played Triton, London 2023. It's now his 4th series. Devore's thinking about call or 3-bet here, I suspect. We're playing 50 big blinds is effective. Not expecting a lot of 4-bet jams at this depth, so king 10 suited. Maybe can clear out a few better offsuit hands and still take flops against hands it's ahead of.
Yeah, I think it would be annoying to face, 39,000 here, but
Yeah. Ace jack
excellent.
suited.
Yeah.
Too good for that kind of play. Definitely
For sure.
just trying to call. So Divorce will see the flop with 39%.
I just think sort of, at the lower stakes, maybe medium or a normal main event buy-in, you might find players in this spot very infrequently raising pre-flop off 50 effective because they don't want to get blown off their hand. They want to see a flop with this hand, but because it's going to be less frequent, sort of like 4-bet bluffs by raggy hand. It's just like it's more. You're going to get more situations like this, and you can kind of just let it go if you get 4-bet.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think this is, at any stakes, this is a good strategy to learn from. We're allowed to be aggressive with these kind of medium strength hands. There are some benefits. And if your opponent is too passive, not 4-betting you, even better.
Yeah, and this hand just has so much more playability than, say, a king 10 off.
Yep.
Especially when you have to consider that some of the continues pre could be, king jack suited, king queen off.
Unlucky turn for Divorce's actual hand here. I don't know that he'll be tempted to keep betting this. Yes, it's a good card for our perceived range, but what does king 10 really accomplish by betting? Not a lot of weaker hands will call. A number of better hands possible.
You got to be concerned about ace queen here, right?
Yeah, definitely ace queen, definitely jack 10 suited. Even a few hands like ace 8 suited.
And that is going to be Broadway for Bogdanov. King's up for Divorce, but not only does he not like it, but I think if he faces a bet, he'll know that he has to rescind, let it go.
I mean, it depends what Bogdanov comes with for sizing. Definitely some ways that he could bluff at this pot. You say 14? Oh, that's tough to get away from, in my opinion. It's perhaps unlikely, but outside chances of hands like 6-7 of spades, maybe even 8x, like 9-8 suited, that turns itself into a bluff. There's not a lot of these combos, but pocket nines also comes to mind. It's got to feel from Divorce's point of view that getting 5-1 on the end, maybe that makes it worthwhile if Bogdanov's only representing a straight or better. Of course, if he was ever betting hands like ace-queen, it starts to get really ugly for him. That would be a lot of value hands.
Yeah, 14 into 56, and I have to wonder, different size might have, oh wow, looks like Daniel, yeah, just deciding, okay, you gave me the price, man, well done.
Yeah.
Very well done from Bogdanov.
Yeah, and a good job there of not, overplaying our hand. It's difficult for Bogdanov to have enough bluffs in that situation. It is very likely the jack is good, but I think if he had bet, 3/4 pot there, he gives Daniel quite an easy decision. Quarter pot made it a lot more challenging.
Yeah, it's all done. Okay, sure. That's yours, right?
No, this is mine.
Did you get away from
So Daniel Divorce, a brief tourist of Value Town, courtesy of Bogdanov. Let's move on to the next hand. Some inquisitive look from Hopkins over here. Something's going on. Espen causing trouble.
Hopkins started this series hot, cashed in the first 3 events, but has not cashed since.
Revenge.
Yeah, another chance for Divorce. Less attractive one to 3-bet in my mind, but still worth a call at that good price. Playing very deep. And you know, the other thing I didn't mention last time we talked about the loose calls at this depth is that Dvorak might also call some extremely good hands. Like, he might just be calling here with pocket jacks, even pocket queens occasionally, because of how deep everyone's playing, and because you don't want to set yourself up to get coolered. So players have to respect these calling ranges. It's not only speculative hands.
Well, 2 speculative hands here. Wang Yang deciding to be third man in on the button with 5-4 suited. I think it's fun.
Oh, wow. Have you ever seen
a
4-way pot where 100% of the equity goes straight to the player who's flopped a straight
Daniel
flush?
Dvorak with the king of clubs. James Hopkins with the ace of clubs. Players have reason to want to continue in this pot. I mean, this is insane.
How do you hold it together right now as Wang Yang? Everyone checks to him on the button.
And this is why we get speculative, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes you just flop the joint. And that is more than the joint. That is a cannon right there.
I just want to order some drinks. One American.
Comes with 10,000. Somewhat chunky bet for a 4-way pot. And of course the ace of clubs can't go anywhere. Very interested to see what Dvorak decides. You know, king of clubs, normally a strong draw. But with the call of Hopkins in the big blind, we've got to be worried that our draw is covered from one of these 2 players.
Yeah, I would love to see the Canadian wiggle his way out of this one. Look at that.
Yeah, nice fold. And when you have this card in your hand as Hopkins, you think you're drawing to the nuts. You don't really give a lot of thought. You know, not that much money has gone into this pot yet. Oh, and he checks it back, giving him a chance to improve to the fake nuts, but
and yeah,
fortunately for Hopkins, no club on the end.
Good on the direction back there, quickly giving us a shot of Dvorak, because that is interesting. I mean, he did decide to make that disciplined fold and then saw king on the turn, checked through action, and the river pairing the board, probably thinking with most certainty that he has the best, would have had the best hand here.
Yeah.
You know? Showing some interest here.
Would have been a tricky spot to play for Dvorak, as it is.
Come on, you got to show it, man. Come on. It happens too infrequently. Do it.
No one reacting. Oh. Cards are face down. Just a smooth customer.
So badass.
It is hard to resist.
You animal.
Thank you.
I mean, I think he should get into acting. Do you see that? He's just like he did.
You think that's an Oscar-worthy performance?
Yeah, I
just
mean,
sliding.
I don't know. Just like he just went to go.
Across.
I don't know what he's eating. Like
I know.
I don't even remember the last time I made a straight flush.
It's an impressive play. We want to remind you, if you're looking to get in on the action, there's no better time than during the 100K main event right now. The exclusive home of betting on the Triton Poker Series. That's BetACR. Follow the latest action, stay informed on the best odds, and get expert analysis from BetACR. You have a favorite in this series, Griffin? Sorry to cut you off.
Favorite in what?
If you were to pick, like, right now, bet on your horse.
Am I allowed to look at the leaderboard?
Yeah, you could look at the leaderboard. I doubt. I mean, you might just pick number 1, but it'd be a boring pick.
Yeah, it would be a boring pick.
Not to say that our current chip leader, Thomas Santurn, is a poor bet. He's a very strong player.
I haven't seen him on the leaderboard here, but I'll take Ding Biao. That's my guy.
Oh, just no idea how many chips he has. That's your guy.
That's my guy.
I respect it. Spying a previous main event winner,
How
Henrik
much?
Hecklin,
What?
in the top 5.
63, thank you.
Yeah, that would be a good pick. Would that be your pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go with him.
Okay.
Raise.
How about this? We'll both have 2. And then I'll pick someone in the top 10. And then you have to pick someone around Ding Biao's chip count.
Okay.
So let's find Ding Biao first. As Lucas Greenwood raises the button with King Jack suited, David Yan in the big blind is going to play it
63.
as a shove. And I think Lucas,
Oh,
you know,
wow.
we don't want to always make it a habit of calling off 23 big blinds with King Jack, but he's going to know that this is doing quite well against this range, especially with the incentive for David maybe to rebuy.
Yeah, and I think this looks on the surface like a little splashy from David. Maybe there is that story of him wanting to rebuy, but also just a pretty good hand class against the button, playing pretty short. There's a lot of ace rag hands, king rag hands we can fold out. We'll get called by pocket 4s and just be super live flipping.
Yeah.
Or we'll just flop top 2 against King Jack suited.
Not bad.
That's a very possible outcome. Just 4 9s available to Greenwood. And David's back in it.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Lucas looks less than thrilled.
Yeah, you see that hand showdown and you're like, oh, I guess I'm glad I called, but you feel like you also deserve to win that one.
No, this is good. Thank you.
By the way, not seeing Ding Biao
Yeah.
in the leaderboard. Did you just pick a player who's not even in the tournament?
I think I did.
I think I like my chance. Can I just cash out on my bet right now? I think I'm doing
No,
pretty
you
well.
No, you have to pick someone that also hasn't entered the event that you think might. That's how this works.
That
Okay,
sounds like
I'll take a top 10 stack.
too much research for me.
Yeah. No, we have a job to do here.
No, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take Chance Cornuth. All
Solid.
damn day.
Yeah. Sticking with America. Understandable. 3 of them there in the top 10. Brandon Wilson, Chance Cornuth, Alex Foxen, representing the American flag.
Boyka, with that table chip lead, going to open things up with the ace-10. Might be an opportunity for Greenwood to get a couple chips back with this suited ace. Is going to play it as a call. This, you might see more frequently as a raise pre, but certainly reasonable to play it as a mix. And Ivy's in there with the suited king 6. Go Ivy, go Ivy. Quite enjoyed the chat earlier today when Ivy got very unlucky with that ace-8 to ace-6. Just seeing how much a hero going down brings people together,
Oh, yeah.
They were just
The
outraged.
injustice.
They're like, 8! Just collective 10,000 people. Nine of hearts on the turn. Ivy's still in the lead. Perhaps hard-pressed to see how Boyka or Greenwood could start bluffing, but there is pause from our chip leader here.
Yeah, Boyka has a little interaction here. He's picked up the ace of hearts blocker. And having a range that theoretically could have checked any number of strong hands on the flop. Ivy helping himself to change out of his neighbor's chip stack there
That was so
before making
sick.
the call.
Can we get a replay on that? That is badass.
Now on the 9 of spades, can't feel attractive to keep bluffing as Boyka. Maybe if our hand had a little less showdown value, or if we didn't have the ace of hearts. Because we'd love to allow Ivy to just have an ace-high flush draw and have miss now if we're going to bluff here. It's going to be tempting for Ivy to call any bet here, even with just a 6.
I told myself many years ago I would bluff Phil Ivey if I had the chance. Nope. Checks it back. Is shown a hand that very well Ivy could have called with. Moving around to mystery man Phil Ivey. If you're unfamiliar, we do these mystery hands every once in a while. But I will say the mystery hands aren't balanced. We haven't seen any mystery hands where, you know, Ivy raises here and then opponent just folds. We're gonna see some runouts.
There's gonna be
a
number of decisions.
There's gonna be a
left.
flop. There's gonna be a turn. There's going to be a river, I think.
We feel pretty confident about that.
Yeah. And we are going in the shoes of Rokash. And a pretty beautiful flop here after facing that raise from Ivy.
Yeah, so starting with pre-flop action, it's not clear to me how often Ivy would open raise 3.5x playing this deep. You would expect a lot of weaker hands to just limp in the small blind. So representing strength immediately, and when he comes with this bet size, I mean, this is not, you know, a marginal pair that he's claiming to have. Ivy's saying, I've got some pretty good hands on this board. Kings, aces, ace, queen, queen jack suited, this kind of stuff. So not surprised to see Ossipauskas just calling, even with top pair second kicker.
Yeah, and we saw some passivity from Rokash blind on blind with that king 8 against Tolerine, right?
Yeah.
Where he limp called the raise, it came ace king 3, and then he check folded to a pot size bet. So this situation obviously a little bit different, but you know, just in positions really.
Yeah.
He's being the defender here. He has a strong blind, big, you know, hand in the blinds. Last time king 8, now king queen. But this action from his opponents is very you know, it's shaky here. It's 45K on the turn. I mean, it's almost a pot-sized bet. You don't really expect your opponent, Kevin, here to have 9-7 of hearts, right? Like, this is...
I agree, but, you know, at the same time, Ivy, ever observant of what's happening at his table, what the dynamic is with other players, he witnessed that same hand that you're referring to, Griffin, and maybe even, you know, if holding a marginal hand, he could see this as a spot to lean on a player who just... you know, took some time and potentially made a big fold the previous time he was faced with this kind of action.
River card of a little interest, I think simply because Rokash may have more jacks than Phil in his range here. You know, if he's calling turn with king queen, can certainly still have king jack.
Yeah. Also cuts down a bit of what Ivy's representing if we're thinking about this hand as Rokash.
Yeah, pocket jacks, ace jack, much less likely.
Just all of it going in. I mean, every step of the way here, Ivy has shown immense strength. He's told a consistent story that he's got a very big hand starting from pre-flop. So we're looking at ace-queen plus for value.
On the value side,
I don't know if even ace-king is strong enough to make this river jam, but maybe, you know, just just strong enough.
Relevance of the king of clubs in Rokash's hand, eliminating all those king high flush draws.
Yeah,
Might
there's
have
some
raised pre.
potential bluffs for sure.
King 9 of clubs, king 8 of clubs maybe.
But the queen also extremely relevant feeling. Removal of queen jack, ace queen, pocket queens.
Please let us know in the YouTube chat if you think this is a bluff or a value shove from Phil Ivey.
I'm seeing a lot of people guessing bluff right now, and it's tempting to do so. Very capable player, Ivey. Very representable board. And I mean, there's 2 jacks out there, there's 2 queens gone, there's an ace gone. What's left?
And it's hard not for me to think about the kid that Rokash used to be as a poker player. Thinking
He
about
announced
it.
call,
Wow, my gosh.
and just a stone bluff from Ivey.
Growing up watching Phil Ivey, and just Ivey went rogue there against him.
Not concerned about the specific interaction, just attacking a spot against his man.
I was right that he's never going to have 9-7 suited there, right?
I mean, we just saw the
Phil
cards
Ivey
turned over.
finding the very big bluff. I mean, frankly, could have gotten his opponent to fold there, but a very impressive call from Rokash. Appreciating that this was a thin range of hands, value hands, especially with the maybe with the jack on the river, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So, I mean, an example of what makes Ivey such a dangerous animal, but every once in a while, a fellow super high roller like Rokash will man up and take a stand. So
Yeah, not an easy call
No,
to
not
make
at
at all.
all.
You've got second pair
No.
Just
on the
went out
end.
for it, just like
He's just put in 100 big blinds with it.
moving on. Wow, dust settled. Alex Boyka. Business as usual. Queen 8 suited this time under the gun. Tolerine very happy to flick in the chips. Oh, and we are getting the hood up. Is that a Triton sweater as well? That's a nice one too.
I don't believe so.
No.
No, that's one of those designer brands I can't afford.
That you choose not to afford.
All low card texture. Feels like advantage Tolerine on this board, but we do get check too. Ace-9 of clubs maybe feeling like it doesn't accomplish anything by leading. Boyka's just going to try to improve his equity with the backdoor hearts. But a lot of times when a fourth low card comes out, we'll see the big blind put a splash out into the pot with almost anything. Again, though, Ace-9 just kind of feels like, what are we really accomplishing with a bet here? Are we going to get a better ace-high to fold? Are we going to ever get called by weaker? Probably not. Very few exceptions. And Boyka's certainly considering his path to bluffing. But if he did have an overpair, or even like a ace-queen or ace-king high, would he bet now or would he wait till the river? He decides to wait till the river.
Yeah, an advantage Benjamin. Benjamin?
That's a name people have.
Yeah.
Benjamin, yeah.
I think it just confused me with the Tolerine thing, you know, Benjamin. Yeah, an opportunity to just, bet a bunch of chips here.
Yeah, who's going to have more sevens is kind of the way that these potential chop pot scenarios play. At a high level, you see some pretty massive bets, at least occasionally, on these boards. And Tolerine has to think that he has the advantage of 7x. Not a lot of 7s open from under the gun. And they also don't often check behind 2 times, and here we go.
Yeah, 40,000 into 17.5.
2.5 times the pot or so. Are we ready to risk that in exchange for the potential at chopping up 17.5? Or with an 8 in our hand, are we ever thinking, maybe, just maybe I can raise? No, just gotta make that tough call for the chop. Nice hand by both.
You know what I really wanted to see there? 145,000.
It's a good Boyka impression.
Was it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it was just a general
Never heard
European accent. New chip leader. An unknown. Name of Alexander Folkson? Fowen. The X is silent, apparently. Some sort of businessman from America.
Alex Foxen, of course, the 100K main event Triton Paradise champion.
No big deal.
2 titles. 10 million in earnings.
One half of the power couple in poker with Kristen Foxen. The it couple.
Who, by the way, is not far behind. 15th in the chip counts, Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, no surprise here.
With about 500,000 chips. Strong hand on the button here, but when we're playing 70 big blinds effective, wouldn't call it an automatic 3-bet. Though Osipowska is happy to increase the price on this one. I think Peters has a mandatory continue in some way, but perhaps a decision between the occasional 4-bet bluff and a call.
Ten Jack, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Both suits semi-relevant, more so probably the heart for Peters. He would love to see a check here.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a mandatory bet on this paired board, but I do think more often than not we see players continuing aggression. Rokosh definitely rates to connect here pretty frequently. Ace-9 of hearts. We have a reasonable piece here. I think we have to consider potentially check raise bluffing to try to force out a different suited ace. Floating certainly an option to try and improve or have the turn check through. Well, that's, you know, of all the turns.
Yeah, I have a feeling like when he called, he sort of had a vision board in his head, and he thought 8 of hearts would be nice.
Have to agree. And now the question for Rokosh is, do I want to continue betting with a bit of added equity and the chance to maybe fold out an underpair? He does decide to just check behind. Certainly a bit of showdown value, and on the ace river, does have the winner with a queen kicker that plays.
Yeah, Peters has improved here, but no opportunity to bluff now if his opponent did have something like ace-queen or ace-king. What do you think here? This is, yeah, going to be as a check.
Yeah, Peters has to like his hand a reasonable amount, but understands that there's a lot of ace-queen and ace-king in this range. Why not give a hand like king 7 of spades a chance to bluff at this pot? Maybe 7-6 suited. These types of hands that will occasionally 3-bet before the flop and arrive here, attempt some sort of desperate bluff. Is there any chance that Ossipauskas doesn't value bet this? I think with club in hand, it's strong enough for sure, but we've seen some conservative play throughout this series when a lot of draws complete. Nervous about that check raise that could come.
Yeah, I mean, not sure if just a 10 would check raise, but it looks like a check.
Yep. Definitely a number of better hands that Peter could have been slowed playing. Definitely some respect for the possible check raises. Of course, unhappy to see the ace-9 suited. Got to feel like if he had bet 2/3 there, he just gets snapped.
Tolerine in a meditative state, getting a massage from the incredible team here. I have been told there are currently 3 masseuses working on Bryn Kenny. David Yan, fresh off that nice lucky double off of Lucas Greenwood, going to open things up to 6,500 at the hijack with Queen Jack off. Terashenko says, I'll be your Huckleberry with my lowly 6-4, because sometimes I'll flop a gut shot and check raise your face.
Yeah, definitely a possible outcome for these two hands. David Yen a little piece as well. Jack of diamonds. Backdoor straight draw.
A candidate for a big size here?
I do think so, and not just a low board, but a board with a deuce and a 3. Not exactly cards that we expect the big blind to have a whole lot of. They do have low cards often, but not like Jack deuce offsuit or even Queen 3 offsuit. Definitely a real decision for Terashenko. Oh, and just folds, no diamond. Maybe reading into the increased bet size as some strength. I think a small check raise also would have been a candidate, but I understand not wanting to just call when there's only, you know, the 4, 5, and 6 non-diamond that work for you.
Daniel Divorce now, only on 76K. That is quite a plummet, I think, from what I understand he had earlier. Going to check on his profile in the Triton app right now. See what happened to poor Dan.
Yeah, we did see Divorce lose some of those chips to the ace-jack of Bogdanov when he made that straight against 2-pair, but definitely slid a bit further since then.
Lost another 75K on the ace-jack deuce 7-10 board, where Jason Wong got 56K in river value with ace-queen for a flush. So not shown down as was Divorce's hand. His backdoor nut flush made. Now Wang Yang gonna shove 24 big blinds from the cutoff over this hijack open, and yeah, Divorce knows that this is probably a pip or two too low, but maybe a small part of him that just wants to go for it and rebuy. Yeah, does decide to make the marginal call.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little history as well when we weren't watching this table. So I would say this is a slightly loose call compared to standard ranges, but a suited ace Does very well against the hands that like to shove, low pairs, other suited aces that maybe he outkicks.
And is can outflop. Pardon me. Thought I had ace jack for a second. Not a great flop for Daniel Dvoris. Gonna need running hearts. Yeah, just one of the two remaining eights.
Yeah.
Just 2,000 behind there, if those chip counts are accurate. Yeah, those pink chips being worth 500.
I see how you made it
2/3 of a
cheap.
blind.
Nice hand.
And the official timekeeper of Triton Super High Roller Series is Jacob & Co. And look at these incredible timepieces. They're not just about the diamonds, the sapphires, the rubies. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, there's just one perfect watch brand to check out. They're embedding a playful spirit into the watch functions. As you can see, with these beautiful ones here, but their Astronoma one, the Astronoma Casino, it's a function, has a functioning roulette table inside the piece. We'll also be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be won by the Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winner. When is that main event? Is that right here? The winner of this event? It could be one of these 191 people?
That's exactly right, Griffin.
Wow, that's exciting. I did hear a familiar voice from picking up one of the mics right when we went to that Jacob & Co. feature. Nacho Barbera is on our feature table.
Oh, there we go.
One of the most colorful characters on the tour. Quite frankly, an outrageous, cartoonish character. I mean, he's so lovely, so hilarious, so fun. Always making people laugh. And a really talented poker player in his own right. So I'm very, very thrilled to see my old friend Nacho Barbera here on the feature, coming to the table with...
You see?
How many chips does Nacho have?
What?
Looks like about starting.
Yeah, about starting stack. I think he might have just jumped in.
Oh, my.
Oh, no, I see. Because I won.
What do we
He also
have?
makes my job easy because he likes to talk at the table and it's always entertaining.
A couple of strong hands after Dvoris puts in his last 2,000. Wang Yang opens it up with tens in the hijack.
Why I didn't say?
And Hopkins calls on the button with ace-jack offsuit. Pulls ahead on this ace 7-8 flop.
Go.
Dvoris with an avenue to win this hand. The only spade in hand, already hitting an 8. But he's pretty far behind. So backdoor straight, but he's pretty far behind. There's a spade. Any 8, any spade, any 9.
You can see that main pot at 12.5 thousand. That's what Dvoris stands to win if he can find a way to improve. But Hopkins and Yang here fighting for that 23,000 side pot. Ace-jack has to think it's the best hand right now, and without a spade, Yang just gets out of the way.
And that's going to do it for Daniel Dvoris. I'll be back.
Why are you spending so much time in the US at the moment? Not sure.
I'm not at the US.
I feel like you're in Wyoming? Or no, where have you been?
Oh, I was there, yeah. But for like,
For skiing and stuff.
yeah. I was there for like 25 days. I always go during the winter.
Where did you come from here?
I actually went to a wedding in Punta del Este. I stayed in Argentina 5 days, and I came here. I stayed there like a week.
Can we call somebody at more table? I think call sorry.
Let's open things up. Queen Jack of Diamonds. Defense from Bogdanov. I like saying that name. Bogdanov. That's Ben. Going to be coming in here with a bet.
Yeah, another candidate for large sizing, maybe. Does just go for the high frequency small bet instead. So I think Bogdanov will stick around. King hot, pair of kings and a backdoor flush draw.
And this is going to lead to a lot of, assuming the texture doesn't change too much, going to lead to a lot of very big betting on the turn in practice.
That would be the expectation on a blank. I agree. Blank like this 5 of hearts. Certainly an opportunity for the best hands in Espen's range, let's say ace, queen, maybe ace jack or better, to start thinking about putting
25 plus kind of
yeah, like really going after stacks even, but queen jack of diamonds, not clear to me that we want to bluff this hand on the turn. We might check behind, allow ourselves to realize equity. We remove some hands that fold with these combos. And maybe a path to winning this hand now for Bogdanov, either with a small bet or a check. Don't think we have so much hand that we can do much more than that, but definitely rate to have the winner pretty often.
$6.5.
And Bogdanov goes with block. Not going to have a ton of bluffs here, I reckon, but
yeah,
Jack 10, maybe Queen 10.
Yeah, exactly. Cards that interact with Espen's hand here, if Bogdanov is bluffing, would be a pretty strong argument for just folding this hand, but Jorstad might be thinking about the occasional bluff raise. Just lets it go.
Where are you going after this?
Japan for a few days only, and then Norway.
Where in
See
Japan?
some family. Kyoto, Osaka.
I'm gonna go, but we're gonna go snowboarding.
Oh, Hokkaido or something like.
Niseko.
Huh?
Niseko.
Nice.
Definitely a trend I've noticed,
And then
speaking
where?
to some of the players
Norway.
here this week. Popping over to Japan, either before
there?
or after
Man,
Triton Jeju here in Korea.
not really anywhere.
Yeah, you travel this far. If you're coming from North America, South America, Europe, you want to make the most of it. And after 2 weeks of intense competition, who doesn't need a little vacation?
I've never been. I gotta go.
Yeah, you can go and snowboard. Or ski, or whatever.
They have?
Yeah. It's the only thing we do have.
Really?
Norway. We have.
I never heard they have good snow.
Yeah.
You thought it was all sun and beaches? Like Argentina?
Cold as shit. What do you mean? What do you think we do there?
Beaches for sure.
Can I interrupt them for a
A lot of
second?
mountains and stuff, yeah.
Feel free.
How is what's the biggest?
We'll see what the chat
altitude
thinks.
like
No, don't ask me these things. I don't snowboard or ski.
Oh, okay.
So if you
He
have,
said that's all we do.
No.
Is snowboard and
I've
ski.
never
That's all
heard
we
that
have.
it
I
was-
disagree.
I've never seen any video from nobody.
You gonna back up Norway right
snowboarding
now?
in Norway,
Yeah, I am.
so
Ready for this?
Yeah.
Norwegians
I would
and
assume the
Swedes,
quality of the snow is
some of
not,
the best
not amazing.
Counter-Strike players
yeah,
Oh, there
in
you
its
go.
history.
But
I
I
can't really argue with you.
Befriended and became teammates with so many
no, because you know, like
amazing Norwegian,
is it very
particular
close to
in
the sea?
particular Counter-Strike players. I was on a team with
Yeah,
them.
that's
We
what
traveled
I
the world
thought,
together.
no,
I know a lot of
usually when
Norwegian
it's-
actually. Curse words only, because that's what I'd learned
Oh,
from
the
playing
language.
with them.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very dry
like
climate.
fan,
Like very dry.
harigu. Harigu's, oh my
Ah,
god.
on the other
Like, so, you know,
hand.
some,
There might be some Norwegian children watching the stream, you know.
You're right. I won't say some of the.
Be
There's other
careful,
ones that are a
Griffin.
little. No, you're right. You're right. The first one was a bit of a bad word, I guess.
Like wet powder it doesn't last. It's not that it's not good.
So we don't
it's
know
not-
what
it's really
Wakil
good,
has
but the
limped
next
the
day
small blind with here, but
It's not the same. You want the fluffy.
Yang with King High, reasonable showdown value in the big blind for this kind of spot.
No, I think Norway's good, but I don't think it's like the best, you know. But I think it's good, yeah. From what I've heard.
It could be.
But I guess like it's mostly like it's a lot of mountains, but I guess it's better for like hiking and stuff. That's what it's kind of famous for, hiking.
Yeah.
Continues to
I
check,
never
expecting
seen, like, any pro
to be good occasionally. The queen's going to make that a little harder.
Okay.
Maybe the attitude.
You'd think Jamil might start to bluff anything that loses to this board. 9 high or lower.
No, maybe go there in summer.
Does
for
not
hiking
play.
and stuff.
I would love to go in summer actually. How cold it gets in winter?
I mean, it can be minus 30 Celsius. It can be very cold and yeah.
But the average is like what, -10?
Thought I did. Sorry.
Yeah. Depends where as well, because if you go very
Let's just pretend he had a
north, it's
bluff.
much colder than
Nice bluff, Jamil.
Oslo or
Sick bluff.
like the
Sorry.
southern cities.
The other day was -30 in Jackson.
Where?
In Jackson Hole.
Oh.
And I went to take a walk with a dog, with Zoe. And I didn't, it was like the day was pristine. It was like the beautiful day. So I didn't realize. And I went outside without the gloves.
You're
walking
staying with
the dog.
Coleman there, or
What?
you're staying with Coleman there?
Yeah. And bro, my hands were, I fell on the snow because the dog was pulling me.
Wow, Espen with the sick call out. Noah Oslo by Storm, very epic frag movie. Was I in that frag movie? It sounds familiar.
Yep.
I don't know if I ever played in Oslo. Maybe that was after my time. Pretty disappointed to hear that Espen was clearly a Counter-Strike fan. Never introduced himself to me. Never said hi. Never told me he was a big fan of me.
Oh, he told me, don't worry. He talks about
He
you
was
all the
too
time.
shy, wasn't he?
Griffin, he just, yeah.
Nikon, Element, Knoxville, Damien. Okay. It was Eolithic, Oslo by Storm. So Eolithic was the team that was with Element, Knoxville, you know, Executor, Dark, those guys. NOA we made after that. I met the Eolithic guys because we upset them on Team Zex. Anyways, this is getting a bit too lore-y. Counter-Strike lore. Too nerdy.
Bogdanov flatted the cutoff here.
Thank you.
With 8-7 of diamonds, and he gets
Thank
checked
you.
to by Zugralin. As you might expect, respecting the range of the in position. Flatter in general. Definitely some strong hands in Bogdanov's range there.
I want to do Kyoto again. I loved it last year.
Where do you recommend going to see there? We're gonna stay in Osaka actually, but I'm for sure gonna go to Kyoto. Like,
How far is it?
huh?
How far is it? Like 1 hour?
I think it's less.
Less?
I think it's less.
Oh wow.
I think like some fast train thing between.
300 kilometers an hour, probably. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Basically teleport.
Teleports.
Do you have any recommendations what to see there? What to do?
I mean,
Famous for mostly temples and stuff.
Wakil,
Yeah,
King 8
temples.
suited of the spade variety at the cutoff.
sightseeing.
I love that stuff. I love it.
You've never been?
Effective min
We went to
raise.
Tokyo last
Gonna hate to see how interested Wang Yang is in this open. 2 jacks on the button. Wakil playing just under
Last time
30
I went to
effective.
Osaka, you were not born.
Big blinds.
We're the same age, bro. What do you mean?
I think I'm a bit older.
Yeah, I like this 3-bet.
much, I think. You're like
Certainly playing shallow enough to try to put in Jack's pre-flop against Wakil's opening range.
a bit old.
Size might be a little too expensive
time I
for the
was
King
in
8
Osaka, I was
suited.
like 25
Maybe a
years
small
old.
3-bet we'd see call.
Didn't think
Looks
I
like
was
he's thinking about it though.
playing.
Cut off button, pretty loose ranges.
And you? After this, you go skiing and then Argentina, or what's the plan?
I don't know what I'm doing. I probably go to Tokyo.
Taking a peek at the leaderboard.
Okay.
You got a new chip leader,
yeah.
Griffin.
We sure do.
Yeah, chill.
The Bouse.
Maybe
Paul
Bali
Pua.
or maybe
883,000.
You're gonna stay in Asia somewhere.
Tell us how we got there, Kev.
On the heels of an all-in. I'm just going to assume this was before the flop because I see the player names and I see the cards. Actually, I'm wrong. It wasn't before the flop. JNT, pocket queens, Paul Pua, pocket aces. But it looks like they went post-flop and got it in on a King Jack 10 board.
Wow.
Turn 3 and no way 4. No improvement for JNT on the end despite the open-ended straight draw.
Just under 90.
Raise this 7?
Pretty rare that we see a player at the feature table actually engaging in the chat. Thank you for that, Espen. Obviously, this happened about an hour ago. Espen now on dinner. That is a light spoiler. He won't be eliminated from this feature table.
You don't think he's just on a break popping into the YouTube chat?
No, he is. That's what I'm saying.
He is on a break.
He said he's on dinner break.
Ah.
Oh, but then I guess I know. I mean, that doesn't. He could technically have busted.
He could bust, re-enter, go on dinner break.
That's true. But he did say that he's watching it to see what his table mates were up to. So I don't think it would be this like curiosity of like, how about that table I busted from?
You know, if we didn't break it down, I don't think anyone would have.
Yeah, he is in a pot right now though, and this is probably one of the hands he's curious about. Hijack for Wakil. Going to come out firing with a very large bet.
Yeah, this
Pot
is
size.
a big size and a kind of medium equity hand, the King 9 of spades.
Yeah, and a little tricky here, I think, for Espen. Going to feel too tight to fold. Yeah, you know, kind of weird to shove. But
Yeah, I mean,
it's just, you kind of have to let it go, right? I mean, what are you going to do?
I agree. This hand just has no path to improvement, really.
Yeah.
There's very few turn cards that give us equity. When we're behind, we're really, really behind.
Yeah, and just happen to have, you know, the kind of bluff hand that, yeah, maybe the turn's a, I don't know, a red jack, and he gives it up because
Jack 10 or
there's
what?
no path for him. But then there's times when it's a spade or times when it gives him, you know, a 10 on the turn he might shove on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Still, though, Espen won't like seeing
Checking Data Wizard or what?
that he was winning because we never do.
Yeah. Nacho's signature move rubbed off on me.
It's not allowed.
Really goes to show the power of big bets. I mean, I'm seeing that's one of the trends I'm seeing a lot this week is it just really puts players in coffins, and a lot of the time they don't have it, but it's just it's so hard to fight back against.
Yeah. And that's, you know, reasonably the way things are supposed to go. In theory,
no,
you
for
bet
sure.
big, you allow yourself to bluff more when you're giving your opponent that weaker price, that worse price, I should say. Pretty nice draw for Nacho. Open ender, diamonds for backup, although we can see they're covered by the queen of diamonds of James Hopkins.
Sorry to say, Hopkins, this not your pot.
Yeah, good chance we see a check raise here. Wouldn't fault a check call, but on the ace-high board, against the button, we expect a lot of stabs from stuff like this. Just queen high. Probably could have cleared it out, but Nacho does come with call.
Tricky path here now for Hopkins when you get called on the flop. Certainly, Nacho can have some low aces, some combos that might not fold. But
He
goes
does
for
keep,
it. Yeah.
yeah, he does keep bluffing, and while Nacho could have some of the stronger hands in his range, I like this choice to put pressure on a 5, maybe even like a gut shot, some hand with a suited 4, suited deuce.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have equity there, but Hopkins just identifying a good spot.
Speaking of good spots, David Peters going to 4x the cutoff open from Evgeny Terashenko with the jacks. Chenko sitting there with the 6-5 suited.
I think we're playing deep enough to peel this one. Our price isn't great.
Wrong.
Yeah. I'm just a sticky player, I'm learning.
Yeah. Hey, no, that's great. I love stick.
Like to see flops, you know? Used to play at tables of 2. This is a table of 8.
That's a good point. That is a moment of self-reflection that is, I think, is really very healthy.
Thanks. I'm growing.
Terashenko looking to get involved again. King Queen O. Rokash. Nope. Jack 9 suited. Lucas Greenwood at the hijack here. And we're about to see some give me a break energy from the Canadian, I think. He already has that expression where he's like, yeah, you want to give me a break? No, you're not going to give me a break. 6 makes 17. And such a pretty, almost elegant hand is Jack 9 of diamonds, but one that's going to be difficult to continue. Starting the hand under 30 big blinds against, I don't know, one of the best players in the world. Oh, yes. He wants to see it. Let me see 3.
Not going to stop Greenwood here.
No.
And when he's this shallow, it does make sense.
Bingo, bango.
Especially when you know 2 jacks are coming, but just recognizing that you can realize your equity more often when you are playing short. And it's not often you play this short with no risk premium at this stage of the tournament. We're just trying to accumulate chips.
Hey, listen, I love it. You don't have to talk me into calling a 3-bet with Jack 9 suited. I mean, yeah, David Peters happens to have 2 10s here, but he could have ace 7 of clubs. you know, King Queen O. Maybe King Queen O flats pre. Not always.
Yeah, I think very possible. And Luke has to decide now if he's going to play this spot as high frequency check raise on the paired board. He would probably raise hands like pocket sixes that are more vulnerable. And he raises this one as well.
And Deja Vu from 6 to 17. If they do this on every street, Greenwood will run out of chips.
As Peters, kind of tempting with no club in our hand and pocket tens, like just put a bunch of money in right now. Our hand's good enough
29
to put in 20 big blinds on this flop. And yeah, he comes with a click.
Yeah, I like this.
He's just willing to play for stacks because of how short Greenwood is right now, and maybe we force a club draw to just pile it in.
I just also think, like you mentioned, a hand like pocket sixes, right?
Yeah.
If we assume that Greenwood is going to have a hand like that and could play this as a check raise, David Peters might, you know, be able to get him to put the rest in with a click, you know? I mean, it's...
Yeah. Unfortunate to run into three of a kind here. I think Peters knows that Greenwood very capable of putting in worse than two tens. And we just dealt a turn right away before grabbing the cards there. 5 of spades.
Yeah, that was a bit strange. Speaking of strange, ba-doom. Nice double up for one of the 8 Greenwood brothers. They've been multiplying lately.
Do you know all their names?
Lucas, Sam, Max, Trevor, Paul.
I like that you started with the real ones, and then you're just like...
Maybe I should have mixed and matched.
Can I come up with 5 more names?
I got to think of names. Kevin. No, that's your name, damn it. Oh, I like this reference from Hoosier Land Craps. That dealer was quick, like Maurice Hawkins quick. Very, very topical. I love it. Next red table, bunch of unknowns, including Lady Gaga, Ren Lin, Dylan Lindy, Mikita Padziakowski, Stephen Chidwick, Joseph Chung, fan favorite. Everybody loves Joseph Chung. There's the next blue table. Bunch of rich guys. Jason Kuhn, Jeremy Osmus having that incredible win earlier in the series. And what will be our former red table. Tarashenko with another king-queen. Peters going to defend the hijack. I guess we don't really say it like that, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it, though. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can defend your whatever, your button. Why not?
I'll put a T-shirt on the break so that it's easier.
Does feel like something like, you know, you got caught doing something you shouldn't be doing, then you have to defend it. You probably shouldn't have done that hijacking, man. Oh, but listen, hear me out. Nice flop for Peters. Does it get much better?
Little surprised to see aggression from Tarashenko. 10-8-5, definitely nice looking board for that hijack flat of Peters. Now he has a decision of whether he views this as strong and wants to just continue with a call. Looks like the answer is yes, because the Queen Jack of Diamonds definitely a strong enough hand to just run it on the flop for 30 big blinds. King Queen of Hearts, maybe some removal on the weakest hands that Peters might float on the flop. But if we're targeting like pocket sixes, pocket fours, we could put a lot of pressure on those hands. I do like the give up though with hearts. Blocking that backdoor flush draw that Peters might float himself. We often see a big draw like this check behind on the turn because we don't want to face a jam, but if Peters deduces that the jam's not coming, why not just bet and try to take it down?
28.
And actually sizes up to the point where I think in the face of a shove he would call. But hard to imagine King, Queen of Hearts putting up any fight here. Pretty dusty hand. Peters upgrades that Queen Jack of Diamonds. Ace Jack suited +1. Now 40 big blinds effective.
Ooh, pretty hands. Pretty hands. Goes with call. I can dig it.
Yeah, it feels a little thin to 3-bet.
No worse feeling than 3-betting King Queen suited and not being able to put the rest of the chips in pre.
Yeah, it would be ugly. In position on the small blind here. Terashenko going to come along with the suited 10-3. And it's ahead on this flop.
Peter's going to start with a very balanced baby bet. Nice alliteration there. Balanced baby bet.
The triple B?
Yeah.
The 3-barrel? No, the 3-barrel's already a thing.
No, that's it's already a thing. We're getting into that door window thing now again. Don't cross the streams.
Peters is in position on both players. Maybe a hand that wouldn't bet out of position, but yeah, everyone's got a little piece here, and normally that leads to passive plays, but Terashenko, the opportunity to squeeze these two players.
Yeah, I mean, I think this spot is a great example of how important range advantage is, in that Terashenko really shouldn't play this as a check call and needs to kind of, I mean, he ends up doing so. I mean, maybe it's because of the back doors and maybe making a pretty unbeatable hand on a 10 or a 3.
Yeah, it was maybe an opportunity for Terashenko to clear out some equity and maybe even fold out like a pocket pair between the 4 and the 9 from one of these two players.
Yeah.
I would have liked to raise as well, but you understand kind of the hand strength appears at face value as just the right amount of hand to call with.
And I think it's important to mention too. It's easy for us and maybe natural for us to be critical, for lack of a better word, for not finding a check raise that we see would work.
Yeah, we're
because we
looking
can see
at
that they happen to have the two kind of combinations of hands. Like, again, this is a bet and a call on a board where, like, pretty strong ranges, under the gun +1, small blind calling this flop. And it was such a good price with that very small bet. And you know what? Evgeny Terashenko, because of the way this board is shaken out, somehow find himself at the river with that big yellow 100% beside his name.
Yeah, only question
However,
for me is, will Boyka try to win this one? Certainly capable in the small blind when playing this deep of having hands like 7-6 suited, pocket 5s, pocket 6s. A lot of big hands potentially, and not a lot of ways to be unpaired.
Ace 6 of maybe clubs, hearts.
He does check.
With the small bet.
And even Terashenko might be thinking about whether he needs to bluff this hand. And there's always the chance that David Peters has ace-4 suited, or some similarly mediocre hand that he might be interested in bluffing out. How can he be unpaired after overcalling the flop? I like this choice. Didn't find aggression on the flop, but recognizes that this is pretty low down there. This is not a hand that can expect to check down and win, even though it is good this time.
Yeah, once Boyka checks, it really gives you the opportunity to represent this 6 and how quickly they fold. Nice hand from Terashenko. Sounds like a hockey player's name. There's a lot of hockey players with names like that. As we go to a dinner break, here are how the chips are looking. Espen Jorstad, 123 big blinds, having a great level there. Rokash, just crushing. Boyka, doing well. Tollerine, I mean, this is very early stages, early going. But, yeah, we're going to get some new features, Kevin. We sort of saw a glimpse of what we can expect from our next red and blue tables. I mean, guys, we would love to see play from Steven Chidwick, Mikita Badziakowski. You guys are going to have a good time when we get back. That's for sure. Any thoughts on what we saw at this level? I mean, kind of, you know, what to expect at this very, very deep stage?
Yeah, there was, you know, some cautious play for sure overall. I think a lot of players, you know, taking flops for cheap, reaching rivers in small pots, but not to overlook the early fireworks between Phil Ivey and near the top of the chip counts right now in 4th, Rokash Osapauskas. That 9-5 offsuit bluff against the king-queen was certainly the highlight for me.
Yeah, and such an interesting hand and an incredibly impressive call down ultimately by Rokash. That's not an easy thing to do when Phil Ivey just comes raise, bet, all in. I mean, yeah, obviously Ivey capable, but just as capable as waking up with it there. And this is a $100,000 buy-in, and it's tough if you start losing those buy-ins and having to rebuy. So a great example of what, you know, both of these players are capable of. We are going to go on a 30-minute break here, let the players get some food in their bellies, let you get some food in your bellies, have a coffee, you know, call your mom, do what you ever need to do, but come back here, please, so you can continue watching this Triton 100K main event here in Jeju.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
stop. It's not Jamil's
Wow.
first Triton.
Very cool.
Can't see in his profile. He's first played Triton, London 2023. It's now his 4th series. Dvorak's thinking about call or 3-bet here, I suspect. We're playing 50 big blinds is effective. Not expecting a lot of 4-bet jams at this depth, so King 10 suited. Maybe can clear out a few better offsuit hands and still take flops against hands it's ahead of.
Yeah, I think it would be annoying to face, 39,000 here, but
yeah. Ace Jack suited.
Yeah.
Too good for that kind of play. Definitely
For sure.
just trying to call, so Dvorak will see the flop with 39%.
I just think sort of, at the lower stakes, maybe medium or a normal main event buy-in, you might find players in this spot very infrequently raising pre-flop off 50 effective because they don't want to get blown off their hand. They want to see a flop with this hand, but because it's going to be less frequent, sort of like 4-bet bluffs by raggy hand. It's just like, it's more, you're going to get more situations like this, and you can kind of just let it go if you get 4-bet.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think this is, at any stakes, this is a good strategy to learn from. We're allowed to be aggressive with these kind of medium strength hands. There are some benefits. And if your opponent is too passive, not 4-betting you, even better.
Yeah, and this hand just has so much more playability than, say, a King 10 off.
Yep.
Especially when you have to consider that some of the continues pre could be, King Jack suited, King Queen off.
Unlucky turn for Dvorak's actual hand here. I don't know that he'll be tempted to keep betting this. Yes, it's a good card for our perceived range, but what does King 10 really accomplish by betting? Not a lot of weaker hands will call. A number of better hands possible.
You got to be concerned about Ace Queen here, right?
Yeah, definitely Ace Queen, definitely Jack 10 suited. Even a few hands like Ace 8 suited.
And that is going to be Broadway for Bogdanov. King's up for Dvorak, but not only does he not like it, but I think if he faces a bet, he'll know that he has to rescind, let it go.
I mean, it depends what Bogdanov comes with for sizing. Definitely some ways that he could bluff at this pot. You say 14? Oh, that's tough to get away from, in my opinion. It's perhaps unlikely, but outside chances of hands like 6-7 of spades, maybe even 8x, like 9-8 suited, that turns itself into a bluff. There's not a lot of these combos, but pocket nines also comes to mind. It's got to feel from Dvorak's point of view that getting 5-1 on the end, maybe that makes it worthwhile if Bogdanov's only representing a straight or better. Of course, if he was ever betting hands like ace-queen, it starts to get really ugly for him. That would be a lot of value hands.
Yeah, 14 into 56, and I have to wonder, different size might have, oh wow, looks like Daniel, yeah, just deciding, okay, you gave me the price, man, well done.
Yeah.
Very well done from Bogdanov.
Yeah, and a good job there of not, overplaying our hand. It's difficult for Bogdanov to have enough bluffs in that situation. It is very likely the jack is good, but
Revenge.
yeah, another chance for Dvorak. Less attractive one to 3-bet in my mind, but still worth a call at that good price. Playing very deep. And you know, the other thing I didn't mention last time we talked about the loose calls at this depth is that Dvorak might also call some extremely good hands. Like, he might just be calling here with pocket jacks, even pocket queens occasionally, because of how deep everyone's playing, and because you don't want to set yourself up to get coolered. So players have to respect these calling ranges. It's not only speculative hands.
Well, 2 speculative hands here. Wang Yang deciding to be third man in on the button with 5-4 suited. I think it's fun.
Oh, wow. Have you ever seen
a
4-way pot where 100% of the equity goes straight to the player and flop the straight
Daniel
flush?
Dvorak with the king of clubs. James Hopkins with the ace of clubs. Players have reason to want to continue in this pot. I mean, this is insane.
How do you hold it together right now is Wang Yang. Everyone checks to him on the button.
And this is why we get speculative, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes you just flop the joint. And that is more than the joint. That is a cannon right there.
I just want to order some drinks. One American.
Comes with 10,000. Somewhat chunky bet for a 4-way pot. And of course the ace of clubs can't go anywhere. Very interested to see what Dvorak decides. You know, king of clubs, normally a strong draw. But with the call of Hopkins in the big blind, we've got to be worried that our draw is covered from one of these two players.
Yeah, I would love to see the Canadian wiggle his way out of this one. Look at that.
Yeah, nice fold. When you have this card in your hand as Hopkins, you think you're drawing to the nuts. You don't really give a lot of thought. You know, not that much money has gone into this pot yet. Oh, and he checks it back, giving him a chance to improve to the fake nuts, but...
And yeah...
Fortunately for Hopkins, no club on the end.
Good on the direction back there, quickly giving us a shot of Dvorak, because that is interesting. I mean, he did decide to make that disciplined fold and then saw king on the turn, check through action, and the river pairing the board, probably thinking with most certainty that he has the best, would have had the best hand here.
Yeah.
You know? Showing some interest here.
Would have been a tricky spot to play for Dvorak, as it is.
Come on, you got to show it, man. Come on, it happens too infrequently.
No one reacting. Cards are face down. Just a smooth customer.
So badass.
It is hard to resist.
I haven't seen him on the leaderboard here, but I'll take Ding Biao. It's my guy.
Oh, just no idea how many chips he has. That's your guy.
That's my guy.
I respect it. Spying a previous main event winner, Henrik Hecklin, in the top 5.
63, thank you.
Yeah, that would be a good pick. Would that be your pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go with him.
Okay.
Raise.
How about this? We'll both have 2. And then I'll pick someone in the top 10. And then you have to pick someone around Ding Biao's chip count.
Okay.
So let's find Ding Biao first. As Lucas Greenwood raises the button with King Jack suited, David Yan in the big blind is going to play it as a shove. And I think Lucas...
Oh, wow.
You know, we don't want to always make it a habit of calling off 23 big blinds with King Jack, but he's going to know that this is doing quite well against this range, especially with the incentive for David maybe to rebuy.
Yeah, and I think this looks on the surface like a little splashy from David. Maybe there is that story of him wanting to rebuy, but also just a pretty good hand class against the button, playing pretty short. There's a lot of ace rag hands, king rag hands we can fold out. We'll get called by pocket 4s and just be super live flipping.
Yeah.
Or we'll just flop top 2 against King Jack suited.
Not bad.
That's a very possible outcome. Just 4 9s available to Greenwood. And David's back in it.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Lucas looks less than thrilled.
Yeah, you see that hand showdown and you're like, oh, I guess I'm glad I called, but you feel like you also deserve to win that one.
No.
Pulled around to mystery man Phil Ivey. If you're unfamiliar, we do these mystery hands every once in a while. But I will say the mystery hands aren't balanced. We haven't seen any mystery hands where, you know, Ivey raises here and then opponent just folds. We're gonna see some runouts.
There's gonna be
a
number of decisions.
There's gonna be a
left.
flop. There's gonna be a turn. There's gonna be a river, I think.
We feel pretty confident about that.
Yeah. And we are going in the shoes of Rokash. And a pretty beautiful flop here after facing that raise from Ivey.
Yeah, so starting with pre-flop action, it's not clear to me how often Ivey would open raise 3.5x playing this deep. You would expect a lot of weaker hands to just limp in the small blind. So representing strength immediately, and when he comes with this bet size, I mean, this is not, you know, a marginal pair that he's claiming to have. Ivey's saying, I've got some pretty good hands on this board. Kings, aces, ace, queen, queen, jack suited, this kind of stuff. So not surprised to see Ossipauskas just calling, even with top pair second kicker.
Yeah, and we saw some passivity from Rokash blind on blind with that king 8 against Tollerine, right?
Yeah.
Where he limp called the raise, it came ace king 3, and then he check folded to a pot size bet. So this situation obviously a little bit different, but you know, just in positions really.
Yeah.
He's being the defender here. He has a strong blind, big, you know, hand in the blinds. Last time king 8, now king queen. But this action from his opponents is very, you know, it's shaky here. It's 45K on the turn. I mean, it's almost a pot-sized bet. You don't really expect your opponent, Kevin, here to have 9-7 of hearts, right? Like, this is...
I agree, but, you know, at the same time, Ivey, ever observant of what's happening at his table, what the dynamic is with other players, he witnessed that same hand that you're referring to, Griffin, and maybe even, you know, if holding a marginal hand, he could see this as a spot to lean on a player who just, you know, took some time and potentially made a big fold the previous time he was faced with this kind of action.
River card of a little interest, I think, simply because Rokash may have more jacks than Phil in his range here. You know, if he's calling turn with king queen, can certainly still have king jack.
Yeah. Also cuts down a bit of what Ivey's representing if we're thinking about this hand as Rokash.
Yeah, pocket jacks, ace jack, much less likely.
Just all of it going in. I mean, every step of the way here, Ivey has shown immense strength. He's told a consistent story that he's got a very big hand starting from pre-flop. So we're looking at ace-queen plus for value.
On the value side,
I don't know if even ace-king is strong enough to make this river jam, but maybe, you know, just strong enough.
Relevance of the king of clubs in Rokash's hand, eliminating all those king-high flush draws.
Yeah, there's some potential bluffs for sure.
King 9 of clubs, king 8 of clubs maybe.
But the queen also extremely relevant feeling. Removal of queen jack, ace queen, pocket queens.
Please let us know in the YouTube chat if you think this is a bluff or a value shove from Phil Ivey.
I'm seeing a lot of people guessing bluff right now, and it's tempting to do so. Very capable player, Ivey. Very representable board. And I mean, there's 2 jacks out there, there's 2 queens gone, there's an ace gone. What's left?
And it's hard not for me to think about the kid that Rokash used to be as a poker player. Thinking
He
about
announced
it. Wow,
call.
my gosh.
And just a stone bluff from Ivy.
Growing up watching Phil Ivey, and just Ivy went rogue there against him.
Not concerned about the specific interaction, just attacking a spot against his man.
I was right that he's never going to have 9-7 suited there, right?
I mean, we just saw the
Phil
cards
Ivey
turned over.
finding the very big bluff. I mean, frankly, could have gotten his. Moving on. Wow, dust settled. Alex Boyka. Business as usual. Queen 8 suited this time under the gun. Tolerine very happy to flick in the chips. Oh, and we are getting the hood up. Is that a Triton sweater as well? That's a nice one too.
I don't believe so.
No.
No, that's one of those designer brands I can't afford.
That you choose not to afford.
All low card texture. Feels like advantage Tolerine on this board, but we do get check too. Ace-9 of clubs maybe feeling like it doesn't accomplish anything by leading. Boyka's just going to try to improve his equity with the backdoor hearts. But a lot of times when a fourth low card comes out, we'll see the big blind put a splash out into the pot with almost anything. Again, though, Ace-9 just kind of feels like, what are we really accomplishing with a bet here? Are we going to get a better ace-high to fold? Are we going to ever get called by weaker? Probably not. Very few exceptions. And Boyka's certainly considering his path to bluffing. But if he did have an overpair, or even like a ace-queen or ace-king high, would he bet now or would he wait till the river? He decides to wait till the river.
Yeah, an advantage Benjamin. Benjamin?
That's a name people have.
Yeah.
Benjamin, yeah.
I think it just confused me with the Tolerine thing, you know, Benjamin. Yeah, an opportunity to just, bet a bunch of chips here.
Yeah, who's going to have more sevens is kind of the way that these potential chop pot scenarios play. At a high level, you see some pretty massive bets, at least occasionally, on these boards. And Tolerine has to think that he has the advantage of 7x. Not a lot of sevens open from under the gun. And they also don't often check behind 2 times, and here we go.
Yeah, 40,000 into 17.5.
2.5 times the pot or so. Are we ready to risk that in exchange for the potential at chopping up 17.5? Or with an 8 in our hand, are we ever thinking, maybe, just maybe I can raise? No, just gotta make that tough call for the chop. Nice hand by both.
You know what I really wanted to see there? 145,000. Big deal.
2 titles. 10 million in earnings.
One half of the power couple in poker with Kristen Foxen. The it couple.
Who, by the way, is not far behind. 15th in the chip counts, Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, no surprise here.
With about 500,000 chips. Strong hand on the button here, but when we're playing 70 big blinds effective, wouldn't call it an automatic 3-bet. Though Osipowska is happy to increase the price on this one. I think Peters has a mandatory continue in some way, but perhaps a decision between the occasional 4-bet bluff and a call.
Ten Jack, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Both suits semi-relevant, more so probably the heart for Peters. He would love to see a check here.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a mandatory bet on this paired board, but I do think more often than not we see players continuing aggression. Rokash definitely rates to connect here pretty frequently. Ace-9 of hearts. We have a reasonable piece here. I think we have to consider potentially check raise bluffing to try to force out a different suited ace. Floating certainly an option to try and improve or have the turn check through.
Hmm.
Well, that's, you know, of all the turns.
Yeah, I have a feeling like when he called, he sort of had a vision board in his head, and he thought 8 of hearts would be nice.
Have to agree. And now the question for Rokash is, do I want to continue betting with a bit of added equity and the chance to maybe fold out an underpair? He does decide to just check behind. Certainly a bit of showdown value, and on the ace river, does have the winner with a queen kicker that plays.
Yeah, Peters has improved here, but no opportunity to bluff now if his opponent did have something like ace-queen or ace-king. What do you think here? This is, yeah, going to be a check.
Yeah, Peters has to like his hand a reasonable amount, but understands that there's a lot of ace-queen and ace-king in this range. Why not give a hand like king-7 of spades a chance to bluff at this pot? Maybe 7-6 suited. These types of hands that will occasionally 3-bet before the flop and arrive here, attempt some sort of desperate bluff. Is there any chance that Ossipauskas doesn't value bet this? I think with club in hand, it's strong enough for sure, but we've seen some conservative play throughout this series when a lot of draws complete. Nervous about that check raise that could come.
Yeah, I mean, not sure if just a 10 would check raise, but it looks like a check.
Yep. Definitely a number of better hands that Peter could have been slowed playing. Definitely some respect for the possible check raise. No diamond. Maybe reading into the increased bet size as some strength.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju, Korea. I'm Griffin Benger. That's Kevin Rabichow. We are watching the main event, 100K. Best players in the world out here playing for that incredible prize pool. We just finished the 150K earlier today, but this is really the one that a lot of these players have earmarked, and we have, you know, a lot of big stacks building. Paul Pua, the current chip leader. I think you should be familiar with who that is if you follow Triton. Alexander Foxen in second in chips, and some really interesting feature tables highlighted by, you know, someone like Jason Kuhn and a big stacked Henrik Hecklin on the blue table here.
Yeah, I know you're excited to watch a couple of these heavy hitters. We've also got, you know, the man of the series perhaps so far. Well, you know, maybe a little bit late to call Jeremy Osmus the man of the series.
Yeah, Mario Mosbach might have a case as well.
one of the, you know, most successful players thus far in the past week or so. And I'm looking at the red table too. We've got over 500,000 for Stephen Chidwick. and a dangerous Thomas Santurn a couple seats over with 495.
Yeah, and not to mention Dylan Lindy, obviously someone who's improving more and more in these super high rollers, had that great final table in the 50K. Unfortunately, did fall to Bryn Kenny in that one, despite coming in with the chip lead on that final table. Badziakowski, obviously always a massive, massive threat, who's also having a great series. Is no surprise there. Joseph Chung, someone who's a favorite of mine, I'm sure. You know, growing up in the U.S. scene, you can be familiar with him. And again, Henrik Hecklin, one of the big stacks in the room over on that blue table with Jason Kuhn, as well as, like you said, Jeremy Osmus. So we are going to get things started pretty quickly. You can look on the right there, see the other chip leaders. Pascal Lafrancois, we featured him a bit this week. He did have a final table performance earlier. He's going to look to find a big score in this super high roller main event. Scrolling down, you see Brandon Wilson is in there as well, 9th in chips, who's having a great series. He has 2 scores up there near $1 million in earnings. And yeah, we're going to jump right into the action here at the 100K main event. There is the rest of the field. Busier than usual because so many players are here playing this main event, coming back from their dinner. This is the Landing Resort and Casino.
Yeah, been a while since we got some day one action, seeing the room pretty packed. Still 156 remain out of almost 200 entries.
Yeah, it's almost hard to get eliminations because people keep on entering or re-entering. There's Paul Pua there, our chip leader.
I got a better structure in this one too. 250,000 starting chips. Still good for over 60 big blinds at this stage.
Justin Saliba, Dan Smith, the usual suspects in the super high roller scene here at Triton.
Thought that was Joni Jakamainen.
Yeah, I did notice him.
I think that's the first. This is the first event I think we've seen him in.
Yeah, I cut my teeth with him in the online streets.
I think he's out here thinking about PLO coming up.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
in a few days.
You know, pop in for the main. Focus mainly to be those PLOs. You can see Seth Davies there, the back of Mike Watson, Adrian Mateos, the Spanish superstar. And there's Mike Watson's front, and someone said something funny. And he's like, time to focus. Put that phone away. Punat, very dangerous player here on the Triton Tour. And here are our chip counts of the red and blue table. Stephen Chidwick with the lead there with 582,000, 146 big blinds. The very dangerous, as you mentioned. Santurn doing really, really well. Badziakowski, very healthy with 89 big blinds. You're going to see a lot of big stacks and a lot of more interesting play. Jason Kuhn doing really, really well over there on the blue table. I'm excited to see either one of these tables. I mean, Kuhn, Osmus, Hecklin, what a lineup. And then, of course, Chidwick, Chong, Badziakowski, Lindy, Santurn, and we didn't even mention Lady Gaga, Ren Lin, also on that table. A little short stacked with 27 blinds, but he usually finds a way as we get things started. Oganyan with the Jack 10, going to call the open with the button from Samuel Ju.
Yeah, it's ruined for me too, man. Fuck.
Advantage Jew. This board texture obviously favoring Oganyan, but as you mentioned last level, Kevin, it's not like this board is way more loaded for the big blind versus the button in particular as the razor. We're this in middle-ish position, then Oganyan could probably put more aggression.
But the reason
Yeah,
I bring it up
absolutely.
is they changed the intro, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I guess the intro was so good.
Queen 7, maybe a slightly light open even for the button, but a lot of hands like that. Going to connect with that board.
So
Oganyan wants to get out.
A little White Lotus discourse.
You gotta get on that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Okay.
Super tired?
I got a flight home. A long
That's how I
One
was.
of the most
at
popular
about
shows
8:30 and go to my room and I fell asleep.
from HBO right now, and they're talking about the controversial choice to change the theme song after the first 2 seasons. It was one of the most popular theme songs, and the creator just made a different one.
You have a strong feeling about that one?
I do have a strong feeling, actually, about that topic because I was talking to my girlfriend about it today, and I said to her, you know what? The new theme song's kind of
Professional.
growing on me.
What?
Pretty ambitious that they changed it.
Never pull up.
So again, the next break I'll play the theme song for you, and you'll get it. The one that everyone loves, and then
I
I'll
think
play
you have to
both. I will pretty
play-
much take your entire 10-minute break, assuming that's
Yeah.
what we get, and I will just play you theme songs from White Lotus.
To recreate the experience, I
Yes.
think you need to
Know what?
play the first theme song like 17, maybe 25 times.
You're right.
And then play the new one.
What are you doing when we're done work tonight? I think we both know what you're doing.
If you can set it on an 8-hour loop, one of those
You know what? Why don't we
ASMR
just watch
YouTube
the first
videos.
season
They wouldn't even
together?
put us on the
Oh,
screen
God.
here.
You know, I don't leave till 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, you're leaving? Griffin. Sorry, did you not want to? Were you not trying to announce that on stream when you
I
brought it
am
up?
leaving. They're kicking me to the curb. The B team is being sent home.
Only 150.
And the incomparable Henry Kilbane is coming in. Folded to Chidwick at the cutoff. He's letting it go. Ren Lin. Always colorful. Always fun.
Thrives off the
And
cameras and stuff.
maybe sometimes a little out of line. 10-8 offsuit, going for the raise. Belcher is going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, 30 big blinds effective. Another somewhat
Low the
light,
4. Okay.
defensible
Last
open
time.
on the button.
No matter how I will win this time. No matter what flop.
Chat, you know I'm not happy Griffin's leaving. We've been having a great time in the booth this week.
We have. We even started getting meals together. We had almost had dinner together tonight. Almost had
Almost.
breakfast together. You cool kids me today. I asked Kevin if he wanted to get breakfast. He's like, already hanging out with Espanyor's dad and doing the whole GTO wizard team.
It's like, sorry, I ate yesterday. I'm good.
Listen.
Renlin going to take that down with a C-bet. No interaction for Belcher.
Alan on YouTube asking if there's a Triton merchandise store where you can buy hoodies, etc. There is. There is a Triton store. I can't really give you the URL, but you can find it. And I will attest to the gear being phenomenal. I have so many different pieces. And I don't just wear them here, actually. I wear them at home.
$28.
King 7 suited. Near bottom of range for sand turn, using it as a 3-bet bluff from the button. And Dylan,
28.
yeah. Chong's open from +1. That's a tight range he has to respect. Dylan maybe would get involved with ace-jack and some other position pairings, but
Yeah, let's go to a flop.
passing on this one, Chong's hand way too good to do anything else but call.
Good start for Joe.
And a board that I think Santurn expects to connect pretty well with Joe's calling range. Maybe a spot where we want to play bigger sizes. Polarize a bit more right away. Did look like half the pot or so. Using one of those low equity hands that doesn't really have much hope other than to try and keep bluffing.
Interesting turn card against Joseph's exact hand. Has picked up a straight draw, but it isn't over to the 9. Santurn quickly looks down at his chips. A very capable individual.
Welcome to my
Playing
Yeah,
the highest stakes.
If Santurn were to keep betting with this King 7, it just feels like he's saying, I'm going to go after this card with anything.
No future.
Because this is a very low interaction hand. Queen definitely could improve Joe's range here. You can see his hand. Huge equity against King 7 of clubs, but yeah, it does just fold. I can't blame Chong there. That hand can be dominated quite easily. That draw can be no good.
Yeah, and quite a beautiful bet size. You know, I mean, effectively bet about 40% of Joseph Chong's stack. I mean,
Yeah.
really defining the moment right there. Being like, if you know, if you have a set of tens, so be it. But if you don't, it's going to be really hard to put the rest of the chips in. And you can't blame Joe for letting go of the best hand. So really a great example of the power of position, of aggression, of having more chips, and pulling the trigger.
When this first place, minimal can have 5 wives. So much money. Too much money.
That sounds expensive.
Even calling station, I better fold.
Chidwick opening things up. The king jack off. Random 777 saying Stephen Chidwick is fearless. I actually have it on good authority that he's afraid of spiders. Told me that in confidence. Told me not to mention it on the stream. No, I agree. I'm pretty sure Stephen Chidwick isn't afraid of anything. Except maybe a razor. I feel like once you commit to such an incredible mustache, the idea of like waking up and it being gone, it's like a part of your identity at that point, right?
I was thinking he's been rocking that look for a while now.
I'm just saying, if he woke up and that thing was gone, he would have like a sort of a who am I Zoolander moment, you know?
I get that reference.
Did you? Nice.
Brock with a pretty big hand on this texture.
Yeah.
Maybe not excited to be raising
21
against an early position open, but definitely worth some value.
Like when Austin Powers loses his mojo in second, you know? And then he eventually learns that he didn't need his mojo to be a Triton champion. So
an inspirational tale, really.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how the movie went. Wizbrod going to take this as a check raise. And Chidwick, no slouch, going to continue with a call as he would with hands like 2 kings and 2 jacks. Probably one of the worst hands he would be calling this check raise with.
Yeah, this feels even, this is pretty marginal from +2, giving Wizbrod a lot of credit for having light check raises on the flop. I mean, granted, I think King Jack usually ahead of a check raise bluff, barring a few rare exceptions. And the 7, very good card for the big blind range.
20.
It is typical to continue betting, but I like this downsize kind of from Wizbrod. We're not trying to put 200,000 more chips into this pot necessarily, but pocket eights is worth a little.
Oh, 3-5, professional.
Yeah, I mean, great card either way for
Professional
Barrick's range there, right?
Ah.
Big hands in the pocket queens for Joe Chung. Belcher with the ace queen, playing it as a call. Belcher wanting to stay under repped not getting into a raising war pre here, but wow. This is disaster for the American.
Yeah, once a 3-bet comes in here, which we have to imagine is always the case, 50 big blinds effective, pocket queens. Even though we've raised under the gun, it's very tempting to play this one aggressively.
Yeah, and a queen going to be in the bin with that ace queen. So you have to expect Chung going to be playing for his stack here.
Does say all in.
Lady Gaga, King Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
No Lady Gaga.
No Lady Gaga. One Lady Gaga.
Just 2 free
One there?
and 5. No Lady Gaga.
About 3, 4, 5,
And
6,
Lynn
7.
offering some Lady Gaga.
You'll take that? Okay, okay. Deal.
I'm not greedy.
I'm all in, yeah. Queens are all in.
Only one queen left in the deck for the affable Joseph Chung, and 4-4-3 is not going to do it. No chops possible.
Maybe
Gonna
6
need
cards?
6
the
cards?
one remaining lady.
Wow. Oh no, no space. Okay.
Does she want to go for a dance? She does not.
Oh, guys.
Really too bad. Would have loved to have seen more from Joseph. And nice pot here for Wisprod.
Yeah, Barack I mentioned on a previous stream. Plays some of the biggest cash games online. Extremely technical and talented player from that new-ish generation, might we say? Actually, we don't know how old Barack is.
Sometimes on tilt, get real hard.
I'll call him newish.
It's good.
Sometimes you got a song stuck in your head and you just got to let it out. And nobody at the table even flinches. They love the antics from Ren Lin. Ooh. Bunch of chips. Been playing a lot of hands. And you just get ace king on the button. Tournament poker can be really fun. And usually would expect to see some resistance from two of the game's greats, but not with King 8 off in the small and Jack 3 in the big. Niothan asks, there is one re-entry available. There is max re-entries until period is over, I believe. Almost 100%
Give me
sure.
Lady Gaga. I'm okay.
That registration also open until the beginning of day 2.
Belcher pitched the pocket threes very, very quickly, playing about 85 big blinds in early position. Worth noting, you can see a 3 about to be folded probably in Chidwick's hand, although could be a 3-bet candidate.
Yeah, he seems tempted
And
here.
yeah, actually just pops in the call. Yep.
Playing versus exact min raise. This is the kind of stuff we see when we're this deep. And the price is really good. Maybe a touch ambitious, but Chidwick confident that he can make this one work.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the very, very best in the world, they're going to color a little bit outside the lines.
Yeah.
Skew a little, play more hands, be in more situations because they can find more ways to win hands This one's going to be a bit tough for Chidwick to win without a king or a queen on the river.
Notable check back from Barak. A lot of players attacking the ace-queen high texture pretty relentlessly, but in a three-way spot with a marginal hand, Wisbred decides to check. And once we check the flop, you'd have to expect another check in general. Yes, we feel good about our hand, but either of these two players in the blinds could have a queen and have us drawing to 2 outs. Somewhat way ahead, way behind situation.
Chidwick maybe taking stock of his ability to credibly rep a queen here.
Yeah, not a bad bluff candidate. Worst king high. Probably doesn't think he can ever win against Barak's check back range.
Gives it up, and Barak's going to take it down.
Yeah.
And I assume that Chidwick had to table that king 3 suited, maybe a bit of information about, you know, what he's prepared to call in certain spots.
Try and
Yeah, other players did see that showdown.
maybe.
Yeah, let me know. I know how to try next time.
Definitely helps with the range analysis when you're playing against a small blind flat. Used to be a much tighter range that we saw in that seat. Players lately willing to VPIP a lot wider with the good price.
Lindy out of the way. Barak playing the rush. Feels like 4 or 5 in a row now. 9-7 of diamonds going to come in for the raise. Renlin. Jack 8 not going to be the ticket. And Santurn.
Gonna work again. You familiar with the avalanche strategy, Griffin?
No, what's that?
Have you heard of this before?
No. Keep going until you lose, basically?
Apparently it's like, so I first heard this from an old A.E. Jones audio series. I don't remember. It was a downloadable thing of some kind. Old school training content. Aaron Jones, former poker pro, and he had an idea that if you bluffed and then just bluffed again and the next time again, it would just keep getting more and more credit because the player on the other side keeps getting less and less.
Nice.
Convinced that it's possible that you would try this once again, but the strategy is just, I think he's referring to rock, paper, scissors. The idea is like, oh, you just throw rock and then throw rock again and then again and again.
Right.
Never stop. Although avalanche, maybe not the best descriptor of a bunch of rocks, but love the concept.
This, you know, potential for trouble, I think, for Chidwick, assuming Santurn and Belcher get out of the way, the kind of hand candidate that can be played as a 4-bet shove for 30 big blinds.
Yeah, not a huge
in
hand,
this
but
position.
definitely could consider making that exact play. And Ren goes notably large on the 3-bet, 32,000 of his 120 to start the hand.
I think that could scare Chidwick away. Again, he has one of those, as we sort of call solver bait hands, where you got to shove this in over a 3-bet sometimes at least.
I mean, it could also convince him to make the jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking that there's extra dead money out there. Not unusual. Oh, he's
Steven, you game so much.
got his favorite hand in the world. Does Renlin. Well, Stevie does have 32% against it.
Yeah. Let's see if we get an interesting flop. We do not. Can we put out another one? How does that work? This is
Double.
the only one we get?
You asking for double board?
3. Boring. Ace and only an ace. Or Renlin doubles up with Lady Gaga.
Gamble too much. Gamble so much.
Stevie's heard these antics before. These two played a lot against each other in the Poker Go studio, I'm sure, and all over the world.
Steve never bluff. First time I see bluff. Last time I see his bluff is 2011. I never see you bluff. Huh? Never again. I thought I'd try it to see what it felt like.
So the credibility of my story might not be high, but I will say that I saw Renlin at the gym the other day. This is not a made-up story. He was just ripping it on that treadmill.
Yeah.
It's like sprints. It was great.
I've seen Ren doing push-ups on breaks, like
Yeah.
on camera
No,
at tournaments.
He's clearly very, very fit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, a mouth.
That huge flip that he's doing.
Mile a minute.
You thought you
And
were
the legs to match it. Can confirm.
I never fold it. Either I got a 7-6 and it's still new call.
Chidwick, right back in the action. Doubled up his friend. Lost his 32%. Now Renlin might have some call-in chips here. 63 big blinds effective. Pull it to Dylan. No, thank you. Dylan's wearing his sweater again. His Uncle Scotch sweater. Suggests I would have loved to have had a Scotch with him on a dock, cottage dock with that sweater. Vantage Chidwick, still ahead with the 10s. Not thrilled with the Ace-Jack-6, but does have a diamond in hand. And sometimes
a lot of bounties.
still be quite ahead like he is.
Any good ones? No? Matas took all of them?
Yeah, he's actually the biggest winner in the tournament.
Yeah. He finished like 7th or something?
Sorry?
No, he didn't even make final
He had 6
table,
bounties.
But didn't make final table, right?
No, he didn't. He came 12.
Still won like 1.2.
Yeah, 150 with bounties and whatever the cash is. I don't know, maybe like 80K.
Stevie trying to show down his hand, but Renlin maybe starting to think about an opportunity to bluff with these 2 5s. Feels unlikely that he's going to get to show these down and actually win the pot against the hijack open. Does decide to check, though.
Yeah, and I don't think that Chidwick was folding this turn. And it would have been very difficult to bluff this river, so I think Ren saved some money here.
Yeah, this card, not the one to try and represent when we have a bit of showdown value as well.
And Chidwick might even just go for some value here, right?
He's thinking about it.
Just
That
bet.
jack pairing removes a lot of the hands he was losing to.
Yeah, bet 8,000, 10,000, and maybe get called by 2 8s or 2 7s. Hey, 5,000. Let's not be
Yeah,
greedy.
what a professional size. King, queen, what do you bet? No.
At least one move.
Thinking
King,
about
queen, what do you bet? No, what do you 19 offshoot?
There's still 2 more events.
Yeah.
19 offshoot.
I knew he was going to do that.
Yeah.
As soon as he heard 9-10.
Professional value, but.
You know, like at the end of the festival.
Yeah. No future. Terrible, Luigi.
Surprised that there will be like 10
So
plus
good.
But minimum I get one card is like 10, right? Both 4 sides.
True.
10 9, pocket 10, very close.
Pretty close.
Very close.
This is true. He did get one of the cards right. 4 sides. How dare we even leave this table for an advertisement? I don't like it. But you might like WPT Global with their $25,000 buy-in WPT Grand Slam. There's Phil Ivey. You got a welcome deposit bonus, 100% Match up to $1,500. WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to that $1,500, as I mentioned. It's right there in the corner. JEJU. So the lyrics in this song, he's talking about poker, I think. Something grinding.
I missed that.
We can look it up after.
Wow.
Sounded like a Poker Made song.
Very strong hand, my friend.
Was it written by Jeremy Osmus?
Very strong.
Why do you say that?
I tell
I'm
you.
missing the context.
Oh, he's
a rapper?
He wrote a song.
Okay.
What do
about
you
poker.
Try free bet me?
It's pinned on
I
his
will tell you I got very
Twitter
strong
page,
hand.
I believe. It's a really good one. It's about jacks.
Okay.
Never listen. Never
I do want to hear
listen.
more about it, but Renlin is in
Never
a pot, and he's talking, and that's really all we want to hear, right? So I should probably shut up now.
No respect, huh? How much do you listen? No respect, I'm on tilting.
So Renlin announces no respect, and then 4 bets, and Belcher is in quite a decision. And, you know, it's one of those spots that this is sort of an argument for, you know, why sometimes we want to just call in this spot, because now that we're here, how do we proceed?
And like
Belcher
nice,
just
nice
folds.
hand choice by Ren, and
listening.
nice
Next
table
one,
talk
my
as he
friend,
bluffs.
No listen. So cute. You don't know Dutch coin up today.
Ren there looked like he was kind of trying to feel out if he was allowed to slap
way
the
I
hand of
had
Belcher
no respect.
the way he has so many
Listen,
others.
Wow. And he's still pretending.
Oh, man.
Jokes aside, just like a nice hand choice for the spot. Good 4-bet bluffing candidate. Out of position. One of those marginal calls. And I love the table talk of suggesting he's on tilt while 4-bet bluffing. Just like a bit of a reversal of what you'd expect. The obvious like, oh, of course I'm on tilt right now when you're 4-betting a good hand. Nice stuff.
Remarkable stuff as Chidwick decides whether or not he wants to play the King 10 under the gun, thinks better of it. And Renlin, the heater continues.
Makita calling station big blind, very dangerous.
Calling station, big blind, very dangerous. We will see.
Professional for this side, huh? Never listening. Never listening. Until. Good for.
You know, Kevin, I did say that after that Ding Biao fold with pocket queens, which got no attention really because all the attention went to the Mueller's all in with the ace-5 suited. I suggested I was going to get a Ding Biao shirt perhaps the next time I'm at one of these Triton stops.
Welcome to my
kind of want to
party,
get a
my
Renlin
friend.
one too.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just get.
So hungry.
Maybe I'll just get 2 made, and then whenever they're on the features, I'll wear them. You know, I think that's my plan.
Like a very easy money.
Maybe I should just get 1 shirt with both of them and save some money. What do you think?
I think Renlin's in trouble right now.
Yeah, he is.
Because he's been outflopped by the ace-6 of Mikita Badzikowski.
Yeah, this is going to be very big trouble for Renlin because feels like 3-handed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, it's maybe a mandatory check raise for Mikita.
I wouldn't call it mandatory.
Yeah.
It of course is a strong enough hand to check raise. Sometimes we see players using the top and bottom 2 pair as a slow play because your hand's a little more vulnerable. A 10 pairing on the turn can counterfeit you. So not as excited to bloat the pot.
Wow.
And you're so under-repped too when it's a brick card and they might...
No future.
Yeah, of all the 2 pairs, 2 trap, this would be the preferred one. Check raising 10-6 and ace-10 most of the time.
That. The big aces are still going to blast.
Yeah.
The bluffs are trying to try to blast you off your perceived ace rag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this this flop call. Thanks for clarifying.
And this is the turn where maybe now, if Renlin were to make a big bet, we can activate because our equities improve drastically on the safe turn. But of course, there's always the chance that Ren's just blasting here with some relatively low equity bluff, and we want to keep those hands in. I think this is a close decision with how much money's behind. Almost full pot, actually slightly more than full pot behind if Badzikowski were to raise. So it would be a pretty huge jam.
Yeah, and if we assume that Ren would fold with a hand like ace-jack to a check shove here,
he might.
Percentage, like more likely fold than call, maybe better to keep the bluffs in and let them keep going. And,
yeah,
you know, maybe the river's a 2 and then he tries to blast you off when he doesn't have it, and then he value bets when he has ace-king, ace-queen, maybe checks back the ace-jack. Maybe he still goes for it.
Yeah, I mean, Ren's put a lot of money into this pot so far with ace-jack. I don't know that he's going to be thrilled to put a lot more in unless he gets a really clean river or maybe improves to 2-pair on the river. 3 of a kind also might convince him. Does look like he's just going to go with jam and try to represent that combo draw. You can see Ren's not happy.
Yeah, it's like, do I really think Makita has 3-5 of diamonds here and try to get me to fold the top of my range?
And let's not put it past him. I mean, a low pair with diamonds, definitely a possibility.
You think 6-7 of diamonds can play this hand like this to really pressurize exact hands like this?
Yeah, I do think it's possible. I don't know that it's always the line that Makita takes, but Ren has to be worried that it's possible to identify how unhappy the ace-jacks, ace-queens, and ace-kings are for Ren, and that's a lot of combos if you add them all up. If he were to fold them all, Makita gets an amazing bluff through, I would think, with a hand like 6x of diamonds or deuce-x of diamonds.
Now, usually we do see this sort of all-in but one chip on a river. Explain to the viewers why he does it here on the turn.
To be honest, I'm not sure that there's a technical function to this. I mean, Makita covering at this point, so he might have just grabbed a pile of chips and put it in. In a heads-up scenario, I don't think there's any benefit to leaving a chip behind for a play like this. The only possible outcome would be if he had, you know, if the covered player left a chip behind, maybe they give themselves a chance for the river to go check-check and they're not, you know, out of the turn. Like, there's no obligation for that last chip to go in.
Oh, yeah, of course. What am I saying? Makita has way more chips. I misunderstood that. I didn't see his chips. And he gets the call.
Yeah, Ren has called. No diamond in his hand, convinced he could be up against the combo draw.
I am enjoying his presence on this feature table, so let's see what that brings us on the river. And he does make 2-pair, but not good enough on Renlin. And I hope for the tournament's sake, for entertainment value, and just to have another great player in the field, Renlin re-enters.
Tag Hooler, a tag watch from the Venetian 12 years ago. I should have worn that.
As we check in
Should have brought it out here.
on our blue table. And a certain player has joined, perhaps.
From Scooped in 2004.
Had a celebratory glass of wine at lunch or an early dinner. João Vieira, coming off that incredible $4.6 million win
What the fuck, man?
in the 150K buy-in, is now joining these studs at this feature that features Kuhn, Osmus, Hecklin. Fair fight between Samuel Jeju and Henrik Hecklin. Hecklin going to play it as an under-repped flat. James Chen going to also just call. Kuhn wearing a pretty awesome, colorful jacket.
3-betting actually did James Chen.
Oh, my bad.
Looked like he flicked out a white and a blue there.
Yeah. He tricked me.
And this is awkward I think for the 2-9s, if this were a hand only against Hecklin, we'd certainly be happy to call out of position. Now, putting in sort of an uncomfortable percentage of James Chen's effective stack and maybe even inviting Hecklin to back raise sometimes. Yeah, I think he said all in.
Yeah, and that is very strong and really going to put Chen in the coffin. I mean, to have to call off another 38 big blinds against a very, very strong range, the sort of flat back shove is going to be presumably, I don't know, 9s, 10s, ace queen suited plus.
Yeah, James needs to decide how often either Hecklin or Jeju has ace king in this spot. He does fold.
And not an automatic fold for Jeju.
Yeah,
Is flipping, but
this is the risk we take when we call out a position. I mean, 9's a lot of hand for 30K, but for 240, very mediocre. And there's a threat that Hecklin makes this same play with 10s and jacks, but I think he very rarely does it with a lower pair than 9s.
Yeah.
I think I'd be out for that reason, but ace queen is also such a attractive hand to make this play.
And what a brilliant result this will be for Hecklin if he gets it through. Getting out the technically ahead 9s with another ace-queen in the muck.
Yeah, even if he doesn't get it through, he's cleared the ace-queen of James Chen. Really is an effective play when you see Jeju flat in this spot and potentially make the statement, well, I don't have ace-king and I probably don't have queens plus.
Yeah, and I expect Hecklin has Jeju in this range, probably a bit stronger. This is probably the worst hand you might expect Jeju to have here to be thinking so long. And makes the call. Wow.
Yeah, that's not an easy call. Pretty much putting Hecklin squarely on the hand that he's holding.
Yeah, I think this is a great result for Samuel Jeju, just saying, I am willing to go for this.
Oh, I have such insane deck reads. I know exactly what's going.
Call it. Call it.
Well, Hecklin's, I tell you, he's going all right.
Will Jeju's bravery be rewarded? No, there are 2 hearts on the board.
Turn to make it
He's going to need one of the 2 remaining 9s.
I didn't say a lot of spicy. A little spicy. Well,
10 changes nothing.
How about runner, four-sider?
Going to need that 9.
Still favorite.
How about a 4?
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, you're definitely still favorite on a 4-sider.
And good on Samuel Jeju finding the call there, getting it in good, but you still got to win that big flip, and just didn't go in his favor. And that really creates a problem for not just the rest of the table, but the rest of the field. The very, very capable, talented Henrik Hecklin, 194 big blinds.
We can trade. We can trade. I guess it's a bad trade for you because
ace queen of spades.
What did you have on that one, the first level of the day 1?
You don't want to know that.
Huh?
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know that.
I mean, it sounded like you were bluffing the whole time.
Could be headed to
after all your
the registration desk. Could be taking a break. Could be done.
It'll
We'll
beat
never
my
know.
2-2.
Till we see him back in the field, if he chooses to.
I like it. I knew
Folded to James Chen.
Some more bluffs than the ones that
Letting
were.
go the ace 5. Here is our newly minted Triton champion.
8.
He really doesn't look like $1 million because he looks like 4.6.
Nice.
Thanks. They didn't chop, did they?
No deal was made.
Wow.
In that tournament.
Playing for blood.
$1.5 million heads-up match against Alex Ponikovs.
Gotta say, Javiera, I mean, I already knew he played great, but he really played great today. And when there's a convergence of playing great and running great, there's no stopping. We saw some hands on that FT. The 8-9 suited flopping the straight against Fedor's aces. The ace-jack against ace-queen, effectively for the title. But my favorite hand he played at that FT, the 150K.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
No. Which one?
Dan Smith holding king-jack. Remember that hand?
King Queen of Diamonds bluff. That was a nice one.
2x shove on the river, getting top pair to fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vieira starts with a check from the cutoff here. Going to expect that he's good a pretty significant percentage of the time here, but doesn't want to get floated and make things complicated. And tell you what, that is a good card for the Triton cash all-time cash leader. 55 of them, I believe, is Jason Kuhn. Let me double check that. Maybe he's gotten more since I looked.
Certainly the titles leader with 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Vieira still has reason to suspect his ace high is good. No need to bluff with this hand.
Yeah, sorry, I should have maybe led with the titles. I didn't mean to short deck him there.
That's a good teaser for what we've got coming next week.
Yeah. Speaking of short deck.
Now Vieira making a pair of 9s should recognize his hand has a lot of showdown value, but it's tough to get paid unless we bet really small, maybe targeting a low pocket pair or ace-jack high type hands.
45.
Yeah, really small. Just 15%, maybe 20% of the pot. And with the king-8, we have no kicker that plays, but Jason's got to think about whether this is worth a value raise.
Make the raise. Make the raise. Make the raise. Everyone chat it in the chant. Come on. Chat it in the chant. Chat it. Chant it in the chat. Make the raise. Yes. Feel the power of the dark side. 26-5.
Sometimes uncomfortable to make these raises, but Jason recognizing what his hand's worth. A lot more than this one big blind bet that Vieira dropped in on the river. I was curious if Vieira would ever think about 3-bet bluffing, but I think he's moved past that possibility.
Yeah.
With the way that he's handling himself right now. Just trying to piece together how Jason might bluff at this spot. Does he take a hand like ace-10? A little bit of removal, marginal showdown value.
Yeah, I think it's difficult right now. I think there's a lot of computing going on for Naza, and he's not really finding enough bluffs that make sense. And certainly all the kind of king combos do make sense as a check back on the turn and value raising. Obviously Queen X probably would have been heard of on the turn. And I think he might, I thought he was going to pay him off.
It feels like the 9 doesn't do us much good in this situation. There's an outside chance that Jason has pocket 9s, but he also might 3-bet that in these positions before the flop. And the ace is maybe working against us. Like I suggested, some of his potential bluffs might come from ace-10, ace-jack.
You know, it'd be freaking awesome if he was just like, I don't really know what to do here, so I'm all in. Like he says it and then does it.
I'm always waiting for someone to like break posture.
I did it.
And then raise anyways.
I did it once.
Roll the clip. We want to see it.
I wish, man. No, it was at Playground.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with a reg about the idea of doing it. Parker Talbot.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I had a situation on the river
Just in time to get bluffed
where
before
there was a bet, and I like really made it seem I like didn't have a bluff catcher.
Yeah.
But I thought I could maybe check shove as a bluff.
doing my best.
And I was like, doing this whole hum and haw. And then this is like in a 5K like WPT, you know. And I was like, I guess I'm all in, like something that a fish would do.
Yeah.
And it like he like show full top pair and it worked, and I showed the bluff. I was just, you know, it was the best feeling ever. I don't think that's happening at Tritons, but I did do it one time.
It's a good routine.
I started using mine.
Why not use it at Triton?
Bus tournaments and have all.
I mean, I think it would have been really effective there. Imagine.
We've seen some players going against the grain and having success.
Started with
12. I mean, that was a spot where, like, I was thinking in my head, this is a spot that requires at least one time.
Yeah.
Your whole range requires time.
Totally agree.
When you used it, I was like, this guy's real sharp. More than like, how much?
Level 1. 9. 10 minutes.
Yan Jing Yao. Gonna open things up on the button, very standard.
You have
ace 10.
6, 5.
No, you're not exactly late. First level.
Triton first timer is Yao.
Yeah.
A couple of cashes so far in Jeju.
Today was also first hand.
34,000.
Oganyan taking a suited ace, making the bluff we'd often see from the offsuit version of this same hand. Yao's hand is pretty good for this spot. Ace-10 on the button, 35 big blinds effective. But does he think that Aram would bluff in this manner often enough? Seems like no.
Yeah, nice takedown, getting the best hand to fold. I mean, it's just such murky depths with hands like ace-10 in that spot. I think we can consider calling there, keeping the bluffs in and not having to risk our entire stack.
As the ace-10?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I think ace-10 is strong enough to call. And seeing Oganyan 3-bet with kind of a non-standard combo and getting the big fold makes me feel like he made a good read on that situation.
Yeah. James Chen opening up the proceedings with the ace-8 of clubs under the gun. Osmus out of here. Oganyan out of here. Follow the script. Aram, I already said you folded. Don't you dare embarrass me. Oh my God, he's gonna. Maybe he didn't see the raise. It's gonna be one of those situations. And a quick call from the big boy.
First bowler?
Is that his nickname?
Might not be.
No, but just look at him. He's just such a big, beautiful boy.
No point, I think.
I love a good bear type.
Maybe you just want to get him for 3 or 4.
Top and bottom pair for Chen. Don't expect to slow play as the pre-flop raiser.
It's minimal EV difference, right? Like you get back in the field and there's like a lot of.
Yeah, and you have. It's not like you're that short.
What's your name again?
Right now, yeah. But like in 2 levels.
What's your name again?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
It could be a torch like in
we're only playing 3 more levels.
Yeah.
Could be a torch like 6K.
Nice to meet you. Good playing with you.
I don't think it's a torch.
Not a torch, but like not great. Maybe losing small.
Where are you from?
I'm not convinced the max is better.
Oh
You're
yeah.
not convinced? I have no
I like
idea.
it close to the
Dude.
money area.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I'm new to
Action on Javiera.
Eights.
I've never scrambled any fucking numbers in my life.
Exact same hand.
Yeah.
Ace-8 suited under the gun again.
Agrees with James Chen on how to play the ace-8 from under the gun. Standard raise.
It's 9 you made it? Or 8? Too much.
Yeah, some pause from Henrik, and now we see why.
35, 37 big blinds effective against the stack of Vieira.
Poker face.
Oh, and he just calls.
Tricky. And Chen, feeling like he's experiencing deja vu.
Huh.
Just had ace-8 of clubs under the gun.
We were already referencing it, and they just deal him the same cards.
Yeah.
Surprised by the flat of Hecklin, I think, at this stack depth. Should be good enough to 3-bet. Wouldn't have been surprised if everyone was playing as deep as he is. Certainly Queen's not trying to get 200 big blinds into the pot.
I didn't either. Same. Just chill.
Yeah, quite a tricky flat.
What time will it be? Yeah, I think so.
Diamond's now working for Vieira.
5:30 to 6, and I was like, fuck. I took a little melatonin, went back to sleep till 10.
It's quite interesting in if Vieira wants to start storytelling with that king and this additional equity. Henrik has quite a nice sort of blocker hand to the king-queen hands that would have maybe raised and then checked this flop.
Yeah, I think a good bluff catching candidate, and just reasonable in general
Steam in your nose and mouth.
for the 2 blinds to proceed with caution on the king.
Improving your like.
No, it's like a nebulizer. It's like, but it's like super powered.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking of. Okay.
Yeah, for singers that get hoarse when they're traveling.
Yeah. It's not the thing that strengthens your voice.
No.
It's just like is good for your.
No, it's just like keeps you moist.
Yeah,
like,
and look
when
at
you're on,
that.
like, international flight.
Now is it going to
on
check
your face and lay on your back on those dry airplanes and,
and
just,
not
like, be
lose
moist.
a chip in this pot, despite having the nut flush draw?
Next time I come out here too. Do you have one of those?
No, the 2 things that I have that are the
Still an opportunity for Hecklin maybe to check a 3rd time and try to induce bluffs, but he's got to feel a lot better about the strength of his hand now.
99.9%.
Chance we see a small bet.
You think some concern that
Whatever out of your water. So like no matter where you're at,
something like an ace-jack might check back this river?
Definitely.
So as not to get check raised by either spades or to bluff or even a good king.
Run water through it.
So instead, just go for the bet. Probably get called by ace-jack, maybe something like jack-10.
Yeah,
sometimes.
definitely influenced by that river card.
Supplements or anything?
Yeah, you know I had dinner with him, right?
No, I know. That's why I was asking have you looked at any of this? Because I keep running across it.
Ronald Burns wants to know, is Mike Matusow ever playing on this tournament? He actually won event number 2 and 5. So great series for Matusow. Shout out to him.
Longevity drink every day.
I think he's taking this event off, but
And I slam the vitamins, and it's like 75% of what I do without doing the pain in the ass.
no Matusow
The dosage
here at
is a little
Triton.
lower than what I do, but it's still like great.
That was
I
a
got to the
joke.
site and there was all sorts of products. I didn't see that one particularly.
Longevity
I thought I'd ask you next time I saw you.
Yeah, it's really great because it's like it covers like your creatine. It covers like
Oh, really?
a bunch of different. Yeah, and it's just like
Got trouble with the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, but it's like one little.
John
yeah,
Ander.
exactly. This is one bag.
That's it.
Folding
Yeah, it's a pink drink. It has
is
like
exactly 250K, so we can't assume just hopped in probably an additional bullet, but could have just started now too.
Oh, nice.
I believe he just got second place in that 50K turbo, right? The Quattro
Yeah.
to Bryn Kenny.
Checking in on his profile right now in the Triton Poker Plus app,
Look it
and
up.
you're
Please
correct.
confirm or deny.
577,000 for second place plus 180K
There's like
bounty.
glycine, glutathione, and all those like a bunch of ashwagandha and shit.
Vaina's having a great series.
Yeah. I take that.
3 final tables, including that turbo bounty.
I haven't had my blood work done lately, and I need to.
9th in the 25K and 7th in the 20K.
I do too, actually. I need to do mine.
Yeah, I had it like a mobile blood draw scheduled to come to my house, and the woman got sick and didn't show up, so I didn't reschedule. But I never go to the places anymore. I just have them come to my house.
That's what I do.
$100.
And do you just...
Jeremy
tell them
Auspice has
which
been
one, or do you
quiet
do it
since
online?
we've been featuring this table.
I do like a comprehensive one. Basically the blueprint one with 3 different added things that it doesn't have.
Yeah, I'm going to have you send me all this stuff.
Come check out my red light bag.
Oh, yeah, I want to check that out. Every day you use it?
Yeah.
Henrik, sizing up from the cutoff.
I just put a hyperbaric chamber in the headquarters.
Chen with a decision here. Queen Jack of Diamonds on 30 big blinds, whether he wants to play this as a flat, perhaps a 3-bet, or a very aggressive shove.
Yeah, I was thinking jam and call, probably my favorite 2 options for
Yeah.
James's hand here, especially when Hecklin sizes up a little bit to 2.5, looking at that 100 big blind stack of Jason Kuhn in the big blind. Makes a patient fold there with 10-8 offsuit as the 3rd player to potentially get involved.
Advantage Henrik, Queen of Hearts, and the aggressive lead. Even just blowing on this pot, you have to imagine Chen will tuck tail to the hills.
Would say it's common to start
Yeah, they're not
our range with a check, but
it's like the FC.
can't disagree with how attractive it is to start with a bet when we have this exact hand.
Mm-hmm. Chen a bit jailed here.
Yeah, maybe feeling like it's not all that credible seeming, but what can he really do with Queen Jack of Diamonds?
Yeah.
What's nice in B1?
If you're just joining us or you just need reminding where you are, this is Triton Jeju, the Super High Roller Series at the Landing Casino in Korea. This is the main event, $100,000 buy-in. Every single player you see at this table and any other table has put up 100 grand or more if they've rebought, creating a prize pool of so far, I mean, what, 20 million? Is that fair to say? 200 people?
Yeah, we got 227 entries at present, so
230 million.
2.27.
Sorry, 23 million.
227 million dollars in this prize pool.
No, we can't pay that out. I'm sorry. Yeah, we've had an incredible week plus of poker so far. So a lot of nice first-time winners. A remarkable influx of players from all over Asia, especially China, who been taking the series by storms. Beginning with the first event, we had the top three finishers all being from China.
You saw a card.
Did well. Sorry? Did you do well? No.
That player on the left there saying, "Did you do well? Did you do well?" That is our biggest winner actually of the week. $4.6 million for the 150K buy-in. That is Zhao Vieira. That ended earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They were telling us we shouldn't share anything.
I must know some. I might know some results.
Yeah, I know. I figured.
Yours I
The
didn't.
very best from all around the world are here. And perhaps the very, very best of them, not the man who won 4.6 to the left there, but the man to the right with that colorful sweater, Jason Kuhn.
I appreciate that.
A remarkable 10 Triton titles. Next closest with 5 or 6. Come on, Trivia Man, you got this. Is it 5 or 6?
I think it's 5. I think we have
I think a couple
of
five.
players
Yeah.
with 5 after Bryn Kenny added his 5th the other day in that turbo
Basically,
bounty.
and he likes to be known as this. He's the Phil Ivey of Triton. Phil Humuth of Triton. He likes to hear that.
Jason does. Yeah, I'm sure he loves to hear that.
Yeah. I had Phil Ivey on the brain because we saw him earlier today. Pull off a massive bluff in this very tournament that did not work out.
You're one of the few people.
Yeah, because I know someone with the same name.
This is really.
I've never in a million years would I have guessed that it's Joao.
It's like so good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So just
try
like
to-
take a normal beat.
I'm
and
probably
be
gonna
like,
fuck it
"That
up
was
a few
worth
times,
beating
but
in my poker career.
He's one of the.
It was easier when people called me Nas.
Yeah.
Like I'll just play like a normal hand and be like, that was the craziest hand I've ever played in my life. It's so good.
Hey, Checkman, how you
I'm
Kuhn
not gonna
going
lie,
for
I steal that
11K in value here.
Like whenever I go play cash.
John Ender does have a bluff catcher, but not quite good enough. I'm going to let it go. Taking a look at the leaderboard, we have had a new chip leader for a while in Shinhwa Lim. First player over $1 million. Tien Mulder also over $1 million. Artur Martirosyan in third with 935. And then a lot of familiar faces, including Joe Schwen, Paul Pua, Henrik on our table, Foxen, etc. But these are the chip counts on our feature tables. There is Henrik, a significant 877,000. Kuhn doing great, no surprise. Osmus just chilling. Over on the red table, seen a little bit less of, as we do here with the blue table being the main feature. Makita played that huge pot against Ren Lin. Thomas Santurn still over 100 big blinds. We saw Wisprod on that, nice run, running about 5 hands in a row. Chidwick now all the way back up to 97 big blinds. Good for him. And Santosh, just 88,000. Santosh maybe one of the players playing the most hours of poker here on the stops, assuming he's playing in the cash games a lot. He loves poker.
There's like a sunglass placer.
These ones suck. I can see your eyes.
That's why I haven't been winning.
Huh?
I haven't been winning since I got them.
Yeah, I can totally see your eyes.
Like my last
I can totally see your eyes.
on the flyer, we're like, and I'm afraid to look
I really just.
how much it was that year. I just don't want to look.
Huh?
They're just so I look cool, really.
Like they give you 3 years. And
You just seen Pascal with the resting.
And I paid the accountant too. Like she's waiting.
JAV,
Give her
John
the
Ender,
dates,
Valina starts with a limp.
and then
Jeremy Osmus certainly with a candidate that's going to ISO a lot here. Kevin.
documents.
Yeah, I think 45 or so big blinds effective. We're not worried about getting jammed on if we do raise. King Jack's worth a lot against a limping range from the small blind. We wouldn't mind getting called.
Like if I buy something in a store, I literally never go.
We would not like a 3-bet.
Keep it.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if it's on Vienna's mind.
Keep it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just the line is also, like in Lisbon, for example, the line is massive.
Just calls certainly a strong enough hand to do so.
But yeah, we sometimes just see this massive line, just two ladies there.
I feel like they have to do that on purpose.
Pretty standard blind versus blind situation so far, and both of them smack the board pretty strongly.
Yeah, a couple of big hands for the spot.
45 minutes while I'm playing.
We'll certainly see Osmus bet. He's got to think through his overall strategy for how big he can go. Don't just want to reveal the strength of your hand by betting big every time you have something as good as King Jack, unless that's your overall plan for this texture.
Yeah, size is down with 14,000, about a third.
But they would sell a lot more everywhere. They just have someone do the paperwork for you and gives you 20%.
And I think Viennas knows this is a pretty good bluff catcher for the situation. Not going to accomplish a lot by raising, other than to clear out equity maybe from 2 overs to the 6. I do like the call though.
That'd be nice.
A pretty clean turn for both players.
Yeah.
In what respect?
You know, like just
If Jeremy was bluffing before the flop, he would have a lot of those offsuit trashy hands that might pick up equity on this turn. Seen a number of these players being aggressive with hands as weak as 10-3 offsuit, 9-4 offsuit, and the likes. So if he does continue betting here, which I expect he will, it's going to be tempting for Viennas to continue the A6. With 55,000, this is no thin value bet that Osmus is representing. We're not expecting to see pocket 7s or a pair of 6s.
Are you gonna play PLO?
Yeah, quite a polarizing wager.
You're out of here.
I'll play the 25.
Could have picked up spades. I mean, look, we see he has King Jack with the King of Spades. That could just as easily be the Queen of Spades under there,
I don't want
right?
to have that feeling in poker
Which
don't
we're winning with Ace 6. So for that reason and many others,
yeah, you don't want to like
see
lose
a call.
your love for the game. Yeah. That's me at the World.
How are you
Series,
reacting to
sure,
that
like,
55K?
A little too much for you.
Think?
It'd be hard to get me to fold this hand on the turn.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? My body's like.
And honestly, even on this river,
I just like
blind versus blind is
I
a
got rashes and shit,
pretty
like,
aggressive,
like,
pretty
like a dehumidifier or whatever.
dangerous game.
They give you one.
A lot of
but then,
trash
like, where do
hands
you
that
get,
Jeremy
like, the
could
good
have.
water from to put it in, you know, you got to put like certain type of water in there.
Oh, I see what
He has made top 2 pair
I'm,
here,
like,
but the
putting-
king's going to make
like, you know, the wind bottles and just pour them in.
having a strong hand even
it's
less
purified water,
likely
it's fine.
by removing one of those strong cards from the
water?
deck.
I mean, I put like Fiji in there.
I couldn't.
Yeah, you could do that too. It's just a little expensive, but you could do that.
It's better. I mean, it's better than the fucking. You can't go to their sink and do it because it's just not.
Players might be a little loose with the chat right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes that
Purified
can
water bottles, you'll be fine, I think.
distract players and hands.
Boil it or something.
I mean, a big pot is being played now.
I don't know. I think you could also just call reception and they'll send someone out.
Right.
Yeah, of course, always good to have a social atmosphere at the table, but
Go
players
for the whole thing. Stay at a.
try to be aware of when the pot starts to get serious.
If I go this year,
Give John Ander a chance to think about this difficult situation for his tournament life.
Off?
I get an apartment as well.
On or off?
off.
What does that mean? That's what you guys
I don't stay at the strip either.
I'm
Just
getting-
need a little.
I'm getting too old for it.
You need,
Thank you.
You need a little.
This sucks.
3 champs at this table.
I like to see the ace-6 thinking about this. We can see it's the worst hand, but this is a really strong bluff-catching candidate.
Captain America.
We got 3
That is Ramon Hajiev.
Oh, I forgot 3 champs, 4 chumps.
Really lovely guy.
There's multiple champs.
It's been a while though.
I mean, Jason is 10, buddy. Look at this
ball.
ball.
Been making a lot of day twos out here.
Jason is 4 champs
playing
in
a lot
main
of
events
poker.
alone.
How many of the 10 are short tech?
How many mains, Jason? 3? 4 mains? What?
What are the field sizes?
Doesn't matter?
Come on, don't throw shade on him.
Come on.
What is that kind of
What is his questions?
He's in the tank, guys.
Yeah, I agree. I have to agree with, I think it was Kuhn who brought that up. I mean, I get it. Look, sometimes you're in a conversation at the table and you're not really realizing the stuff's going on, but
yeah,
I think it's important for someone who to bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Can be uncomfortable as the player to try to interject there.
Yeah, we actually saw in the 150K there was a moment where Javier had a decision and then sort of moved his hand to the guy that was talking, having a conversation to his right, being like, "Can you guys just?" You know? And that was, of course, instantly respected. These are long days and a lot of concentration, and sometimes you can get a little bored in between hands, waiting for things to happen.
Oh, so stupid.
Wrong table?
No, he's in the...
I do want to emphasize again how difficult of a decision this is, despite how weak we can see ace-6s in this situation. It's a very attractive bluff opportunity for Osmus when he has a weak hand. When the board develops in this way, it's very hard for Vainas to have something strong, given the way the action's played out. He's only occasionally going to have something like king high with backdoor spades that rivers a king. He's only occasionally going to have a jack that doesn't check raise the flop for value. Very reasonable from my point of view to decide to call off with the a6 if you think your opponent is capable of being light free flop, but he does make the correct fold in this instance.
How many?
Yeah, it is going to cost, I believe, 5 time banks.
Someone and just fucking windmilled it.
Maybe me, but other than that,
he doesn't seem like the windmill kind of guy.
Bluffed me in.
Definitely worth all 5 time banks to then eventually find the fold.
I would never bluff you in windmill.
Nah.
And yeah, I really take exception to some of the chatter in YouTube. I mean, these are very advanced, super high roller spots. I know you see that he only has third pair. Like, what is he even thinking about? Like, that was a very genuine tank in a very wide range scenario with, Jeremy Osmus has a pretty wide range there. Doesn't just have king jack.
Oh, I probably would have been out of the tournament right now if I was playing that hand as Vainas. I've pointed out my sticky nature, perhaps to a fault.
I think 2 of them had like 100 and 130.
They were that big?
Yeah, they were massive. One was for 4 million and one for 3.2 or something. Nice. Really big, yeah.
Why do you think they don't get so big now?
Just Chinese guys aren't around. Just one.
Sorry.
Yeah, I gotta.
I was mesmerized.
Yeah.
The one you won, was that?
During the first few stops, like, the Macau stop and whatever, whatnot.
There's like a main.
Was there Manila maybe?
No one.
How many runners did the tournament have then?
The Manila one was like a huge buy-in. I wasn't there, but I think it had like 45 runners.
That's the one that the guy was at the
Why are you up so late, James? Why are you up so late?
Day 2.
Yeah, 3 of them just blinded out.
I had to leave
But yeah.
Play one event
and then
That's
Macau.
ridiculous.
Just one, right?
100 ball, right?
Yeah.
I'm going back to Taiwan for a little bit, and then I'm going back.
Extremely big at the time.
Yeah.
Probably.
Still big, but
Probably better there.
Whatever, dude.
I just like
Osmus coming right back for another blind versus blind confrontation.
sit here with
This time out of position.
It had like 40 runners.
Taking one of those marginal hands and using it as a bluff raise.
30 dudes we had never seen before just walked in there.
I
and
just
started
pulled
playing
so many
short deck. It was the crazy. I never, to this day, I've never seen anything like it. And
So boring.
most of those guys I've never seen again.
That is odd.
Probably hold them out of a back row pit somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're Montenegro. It's not like in Vegas that could happen.
Yeah, it was wild.
You have to be there, right?
Dudes, and they were like, let's
This
go.
is Macau, right?
No, this is Montenegro.
Montenegro.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Macau, I can see they might be around.
Yeah. I guess Paul must have had a private jet.
I'm gonna be like,
Yeah, I think so.
Probably right.
I don't know, dude. Those
That has to
LBGT
be the
people.
Paul and Ivan both. I think Ivan flew a bunch.
You gotta be.
That's sick.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
Private jet.
Yeah, because it was like a wave. I was like, I was like walking around like, who is in here? Like, that was the sickest tournament because Tom Goldstein, the dude who just got indicted, he had like average was like 80 antes or something. It was really deep going in the final table, and he had like 200 antes, and I had 200 antes. And in a limp pot on the turn, we got it in with him stone dead.
What the fuck?
Stone dead for 400 ante pot. Just check mark. I was like, how's this possible?
SPR 100?
Yeah, it was like crazy. I mean, there's like, yeah. It was like
10 SPR 10?
Yeah, it was like 7 antes in the pot, and we got it in for 200 each.
No action on the flop?
No, check through.
SPR 30.
Check through, yeah. And he just slammed it in with.
Doesn't that feel so good?
Yeah, he slammed in with a straight on a 3-flush board, and I was just like, I have king high flush. Like ace of spades on the board. Like I was just kept looking at my hand. I was like, is there like a straight flush? What's going on here?
No, I get the TV. I get the TV table, so I cannot even be in my headphones, bro.
Ike's hand against Mario on the million.
Yeah.
Mario is also
My wife, bro. You know everything bites my wife.
That's right.
He just sat down and worked.
Ike went hard.
Those are
Nice to get a little flies on the wall with
big blinds. You're on the river, and then you're playing like
some of this chatter.
400 big blind pot. And
Yeah, it feels like you got a chance to take a seat at the table for a minute. Yeah, happy to let these guys talk.
I think that dream's a little dead for you. You tried that.
Oh, too soon, Griffin.
Making sure you're not.
I'm still sour about it.
Hey, you cashed in this event last year.
I did.
I saw your bust out though. I'm just kidding.
Where?
Was there no app back then?
No, there was.
Some of those spots you're almost.
It's on YouTube.
Don't
Is
want
it?
to get pretty bad.
Oh, the whole. I guess the whole thing would be. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought it was like a famous bust out.
No, no,
no.
It's exceptionally uninteresting.
You were in tank.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any famous hands on YouTube either. Please don't search for any, because you won't find anything.
Speaking of those, you watching on YouTube? If you like what you're seeing,
what?
Click that like button. Maybe
Yeah,
subscribe to our
yeah.
channel. Throw some love.
Please, yeah.
You guys are watching.
I wouldn't want you to. Yeah, like you shouldn't. I would want you to stay on this channel, so don't search for anything that includes my name and a
That's
big
what I was
hand.
going for, Griffin.
Yeah, yeah.
Just keep it
Please.
here, right?
Yeah, keep it right here. Keep it locked.
like-
As
I
a matter of
feel like
fact,
that one
if
is more
you
like there's an
are thinking, geez, I really need to let someone know how great this is,
Just like,
but
I think
I'm
like
too
the
shy, I
majority
don't want to
of
write it in the chat. You can get on the survey.
Just like the English way to
Tell us
say
what
it.
you like and don't like.
No,
Just
I
do
mean, like in
hashtag, no,
pronunciation. Like,
exclamation
my name
mark
is different in
survey
That's right.
in the
I know,
chat.
I'm just saying,
It'll pop
like-
up for you,
Yeah, it's kind of.
and you can help us improve your experience.
Pretty good. You got it. You got
I'm
it.
saying like you can pronounce it the English way when you're speaking English.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly.
Actually, like
Whoa. Buddies.
like Japanese people. use
Best
kanji like
friends.
Chinese, characters.
This was the one man that stood out on the rail of Jeremy Osmus when he
Right.
won that amazing 25K
I
buy-in.
literally thought I was saying his name 34 with like like
Clearly,
flair. Like,
you know, a friend, maybe even a
like
mentor, probably known each other for ages.
I appreciate
And
it.
now you're in the main event, and he's 3-betting you, and he's putting on the glasses. I mean, what do you do when you're sitting there with ace-8 of spades? You probably just chuckle and know that he wouldn't have the audacity and fold, but you're playing 100 big blinds deep almost.
Probably isn't the correct pronunciation.
Yeah, and suited ace.
Whereas with him, I was
Quality hand for this situation, even facing the slightly large 3-bet size. That's a function of us playing 100 big blinds effective. That's not just because we have aces.
God, Kuhn's too good.
Nice fold.
Might have been the worst fold of 2025 right there.
Probably the best one.
I don't know about, well, it couldn't have been
Jason.
the best one. My hand wasn't that good, but I.
Jason hasn't been
bad
watching the
feeling.
stream.
That hand's
I
got a
don't.
bad
I don't
name,
think.
man.
Tide is
Bad
right.
name to it.
I hope he doesn't. I don't want to see him
I never liked
hear
the
me
name.
butchering that
You know what I
Phil Hellmuth joke. That was no good.
Well, he's folding ace queen.
If he
down
thinks
there,
he's
guys.
making the worst fold.
Ace queen all in the muck.
No.
Ace 8.
Yeah, Aram informing him.
Yes. Very careful.
But I thought the one with the nickname, is it suited or is it offsuit?
I think it's offsuit.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be offsuit. Yeah.
Suited is a natural 9.
Well, offsuit is a natural 9 too.
I know. Suited is a pretty natural 9.
Yeah. Like I used to.
Unless you're playing.
I used to. I still am, but
Right.
I used to be like the Norm Macdonald.
This is going to be really embarrassing. But I don't really know what natural 9 means. Is it like it's a blackjack thing? Like it creates a 9?
I knew you were gonna put them on. Like
It's-
I knew I wouldn't burn it.
It's a baccarat thing.
It's a baccarat thing, okay.
Yeah.
They were
Okay.
coming on
So
soon.
you want to explain it to me?
I was just
Too
waiting
long?
for you to be like, oh,
No,
shit,
it's
like, huh?
it's quite simple actually. Have you played baccarat?
I've never played baccarat.
So do you know the
I was
rules?
waiting for you to be like, oh shit, I don't have my glasses on.
You get dealt 2 cards, just like in blackjack.
Okay.
What's
It's
that?
the one where you throw the dice?
Staring at me.
No.
No.
In what game?
That's craps.
Do you get dealt 2 cards and throw the dice?
Yeah, you're right, you're right. That's craps. I know roulette and I know blackjack. I don't know baccarat.
Those hands are wild.
You know, it's probably for the best.
It probably is.
That you stick to poker.
I'm just, yeah.
You take care of me out there. You take
So you get dealt 2 cards and a natural 9 would be like an ace 9.
Bigs right now.
Ace 8, pardon me, which is what they're talking about.
Or 5-4, 6-3.
Okay. What's an unnatural 9?
Eventually, it will
Well, natural means it's your first 2 cards. Like you didn't need any extra cards to reach the 9. You just get it dealt it straight away.
Gotcha.
It's like flopping a flush.
I
Natural
love
9.
it.
And that's the best thing you can have. You want to get a natural 9?
Yeah, you just win the hand right away.
Okay. You know 9's my favorite number. Maybe I should get into, what's the game called? Baccarat?
It's incredible.
Yeah, look at this. Why is producer James shaking his head? Do I need to know this stuff to be an anchor poker guy?
Official title.
Anchor poker guy. It's on my LinkedIn.
It's a race and a race, right?
Aram going for the 3-bet ace 10 off
Also
against John Ender.
In Europe. 30, it's bigger
Gets it
than
right through against ace jack offsuit.
Yeah, we see a lot of this sort of ace jack's such a tricky hand, right? Because it feels so strong, but as soon as there's 3-bet action, especially against early position, you kind of just have to defer and fold a lot of the time.
Did you allow me to
Yeah,
do
not
this?
good enough from those seats.
Obviously, like,
Wow, I'm getting
not
some
taking my
like
face.
other people being like, I didn't know what a natural 9 was, Griffith. Kind of an I'm Spartacus situation where there's actually an army of YouTubers that are like, hey man, one of us.
I like playing Searcher. They took good care of us.
Do you remember when I first told you when I met you?
Yeah, now we can go.
Do you remember when I first told you when I met you?
I got to admit, Baccarat kind of sounds fun. Is this where I'm going to go after this, just before my flight? Everyone will know where it started. Aram Oganyan from the US of A. King 8 suited under the gun 1. Going to start things off with a raise.
Similar quality, but prettier, much prettier.
Yeah, much prettier outside.
Yeah.
And the weather?
Oganyan has 6 caches totaling $1.2 million on
Fall and
Triton.
winter, there is a skew resort.
Has been really active
the place where the poker
cash-wise, certainly, in Jeju. He's 3 for 5, which is a pretty incredible 60% rate, but no cash beyond 26, so would really hope to get a nice breakout score. His actual breakout score came in Jeju 2024, where he became 3rd place for $989,000. So he loves playing here. I mean, he cashed 2 of 4 in Jeju 2024, and he's 3 for 5 here. I mean, that's quick math. I think he's, what, 6 for 10 or something like that. Pretty impressive.
I mean, I'm based there.
5 for 9. That's what it is. Flops a nut flush draw. Jason Kuhn defending the button with 9-8 of clubs.
That's why
you have Instagram? Bro.
Jason being checked to here.
Yeah, even on a board that looks pretty good for the pre-flop raiser. Oganyan respecting how strong the button flatting range can be overall.
Still well ahead with the king 8, obviously. Jason probably going to find himself on the turn or river with the bottom of his range if he gets checked to again. But yeah, now here comes Oganyan.
Yeah, king 8 from that position. Was good in this instance, but can't rely on king high being good from +1. It's a pretty weak hand within his range. Nice bluff there.
We're in Miami. We're in Miami.
Oh yeah, you said out somewhere, right? Did you say that?
Sweet transition out to some outer tables. And that is going to be the next red table. Pascal Lafrancois, Bryn Kenny, Phil Ivey, Lucas Greenwood. My goodness. Unbelievable. That is going to be something else. And the next blue table. Bounty Boy, Matas Symbolis, Igor, Mueller. We love Mueller. He'll go for it. Foxin, Jonathan Jaffe, friend of the stream. I think that's Thomas Muhlacher, too. It's a who's who.
Pretty good choices.
Yeah, great choices.
No whites, right?
One black.
Facing him in raise, Jeremy Osmus going to flick in the chips with the Doyle Brunson at a wedding. Suited Doyle. No good on the flop. Advantage NASA. Wondering why I'm calling this guy NASA and you're not familiar. João Vieira, very famous for his online successes with the screen name NASA. Ooh, I don't want to get this wrong, but it feels like 86 maybe?
Oh, I was going to say 111.
Maybe you're right.
I think it's some ones.
I think ones are probably involved.
It just dawned on me. They've probably been told to do so.
Ooh, I'm getting 114 from producer James.
Oh,
this is
that's sounding the most right
like
of all of our
Wheel
wild
of Fortune
guesses.
or something
You want the logo
situation.
facing the right way.
114. Wow, James, that's.
They always do that.
You were bragging the other day that you remember all your hands. You remember numbers on screen names?
That's why I was saying you
That's
like,
that's pretty impressive.
They have
Wondering what you're doing back there, but
Oh, I remember.
you're like
Was
an
it when,
encyclopedia.
my bubble that turned? And you won, yeah?
busted you on the
Yeah, yeah, you
Sorry.
busted me on the bubble. That was the first. I do remember that, yeah.
But I was like, I'll give it to you, Jeremy. I've heard a lot of bad things about a lot of people in poker. I've never heard anything bad about you. And it was like at the table full of like people who were like,
they had bad.
I was like jabbing at them / complimenting you. I kind of used you to jab at them. I'm
I
sorry.
don't remember who was there besides.
Ben is Ben 86. Maybe
I'm not
that's
gonna say-
somehow
don't say
that got
anymore.
into my poisoned my brain.
I wasn't talking about Joey. I don't want to say. Don't even.
A lot of numbers to remember.
I'll tell you after. But
So true.
Commonly used in screen names.
That's so true.
It's hard
Kev?
to track.
Whenever I play on
I don't remember
It's
any
your
of them.
wisdom.
I never get any hands. People think I'm a huge net.
Did you have numbers in your screen name? What's your screen name?
42.
Just the number 42?
No, you asked first if there were numbers.
Once you got the squeeze, you got the
It's K-Rab 42.
K-Rab 42. Now, what's the significance? Like you like crabs? I don't understand.
Yeah.
You're a crab guy.
I'm a
Have you gone to the crab restaurant,
food
by the
lover.
way?
No, I've been curious about that place.
Yeah, I went the
You
other
gone?
day. I spent 80,000 on a lobster. That
Is it
was
like
pretty delicious, but
it's like seafood boil.
yeah,
It was good.
yeah. I mean, I wanted to try it. It's funny actually. I never tried the Chinese place all week somehow. I love Chinese food.
Talked myself out of that one. Wow,
Been there a lot.
Yeah, you have. But do you get the our menu from the thing, or do you go in there?
I've done both.
You've done both.
Yeah, full menu's great. Staff menu's great.
How did it
Big
escape
fan of
me?
Chinese food.
It would always be closed, or they'd be like, you'd have to take it for takeaway, and
You threw it in
like sitting in.
2-0, might as well just keep making fun to this pussy.
3-0.
2-0 coming into this.
What about you? You had numbers, Griffin?
Hmm?
You had numbers in your screen name?
I didn't. Flush underscore entity, which was a very meta Counter-Strike reference that only the nerdiest of nerdy Counter-Strike people would know. James Chen, pocket aces. We haven't done ASMR in a while, but I'm not feeling it. It would be my last one probably of the trip, but Very mixed reviews on ASMR.
10, right?
You were there for that, right?
I was.
Oh, you were, yeah. Do you want to try it?
Not really.
Not at all. Hadjiev, 5s, going to call, playing just under 30 big blinds effective. Hijack, against, of course, James Chen. What do you think about this call? This is kind of like just good enough and positionally.
I think because we're playing 250K effective with everyone behind,
Same one we were at before.
this is the kind of flat we can get away with. If we were all playing 30 effective, I'd like to see a fold from these kind of maybe like 6s and worse pairs. It's a good thing we are playing that full stack because way ahead on this flop. And how does James get away from aces for just 30 blinds?
I guess you never played live.
Call this the movie phone number.
You came out, I was like,
to get that? By the way, I just made that up. I'm pretty proud of that one.
Huh? No, we have, but I'm saying we hadn't until like, what, 3 years ago maybe?
Same with you. I never played with you until I saw
12,000 into 2 players, 33%.
live.
A couple of Broadway cards on board definitely could be a bluff attempt, but
I just played in Vegas.
must feel pretty strong to Hadjiev to see this bet come into 2 players, I think. Maybe an opportunity for Hecklin to get away from the 3rd best hand in this spot. Both players showing strength.
I didn't play with no one. Basically. I mean, I played.
Sees this bet and call and thinking, oh, heck.
Like a few ones here and there. Like I trolled boxing really good when I first met him.
He's going to call.
Yeah, we were
That might be good for Chen if the turn is a scary card.
Yeah.
You know, if the turn's a 10 now, or a queen,
yeah,
Chen gets away.
This is going to give pause for sure. Difficult for aces to be the winner 3 ways on this turn card.
I was like, hit me up, I guess, you know, maybe I'll come play live. And then he was sitting next to me, there was a Commerce 10K, and it was one of the plexiglasses were on.
Yeah, it was LAPC.
And he kept,
after it was.
He kept getting up and stretching.
And when we check over to Hadjiev, it's difficult to find bluff candidates that are natural, but maybe if we have Jack 10 suited or Queen 10 suited, we recognize these hands are pretty weak and start representing something big.
He had no idea who I was, and then like I waited like a couple hours, I was like, hey bro, I'm Cliff Boosh, because that was my name. He's like, you're Cliff Boosh?
52.
I used to like write in chat like.
Goes with 52 grand into the 75-ish, and yeah.
Gross spot for James. Your hand feels so strong, but 52 quite committing for your stack.
Yeah, I think I would find myself in this spot based on the action, based on Henrik's involvement as a near pure fold. It's so sick, but just like I just can't put my opponent on a Jack 9 of spades that has now decided to turn this into a bluff and 2 people, you know? It's just like, or Jack 10 as you suggested.
And even if we do think Hadjiev's capable of this, he still just has King Queen, he has pocket 5s, maybe pocket Jacks.
The first time I watched it, I thought it was kind of
maybe King Jack suited.
Okay. Like not my favorite players in the movie, but
And frankly, maybe 9-10.
Yeah.
9-10 backdoor flush draw on the flop. Diamond club, spade, whatever it was. Ace 10, possible, even though you block it. And he finds the shove. I'm a bit surprised.
I was like, I wind it in, and then.
But of course, is still quite live. I mean, quite's maybe an overstatement, but can get there with a 10 or one of the 1 remaining aces.
You know, there's a, you know the movie Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, dude, I used to watch it.
That house
Doesn't
is
get
like
there.
that,
And yeah, you know, you start a hand with sub 30 big blinds with aces. It's hard to fault a player for playing for stacks, but I don't know. I mean, I think we gave a lot of reasons why you can maybe consider getting away there. And,
Yeah.
But that's a nice takedown for Hadjiev.
Definitely hard to find yourself in the middle of that pot when your expectations so recently were that your hand is the effective nuts and that all the money should be going in. To hard pivot on that queen and decide, oh, now I'm just supposed to check fold the one bet, it's a difficult thing to execute on.
I think a compliment, too, from Chen to
good luck.
Hadjiev, suggesting, you know, that he thinks he can have something there that isn't better than aces. Club WPT Gold. Online poker is back in the U.S. It's opened its doors to all eligible players in the U.S., packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Join now for free. Look, Wolfgang's there. Rampage, Phil Ivey, they all want to play with you.
Scandinavian people, like.
So they speak better English. They're the best.
And they're all best friends.
Well, the Finns you can get right away too.
I mean, the Swedes you can get right away too.
You can't? I can't.
Yeah, they say shit instead of shit. Yeah, like they have all these YouTube videos. I don't know. Yeah, they kind of sing when they talk as well.
Watch a million.
They kind of sing when
like
they talk.
repeat in your head, and it's kind of like you're assuming new.
Those were the Finns.
Nah, they're more like they speak like little elves. I don't know.
Osmus, let's go with a 9-8 at the cutoff. Aram here with the Queen Jack is going to come in with a standard min raise.
It's closer to like Slavic languages, I think. Something like that. I get the call.
Interesting spot with the ace-5 off for Vieira.
Yeah, maybe a touch too much to just jam against the button raise, but definitely would have crossed my mind playing that spot. And I think our hand's too good probably to get cute with like a non-all-in 3-bet. So I like this call.
Well deduced. Unfortunately for Zhao, gets the brutal Queen Jack deuce and faces the smallest bet possible and still doesn't fall for it, despite, you know, sometimes ace-high going to be good there.
This one was a good
I
one.
believe he's just been shown the Queen Jack. That's right. So some respect.
I think Mario knows both might be like a Jeremy in the making. Like,
yeah, we'll see. He'll be a what? He's out of the gates good. You said he'll be a what?
Jeremy. A guy that everybody likes.
I think everyone already likes him.
Yeah, he's a great. Yeah.
I mean, he's an ambassador already for. He's like a 21-year-old poker ambassador for Queen Poker, right?
No, he's not 21.
He's like 21.
The guy's
compared
to
Referring
30.
to Mario Mosbach.
Yeah, they have a birthday once a year too. Like
isn't he like
A
22?
second and first place finish already this
Pretty
series.
sure Mario's 28
really?
years old.
I thought he was like this.
Mario knows.
I would have guessed less than 23.
He's born
I think he was older than 21 when he learned the game.
Born in like 94,
like our
93.
age.
Oh, he's 30.
Yeah.
Like, for sure, like 20, 27, 6.
Oh, really? I would have guessed under 23.
No. You just assess everyone as kids, right? how old I am? What do you think? I don't know.
Time as well? Yeah.
You don't look a day over 1,000. No, I'm just kidding.
You know, I actually met Aram the other day, and he said I look 32, and now I just feel like he's off by 8 years for everyone.
40 is too old?
Pocket nines against the early position to open. 25 big blinds effective. Yeah.
He told me 46. Look at him.
I mean, I would guess you're older than Jason.
I mean, I think we're the same age as Jason.
Okay, you look a little older than Jason.
I'm 37.
No, really?
How old are you? Turned 40 this year.
Okay.
You're 37. I'm 37.
Okay. Yeah, but I look better, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah, let's have voting.
I don't want to play
The same ballpark.
I'm not playing this game.
Yeah, Jason for sure. Jason for sure. But he looks actually younger than us.
We can't play with this one.
Jason looks younger than us because he's.
We still had years without snow.
Yeah.
First teenage years.
Try to live a
Good.
clean life.
And even there was cell phones in high school. It was
I'm
the main
37.
thing.
No
But
offense.
46.
I thought you were
Really 46?
Yeah.
That was my honest guess.
I mean, we might be the last generation.
You are not 46.
Maybe.
You're not 46. 45.
Like around
Yeah, but you
5,
actually
you already
younger.
grew up with it.
You're just more mature than me, you know?
That's true.
I will not
You're
comment
very-
on that.
Yeah.
You're mature. You just like act very mature, so I just assume you're slightly older. It wasn't a disrespect.
No, bro. What do you mean?
I mean, you snap called me like 100 years old. You're a little.
Do you really think I get pissed off? He called me older? Like, I mean, I would just think twice. Maybe I should do something to look younger. I guess. I don't know.
Just act more childish. Smoke a little weed like me, you'll be fine.
Bro, let's talk about where there's no TV on that. 25.
Hajiev going to go after this pot with a trashy high-low hand and queen 10. Certainly looks too good to fold. Even better on this board, and if we do see aggression from Hajiev, Kuhn's got to think that Queen 10 has some showdown value. Maybe he doesn't need to play this one aggressively.
You fucking idiot. Why don't you read that out?
I'm done. Good word.
I love you.
That would have been funny if I read that.
Oh my god. I would just took your glass and broke them. Smashed them.
Jason does just check call, and he improves on this turn.
That would have been hilarious if I did it on the stream and it was like silent. That'd be so good.
That would have been a 10 out of 10, like captured. We would have made like Poker Stars like epic moments or something on stream.
Queen 3 certainly can't expect to win at showdown, but doesn't look like it has great interaction to bluff with.
We got break in a minute and a half.
Ramin's given this one serious thought, though.
Yeah, in a spot of trouble here. If he wants to continue weaving this tail, and he is reaching for chips.
That looks like a pretty sizable one. Those black chips worth 100,000.
Wow.
This is uncomfortable for Jason, even though he has big equity. Now he might start to think, is my draw covered right now? Am I up against King Queen with a King of Diamonds?
Yeah, and this is pretty advanced stuff from Hajiev. Someone who's, you know, by all accounts in Cyprus 2023 when he won the 200K Invitational was on the business side, paired up with Makita, but someone that plays like,
yeah,
you know,
this is
a proper super high roller. I mean, this is incredibly difficult here.
Stuff we don't see from a lot of players, but on a board with many draws, obvious to both players, Hajiev using a very big size, specifically with total air.
Yeah,
something
and
that
not a natural
doesn't
bluff
interact.
candidate either, right? With the no diamond to use.
He'll have no obligation, no commitment to this pot.
You want to know now, Joe?
I mean, Jason
And
could just have a flush here, could have
That's what
a
you, I thought
nine,
you
could
could
have a
have
jack.
nine.
Wow, just
Yeah, he just gets
I
him
didn't
off
know
a
he was
huge
gonna
draw. I can't
beautiful
blame him.
work from the man from Azerbaijan. Incredible, incredible bluff to take us to break. And Kuhn's going to find out about that, and I think he's really going to know who he's dealing with moving forward. What a great hand to end the level. You can see over on the red table, Makita continuing to grow up to near 250,000 chips. Steven Chidwick is over 100. Barak still doing well at 100 himself, all the way down to Santos still nursing that short stack. Henrik playing great is our chip leader between the two tables. Osmus doing his Osmus thing, just so solid, just so in there. And John Ander Valinus is going to be at the bottom there. Almost busted in that hand against Jeremy Osmus, which you said maybe you would have struggled with that ace-6 as a good bluff catch candidate, but found his way out. Obviously playing really great poker, coming off that second place finish in the Quattro to Bryn Kenny, of course. But yeah, it's sort of the mid stages of this thing. Everyone's still kind of getting situated a bit, finding their way, finding their place in this 100K, a very long tournament, a bit of a marathon. You know, so much money to play for. Obviously, this prize pool now reaching, you know, upwards of $24 million. We got the Jacob & Co. watch for the winner. Just a lot at stake here, and you know, legacy here at Triton in this main event. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the level of play that we're seeing over the last couple of hours. I mean, with deep stacks and these stacked couple of feature tables we were just looking at. We saw some really advanced decision making. I mean, the bluff we just saw from Hajiev, like detailed attention to bet sizing, able to win a pot that I thought he had no chance at getting off of Jason Kuhn there. So I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah. So we're going to go on a short break. Stay here because you're not going to want to miss any more action. We sort of had a little preview of how great those new tables look with a lot of who's who. That Phil Ivey table looks incredible. So we'll be back very, very shortly here at Triton Poker.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Makita calling station big blind, very dangerous.
Calling station big blind, very dangerous. We will see.
Professional for this side, huh? Never listen. Never listen. Until go.
You know, Kevin, I did say that after that Ding Biao fold with pocket queens, which got no attention really because all the attention went to the Mueller's all in with the ace-5 suited. I suggested I was going to get a Ding Biao shirt, perhaps the next time I'm at one of these Triton stops.
Welcome to my
kind of want to get a Ren Lin one too. Maybe I'll just get.
So hungry.
Maybe I'll just get 2 made, and then whenever they're on the features, I'll wear them. You know, I think that's my plan.
Like a very easy money.
Maybe I should just get 1 shirt with both of them and save some money. What do you think?
I think Ren Lin's in trouble right now.
Yeah, he is.
Because he's been outflopped by the ace-6 of Mikita Badzikowski.
Yeah, this is going to be very big trouble for Ren Lin because feels like 3-handed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, it's maybe a mandatory check raise for Mikita.
I wouldn't call it mandatory.
Yeah.
It of course is a strong enough hand to check raise. Sometimes we see players using the top and bottom 2 pair as a slow play because your hand's a little more vulnerable. A 10 pairing on the turn can counterfeit you. So not as excited to bloat the pot.
Wow,
And you're so under-repped too when it's a brick card and they might...
No future.
Yeah, of all the 2 pairs, 2 trap, this would be the preferred one. Check raising 10-6 and ace-10 most of the time.
That. The big aces are still going to blast.
Yeah.
The bluffs are trying to try to blast you off your perceived ace rag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this this flop call. Thanks for clarifying.
And this is the turn where maybe now, if Renlin were to make a big bet, we can activate because our equities improve drastically on the safe turn. But of course, there's always the chance that Ren's just blasting here with some relatively low equity bluff, and we want to keep those hands in. I think this is a close decision with how much money's behind. Almost full pot, actually slightly more than full pot behind if Badzikowski were to raise. So it would be a pretty huge jam.
Yeah, and if we assume that Ren would fold with a hand like ace-jack to a check shove here...
he might.
Percentage, like more likely fold than call, maybe better to keep the bluffs in and let them keep going. And,
yeah,
you know, maybe the river's a 2 and then he tries to blast you off when he doesn't have it, and then he value bets when he has ace-king, ace-queen, maybe checks back the ace-jack. Maybe he still goes for it.
Yeah, I mean, Ren's put a lot of money into this pot so far with ace-jack. I don't know that he's going to be thrilled to put a lot more in unless he gets a really clean river or maybe improves to 2-pair on the river. 3 of a kind also might convince him. Does look like he's just going to go with jam and try to represent that combo draw. You can see Ren's not happy.
Yeah, it's like, do I really think Makita has 3-5 of diamonds here and try to get me to fold the top of my range?
And let's not put it past him. I mean, a low pair with diamonds, definitely a possibility.
You think 6-7 of diamonds can play this hand like this to really pressurize exact hands like this?
Yeah, I do think it's possible. I don't know that it's always the line that Makita takes, but Ren has to be worried that it's possible to identify how unhappy the ace-jacks, ace-queens, and ace-kings are for Ren, and that's a lot of combos if you add them all up. If he were to fold them all, Makita gets an amazing bluff through, I would think, with a hand like 6x of diamonds or deuce-x of diamonds.
Now, usually we do see this sort of all-in but one chip on a river. Explain to the viewers why he does it here on the turn.
To be honest, I'm not sure that there's a technical function to this. I mean, Makita covering at this point, so he might have just grabbed a pile of chips and put it in. In a heads-up scenario, I don't think there's any benefit to leaving a chip behind for a play like this. The only possible outcome would be if he had, you know, if the covered player left a chip behind, maybe they give themselves a chance for the river to go check-check, and they're not, you know, out of the turn. Like, there's no obligation for that last chip to go in.
Oh, yeah, of course. What am I saying? Makita has way more chips. I misunderstood that. I didn't see his chips. And he gets the call.
Yeah, Ren has called. No diamond in his hand, convinced he could be up against the combo draw.
I am enjoying his presence on this feature table, so let's see what that brings us on the river. And he does make 2-pair, but not good enough on Renlin. And I hope for the tournament's sake, for entertainment value, and just to have another great player in the field, Renlin re-enters.
Tag watch from the Venetian 12 years ago. I should have worn that.
As we check in
Should've brought it out here.
On our blue table. And a certain player has joined, perhaps.
From Scoop in 2004.
Had a celebratory glass of wine at lunch. Or an early dinner. Javiera. Coming off that incredible $4.6 million win
What the fuck, man?
in the 150K buy-in. Is now joining these studs at this feature that features Kuhn, Osmus, Hecklin, Fair fight between Samuel Jeju and Henrik Hecklin. Hecklin going to play it as an under-repped flat. James Chen going to also just call. Kuhn wearing a pretty awesome, colorful jacket.
3-betting actually did James Chen.
Oh, my bad.
Looked like he flicked out a white and a blue there.
Yeah. He tricked me.
And this is awkward, I think, for the 2-9s. If this were a hand only against Hecklin, we'd certainly be happy to call out of position. Now, putting in sort of an uncomfortable percentage of James Chen's effective stack and maybe even inviting Hecklin to back raise sometimes. Yeah, I think he said all in.
Yeah, and that is very strong and really going to put Chen in the coffin. I mean, to have to call off another 38 big blinds against a very, very strong range, the sort of flat back shove is going to be presumably, I don't know, 9s, 10s, ace, queen suited plus.
Yeah, James needs to decide how often either Hecklin.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger. That's Kevin Rabichow. We are featuring the main event, the biggest event really of the series. All the stars out here looking to get a piece of that $24+ million in prize pool right now, and of course the Jacob & Co. watch at the finish line. And we've seen some really exciting, deep stacked poker from some of these elite players. And I mean, the next two feature tables we have are very, very exciting. As we take a look at both the leaderboard and these tables, first in chips is going to be Tian Mulder, who's obviously such a force in the super high roller circuit. We see Foxin, of course, in third in chips. I really want to get right to these feature tables, though, Kevin, because especially the red one stands out to me with the likes of Bryn Kenny, Lafrancois, Richard Young, Ivy, Greenwood, Kiat Lee. I mean, this is a stacked red table.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces, people who have been having a great series, and maybe, not surprising as we're getting towards the end of the no limit section and we're playing the 100K main event. A lot of players who have already had success, and also players who have maybe misstepped a little bit. One, Sam Moeller, who's, getting a chance on screen to redeem himself for that ace-5 suited hand that everyone was really so shocked by in the 150K not long ago.
Yeah, but a player that's also widely considered one of the youngest and best stars in these fields. And not a lot of players are going to have that gumption to go for that. And the fact that he did made for really great TV. But yeah, looking at the rest of that table, we have Jaffe, who's going to be really, really fun to watch as well. So yeah, between both of these tables, I mean, this is why we're here. This is what we want, and it's going to be really, really fun. It's going to see Ivy sort of tangling with the likes of Lafrancois and Kiat Lee. So yeah, we're going to get things going here in this main event, and we're going to be playing down for, I think, this is sort of our last section of the day. This tournament's going to be 3 days long, so definitely stay tuned for that action in the following days. But for now, let's get right into it.
Yeah, as you said, Griffin, this registration is going to be open until the start of day 2. Because of that 3-day structure, just 2 more levels to wrap up day 1 play. Everyone's still here. 156 players in the room. I know you're excited to see a couple of Canadians square off with Phil Ivey in Lafrancois and Greenwood at that red table.
Yeah, I mean, might be the best that the country has to offer between those two and guys like DeVoris and Michael Watson. Really a group that's, especially between 3 of those 4 are really close together. There's Fader Holt spotted. I always love this game. You just sort of take a peek around the room. I think that's Moolocker there with his headset on, beside David Yan. There is that beautiful room. There's Artur Martirosyan. Pretty good at basketball, I learned last night actually at the players' party. Sort of had some games going, and one of those machines where you throw the ball after ball after ball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was crushing Hagiev. I hope he doesn't mind me saying.
You're ruining his action
for
the next players' party.
Yeah, you're right. There's Alexander Shilko. There's John Ander and João Vieira. Vieira seems to be having a nice conversation with Henrik Hecklin. And Kuhn getting a little active, trying to move that body. A lot of sitting over the course of these days, so I don't blame him. Obviously a very active individual, very fit. Has been Tollerine getting a massage. A bunch of people stretching it out. Here's Mike Watson. Cream of the crop out here. 238 people putting up 100 grand each. Antonia spotted in the left there. But let's focus on our stacked feature tables, and there they are on the red table. Actually, someone we haven't mentioned yet, Paulius, with the chip lead on that table quite significantly, but he's going to have it in tough with the field in that, Lafrancois, Ivy, Greenwood, Kenny. I mean, these are just incredible, incredible talents with tons of money earned. Blue table, Fox in with the chip lead. Joe Schwen doing great, 812,000 up there in the top 10. Symbolis, you might not know it with the cashes he's had this week, but huge winner in that bounty format. Pulled $1 million in bounties despite finishing 12th place in that event for 71 grand. There is Mattis on the left there. There's Fox. And don't break the cards, Alex. Jaffe going to start things off with a raise under the gun. We are playing six-handed, so this queen 10 having a little more value as a raise, but doesn't get past Joe Schwen. Lip deciding if he wants to peel with this 10-6 of hearts. I think it's a decent enough candidate. Jaffe repping the GTO lab quite stylishly and his rippling biceps. 994, 2 hearts. Slight edge here to Lip, who can very credibly rep that 9 and has that 10 high flush draw against the 2 queen highs.
Yeah, curious to see if Jaffe checks this one over to Joe. Would be normal procedure that under the gun range misses this texture pretty often. A lot of high cards in his opening range. And Joe's going to take a stab at this pot with no interaction, but recognizing this is his board texture. Gotta think Matthias is going to stick around. I think raising and calling both very reasonable options. And does Jaffe want to get a little bit out there with Queen of Hearts, 10 of Spades, interaction? No, just respecting these 2 strong ranges.
Yeah, worth consideration if he expects Lip to be check raising a 9 a lot. 6 jumps Lip ahead of the queen high.
Action is checked over to Joe Schwan. Thought he might be thinking about bluffing this one. We've seen him on previous streams go after it. Doesn't always need a big hand to try to take down this pot. He came second in the 25K for over $1 million not long ago.
Yeah, great representative of these Chinese players that have come out here crushing things here. As Lip deciding what to do with this 6.
Yeah, maybe worth a small bet. In his mind, try to get value from pocket 5s, ace 4 suited, some marginal pairs that might arrive here.
You ever try these nose strips?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Yeah, I was wearing one all day once. Not necessarily the poker table, just because I saw it start being popularized, and I don't know. I didn't really notice the difference. It's not a great ad for it, but it seems to be something that some players like.
Is it meant to be like an instant relief kind of thing, or you need to like use it all the time?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's just supposed to make your nostrils bigger so that you breathe more air and make yourself smarter, I guess.
Grow your brain.
More oxygen to your brain.
Through oxygen. Understood.
I saw Chance Cornuth wearing it a lot at one point. But I don't see them all around the room, so maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Not yet approved by the biohackers of the poker community.
Jury's still out. Just aces for Muller, probably hoping someone will get crazy with ace-5 suited.
It's never that easy.
Here's Lucas Greenwood. Under the gun, 8-7 of hearts, playing 7-handed here. Is reaching for chips. You want to mix in these kind of hands as raises in early position to be balanced with some of your bigger hands. And I think, you know, deep enough and short-tabled enough to try to get one through.
Yeah, definitely a fine open off of 40 blinds. Kind of cuspy one for Fox in here. Offsuit King Jack in the cutoff. Everyone's about 40 blinds effective involved in this hand, and players behind. So I'm not surprised to see Foxen going for 3-bet. Maybe if everyone was deep, we would call.
Yeah, of course. Recognizing Greenwood very capable of light opens such as this that are going to be having a tough time to continue. And King Jack's going to be low enough in value where it's going to be so quite easy to play pre-flop. Any more action, you're out of there. Post-flop, you get to rep those big hands, but, you know, be a bit careful.
Yeah, Foxen doesn't mind this call. I mean, obviously hoping for a fold, but now the stack to pot ratio a lot lower. A couple of high cards going up in value. Both have a little piece here. If the bet sizing's small, don't know that this hand is over just yet.
Yeah, it's always fun, especially, you know, when it's playing deeper stacked. You see these more intricate kind of plays and
Luke does just pass on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Heart's the less attractive draw than spades, of course. Even just the one spade. Threw me off, by the way, that they moved Luke to this table. We've got Sam Greenwood at the red table.
I think I may have even, as we were passing the table before the break, I think I even misnamed which Greenwood it was.
Well, now there's no confusion. This is blue Greenwood.
Yes.
We've got red Greenwood elsewhere.
Yeah.
Blue Greenwood wearing yellow.
A lot of colors. Blue, red, green, wood. Symbolis, ace-king offsuit under the gun. Starting proceedings off with a raise to 13,000. Quickly folded to lip at the cutoff. 7-4, not a candidate. Lip representing the coin poker brand as well as Mueller. There's a lot of dangerous players in this field wearing those patches, including, of course, our 50K winner, Mario Mossbach. Greenwood going to make the call with the 8 deuce suited, probably one of the worst hands we'd see him calling with. Gonna hope to flop something, does not. Symbolis, a very calculated player. Going to take his time before making his decision. Comes with the 1.3 big blind bet and a quick fold.
By the way, not a lot of love for the no strips in the chat over on YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
A couple of doubters for sure. Maybe for sleeping, one suggests.
Are we dealing with doubters or haters, or doubters and haters?
Both.
Both?
Nice.
There's haters. Oh, I really got to catch up here.
People are watching.
Just a reminder, you can follow that other feature table on the Triton Poker Plus app. Sure, we'll cut over there when the action is juicy enough.
Jeff, you can pop things up with the dog, the canine. Mattis ace-3 off in the big. Does he want to get aggressive? No. Queen 10 deuce. Advantage to Jaffe. Ace high going to be good some of the time here, but very, very difficult to take anything in the form of a bet.
18.
Whoa, with conviction.
Against this sizing, I don't want to continue.
That was the point.
7-4 of diamonds.
Close.
So I referenced Jonathan Jaffe being a former dolphin trainer when he was on here. You know the story about that, the lore?
I do not.
Come on, Kevin, you must know the story. Even producer James is smiling and laughing.
I've talked with John a lot, and somehow this has never come up.
Because he doesn't talk about it. He's too cool.
That's mine, right?
If I pulled something like this off, everyone who ever met me would hear about it.
Yeah, I'm using the other one.
So Jonathan Jaffe was deep in the World Series main event, and they
sharing the same
wanted to do a feature on him.
water.
And in his I think the way that it goes is in his write-up thing, he wrote that he was a former dolphin trainer.
Okay.
And then they wanted to interview him about it and do a feature. So he photoshopped a bunch of photos of him with dolphins in at SeaWorld.
So it's totally made up.
And totally made up, and they aired it on ESPN. It was the greatest. It's one of my favorite poker stories ever.
What?
But you can't find it anymore. It's gone. It's in the ethers of the internet. Maybe he has a copy somewhere, but it's So every time I see him, I always mention him. The former dolphin trainer. Mueller, 10-7 suited at the cutoff. Greenwood with the aces, trying to decide how do I double up here. I mean, I'm going to need Mueller to have something like ace-5 suited, and I have 2 of them.
Hard to accomplish.
I'm going to stop making jokes about this. I'll start tomorrow, okay?
That seems like a good time.
When I leave.
Suited hand in the cutoff, playing this short. Always worth some consideration. Still very early in this tournament, no risk premium, but Mueller does pass on the 2-gapper.
I feel like we play honest poker.
It's too honest.
Too honest, yeah.
Well, maybe it is just an intentional contrast to what's going on at the red table, because I don't know if there's a lot of honesty going on between players like Bryn Kenny, Phil Ivey. They're probably blasting against each other.
I'm watching a 3-bet pot right now in the Triton Poker
with the
Plus
Triton
app.
Poker Plus app. Oh my God, why aren't I doing that?
Sam Greenwood open the button. Kenny 3-bet the big blind. Call. You can follow 2 tables at once.
It's repulsive.
Over at this table, Jaffe opening the ace-10 of diamonds under the gun +1. And he'll get some action from Matas here.
You the only,
Two suited individuals, but one looks a little better, and that's the man that wore black.
Oh.
And I'll tell you what.
Courtesy of WPT Global.
you folded. You were getting like 11-1. You will commit?
Get the Scooby Gang together. We're going to dissect this one, try to figure out what's going on with Joe Schwan. God, is he looking stylish with that white suit. Saw a couple of people in the comments. They were loving what they saw.
I'm a fan. I don't have any light-colored suits. It's a good look.
Yeah, that's what I was rocking yesterday.
Yeah, I like that suit.
Me too.
Does check through.
And Jaffe, quite loaded. I mean, top pair, not flush draw.
So with no Broadway cards on board, not too surprising to see Joe Schwan leading on this board. A lot he can rep from the small blind. And Jaffe's range expected to have a lot of misses, just like the hand Matas folded.
Yeah, things might get pretty tricky on a straight completing card, since there's a lot of semi-bluffs in Joe's range. 5, though, have to imagine a pretty good card for Jaffe. Certainly, you know, possible for Joe to have a 5, but not that likely. I guess the biggest problem with that card, and I'm sorry that I didn't bring it up earlier, Kevin, is that it's a club.
Yeah, club's completing. That front door flush possible. Joe starting with a check here, though, and if I'm playing in Jaffe's shoes, I'm certainly thinking about a bet.
Yeah. Going to have missed diamonds sometimes, which is exactly what he has. But that 10, very, very powerful. You would love to bet something here and get called by, say, an 8 or a weaker 10. And comes with just around half pot. And I do worry for Jonathan Jaffe that perhaps the reason this is a mystery hand is because another bet comes in, but it could also just be, you know, a call from Joe and Jaffe wins.
It would be a nice spot to find a check raise. Jonathan could have a club flush. That's the most likely strong hand for his range, but he's only bet half pot right now. Does Joe think that this is the size that an ace or king high flush would go for? It seems cheap. So even if he has a potential bluffing hand, maybe he views this as a spot to pounce on weakness.
And is grabbing more than 50K. Look at that. And this is just what you're getting yourself into when you bet this river. I think you probably kind of have to, and this is just what's going to happen sometimes, right, Kev?
Definitely. I think, you know, Jaffe knows when he's putting out this bet that there's always a chance that he's beat, but his hand's just good enough. The bet on the turn was 29,000. Certainly we can expect 10-9 suited to be here, maybe even ace-8 suited to be here. Does
Checking
get
out
through
diamonds.
against Jaffe. And just a pure bluff. King of clubs blocker. Bluff on the turn.
I wish you had told me the price I was getting before I folded. I would have flopped 2 pairs.
And then vote?
No, the 5
Welcome
was
to the
factored.
Thunderdome.
I would have had 3
Jonathan
pair
Jaffe,
under.
one of the strongest American players in the field, going to
Seems
feel a
like-
little
seems like
humbled
he did
by
you a favor.
that impressive bluff
Would've been a really
from
bad
Joe
round.
on the river.
I like that play a lot,
might not have
honestly.
seen
It's
it
so consistent looking with like any rivered flush or a set that made a
No,
full
I did.
house on the river.
Didn't
It
you
tracks
feel it?
really well with what you'd
No, I
expect.
just had a really bad hand. Thank you.
I mean, that is just an intelligent, sharply dressed Chinese man right there. It's really amazing stuff.
It came to play.
Yeah.
Sitting on 880,000 right now, 150 big blinds.
Simulation.
13,000.
Greenwood, hoping to get one through here.
Can I put your phone anywhere you want?
No?
Lip, taking a beat here.
No.
Deciding to call. As Tan Xuan enters the table, that's fun too. There's more of them.
我送一点。啊？我送一点。这么多。Who's winning in cash games? Who's winning in cash games? Yesterday. Gentlemen.
Yeah, that is a fresh 42 big blind stack for Tan.
I don't look at the car. Gamble 1 million.
You win?
Lose. If you win, you don't gamble. 在那边呢，妈个逼！
他也没看。
他看呢，那我诱惑他嘛，那他很多牌都会3打我嘛。最后2个位，我他妈没他买瑞士2万多，那不是很多牌会大我吗？那就这个时候就赌看谁中牌了。
This is the 100K main event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju, Korea. 242 entrants so far, 155 remain. Getting a prize pool of over $24 million, which is going to create a massive take for our final eventual final tablists. We just saw the 150K. How many did that have? About 130 players, something like that? That had a first prize of 4.6 million. So you can imagine twice as many people almost, and a little bit less buy-in. I guess 50% less buy-in. It's gonna be a stiff first prize for sure. As Mueller opens under the gun here, Ace 9, pretty aggressive, full 8-handed now.
Yeah, playing that somewhat shorter stack, under 40 big blinds now for Mueller.
And this table's tough, man. Symbolis calling the Queen Jack suited, and now Tan deciding what to do with his fresh stack. Was just talking about some cash games, that some big swings maybe. Heard something about $1 million, either won or lost, and comes out firing right away. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, neither player has a hand that's going to be thrilled about continuing here. Matas probably the most likely to see a flop. If we're aware of reputation here, we probably think the Queen Jack suited is good enough to peel. By the book, it might just be a fold.
Yeah, Matas prepared to go for it. I don't want to speak towards what, Matas might be thinking the implications of, you know, maybe 10 playing some big cash games and talking about having some big swings, and maybe you want to get yourself involved with a hand that can make something pretty nutty.
Yeah, it can mean a number of things. I mean, one, Ton could be somewhat disinterested in playing a lot of pots and could just be sitting here waiting for good cards. It could also mean that he's here treating this as an opportunity to gamble. And maybe we don't even have fold equity with our flush draw right now. I mean, getting ace high to fold is no guarantee on a 9-3 deuce board. It's not a lot of hands that we can represent that look really, really strong.
Yeah, it's not like you just have, you know, a set of nines or ace nine every time. So many flush draw combos. I mean, I would love to see a check raise and then see how 10 reacts.
Looks like he has put it in, and you can see that Ton understands that ace high can be good in this situation. Mata's not going to check raise all in with ace queen here, ace jack.
Concerning that you have the 6 here in the times that this is the nut flush draw, because you would be out kicked a lot of the time.
Yeah, there's a chance that, like, if Ton's behind, he's really dead. You know, if it is ace 8 of clubs, if it is even something like pocket 8s, maybe, you know, like a pair that was waiting for a safe enough flop to put the rest in.
Yeah, and the disaster, of course, would be something like ace 9 of spades.
I think he just called out pocket 5s. I mean, very realistic hand in my point of view, if Matas made that loose call in the first place. Does get away.
Oh, you too
Matas
good.
going to be happy
Too
to
good.
have cleared 45% equity.
Good luck, Samuel.
Ace king offsuit for Foxen and a pile of chips, although the players behind only playing 30, 35 blinds. Greenwood should be happy to see a flop. And 3 to a straight flush for Greenwood, although it's just 5 high. On a rainbow board, wouldn't be surprised to see this hand go after the pot a little bit. I would mostly expect check raise with the 0 showdown ability of this hand.
Yeah, but Foxen going to be a tough person to shake.
25.
Even so, Luke comes with raise. Foxen might get sticky here with ace king, but he's also going to open queen 9 offsuit in the cutoff, so Luke running into a relatively strong hand, even though it's unpaired.
Foxen makes the call. And that is going to be a tough card to continue on. Really repping the jack most of the time when you check raise here.
Yeah, this significantly strengthens the ace king of Foxen. Much harder for Luke to have that hand beat now that one of the 2 remaining jacks is dead. Foxen could clear out a bit of equity by betting this hand, but it's not expecting really to get check called by something worse. Maybe once in a blue moon, Luke has king 10 or king queen and decides to peel this bet, but it's pretty likely that he just folds some hand with 6 outs.
Hard to steal that guy's lunch money, you know? I'm not going to push Foxen around. Pocket eights. Num num. Good for an open. Just a call from Matty Lip. Hey, Jono.
Pocket 7's a hand that, you know, might be tempted to squeeze for 30, 35 blinds, but John's also got to be worried that Matthias and Foxen are playing pretty deep with each other.
Yeah, so doesn't squeeze it as a shove, which may have just either gotten them both to fold or perhaps Foxen would have just gone for it. Now it's just, I guess it's kind of strengthened and also weakened Jaffe's. It's a strange.
Yeah, the concern here for Foxen is more Matthias's range than Jaffe. I think he'd be willing to put in 30 big blinds, heads up and counter for sure.
85.
But the risk with this play that Foxen's making right now is that he runs into the top of Matthias's range. This is why we see just 85,000, not, you know, all in for 400. Just clicking to avoid some disaster for the times that Matthias had, let's say, pocket 10s or jacks, ace queen.
Man, I'm feeling for Jaffe here, who seems to be not necessarily taking the wrong steps, but just happens to be running into players that are prepared to battle. You think about the Joe Schwan King Queen bluff on the river, the check raise, and now Foxen being prepared to play for the 36-ish blinds of Jaffe, and now he's sitting there with a hand that's like, do I ever have any fold equity here? Can I just be flipping? Sure I can. Do I want to go for it? And he does go for it.
I think he knows he doesn't have fold equity here, but he's hoping he's up against ace jack, ace 10, and he just needs to see 5 cards against those hands. He doesn't want to let them get away post flop in a bad spot.
Pretty advanced stuff.
Once Jaffe commits that 3-bet, this is the path we've chosen.
Ace King Jack. Just keep on coming super high. Yeah. Queen now. Drop proceedings. They share the spade. And Jaffe's done and dusted. Surely going to be looking to fire another bullet. Was talking about how he fired multiple bullets in that 150K. Someone who will definitely go for the jugular and build up massive stacks and usually find a big score from time to time. He is walking with conviction.
You're good at squeezing me out.
So how about GTO Wizard? Do you want to play at your best just like the Triton competitors you're watching now? GTO Wizard offers clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you'll face. Start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver. Check it out at gtowizard.com. You can also follow at GTO Wizard on socials. Join our giveaways. Beat the rest. Beat the best. Crush the rest. That's what it is. Marcel wants to know on YouTube how many chips you get when you rebuy. 250K, which is good for 42 big blinds right now.
3 code straight flush on the flop, and then
That was one of my favorite cards to see on the turn.
my hand
Alex
was so bad I couldn't even keep up.
and Luke discussing that hand. Foxton talking about how much he liked that jack on the turn, putting 3 jacks, really limiting what Lucas was representing.
That last pop, by the way, putting Foxton into the chip lead on the overall leaderboard.
So that was what part of that big smile is from.
Can I? Green tea? Iced green tea?
Get this man an iced green tea.
Anyone hot? Did they get iced tea? Ice.
That's your hot already, right?
A couple of familiar names also on the leaderboard, up over 1 million now. Mikita Badzikowski, Webster Lim, Alex Kulev. Tune Mulder was already there, but still there.
Ace-8 diamonds cut off. Lucas Greenwood. Raise it up.
12,000.
Symbolis pausing. Lucas doesn't love it. And we can see why. For us, we can see why.
Yeah, playing 27 blinds effective with Greenwood. Always going to be a 3-bet, but there's a player behind with a lot of chips. We're not just going to be all in.
Yeah, and this is a particular hand in these late positions where sometimes, maybe even oftentimes, you need to protect your opens and 4-bet shove on a stack like this so you don't get beaten down by hands like King 10 just 3-betting you and trying to get you to fold.
Yeah, hard to imagine folding this hand cutoff versus button. We're either calling or 4-betting.
Finds the call, which is going to save him so far. But a lot can change. Not this time.
An ace-king, maybe not thrilled to bet and potentially have to get all in on this flop, but probably thinks it's good enough to do so if necessary. We might see some checks on this board from Matas.
Doesn't consider folding that.
I don't know if ace-king qualifies. We also have neither of the suits on the flop. Maybe marginally relevant that we can get some value because of that. Unblocking some draws.
Maybe.
Schwan never wanting to give pots away. Trying to decide what he wants to do with this 9-3 off. He says, yeah, you know what?
21. It's 21,000.
Let's play it as a raise. We'll just 3.5x with 9-3 off against the chip leader of the entire event and one of the most successful tournament poker players the last 5 years, and this is why we love Tan Xuan. Just goes for it. Just loves it. Who loves it more? Give us a YouTube hand. Top pair for Foxen. Gutter and an over for 10. What do we think, Kev? I guess this isn't a spot that you're used to.
Well, it looks pretty strong for Foxen's calling range. I wouldn't mind seeing some aggression, because obviously Foxen can just have like Queen Jack high, King 10, whatever. These hands are not thrilled to deal with betting.
The problem, I think, for 10, though, is that I think Foxen might just be prepared to raise and play for stacks here, right?
Yeah.
So many bad turn cards.
Yeah, I think the prudent choice might be to like check and call the flop with a draw of this strength in Tan's position. Now he might have to deal with raises, and
5 seconds.
it's not that good of a draw.
Raised 42,000.
Yeah, not even that big of a raise, but
Short bluff. A 9.
does show the 8.
No bluff.
What do you guys want me to do? I'm playing honest.
Honest poker.
Honest poker.
Alex Kulev, newly minted 3rd in chips. One of the top talents in the super high roller scene. Nikita Badziakowski now exactly 1 million chips, 5th in chips.
My guy Hecklin's still up there. Sorry to interrupt. My guy Hecklin's still up there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, who did we pick and stuff? What I had Chance Cornuth, right?
Yeah.
Where's he lurking here? Ooh, we got a Jungle Man spotted. In 12th with 800 grand.
We'll be
How exciting.
Shy of
What a grand
That's what I was
adventure.
leaning towards too, but slightly.
Yeah.
Like 286 or something.
Like, yeah, like 10 off. 10,
Uh-oh.
10 clear
I may not have a chance.
Still
I'm
scrolling.
I'm sure he's in here somewhere. Come on. Don't do this to me, Chance. Don't embarrass me in front of my friends.
Small 3-bet here from Joe Schwan. Luke Greenwood, 22 blinds effective. I like this sizing. I like the hand choice. It's going to force out offsuit broadways, I suspect, in these positions.
Yeah, and look at that. Look at how effective. I mean, Joe's good, man. So Chance Corner, 200,000 chips. So you're beating me right now, I think. Although I still have Ding Biao, and then you get to pick someone who has a similar stack. I think he's in here.
Did he enter?
I think I saw him.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Where is he? Yeah, he's 67th. So you can pick someone 5 away on either side. Get yourself a little Sean Winter or Sandturn. You can get yourself a little Seth Davies if you want. Actually, no, Davies is a little further. Ace-3 suited for Symbolis. Gonna open things up. UTG1.
Oh yeah, let's add Sean Winter to my team. That's a nice choice.
That's a pretty strong squad. Not gonna lie. 10 very quickly calls the 3x with the 8-7 of hearts. I think an indication that he's prepared to try to flop some equity and get this stack in, and then potentially rebuy if it doesn't go well.
I like this flat.
Yeah, let's do it.
Certainly good enough in the cutoff. No reason we can't flat off a short stack.
Yeah, and an interesting board because I think we would ordinarily maybe start with a check here, but perhaps with how wide Symbolis imagines 10's range to be here, you can just bet and hope to take it down.
Yeah, if we think we have kind of a overall advantage with our range, starting with a small bet makes sense. If we have to deal with raises, so be it.
But Tan flicks it in. He's going to make things difficult for Mattis.
And picks up some extra equity here. 2 live cards and a gut shot right now. And it's uncomfortable to keep betting as Matas. Can we really expect to clear any stronger hands?
But
Maybe
can we
if we
start
go with
working this
large.
into check calls is the thing, right? It's a bit...
Well, yeah, it's like with the undercard to the 6, check calling seems almost like it's not an option. But checking and hoping we are allowed to see river, definitely an option. With 97K behind and 75 in the pot, Schwan definitely has options. I like that he's extending the hand here. Just betting 21, plenty behind. If we get check raised, we can fold. If we get flatted, we have enough ammo to bluff the river. And it's a good bet size choice.
I mean, it'd be pretty wild for Matas to call here, just really trust his instincts, because I don't think he trusts this.
He may not, but there's always the danger that, you know, what's stopping Tan from having ace-7 of hearts right now instead of 8-7 of hearts, right? And we're going to call down with a hand that might occasionally lose to a semi-bluff. It's ambitious from +1, even if we think our opponent's getting a little out of line.
Yeah, and it feels erratic to check shove or something, but yeah, it's just all options feel weird. And if you're playing by the rules, it's just check fold. Nice hand from Schwan, definitely. I like it a lot. You know what movie that's from? Chad, help me out. First person who gets that movie reference gets a shout out. Yours truly.
I thought you were going to start offering vouchers.
If I could, I would.
Got a few guesses coming through.
Yep, 2 wrong, and Dana Craven gets it right. Dumb and Dumber. We had some Ace Venturas and Austin Powers, all good guesses. Air Bud, perhaps the best guess. Uber Andrew, second in with Dumb and Dumber. Everybody knows it's Ace Ventura. Sorry, everyone knows it's Jim Carrey, I should say. Whew. Long days, but we love it. Foxen raises ace 10 of hearts. Lip set mining. Belcher feels like a shove. 23 big blinds. Yeah, gonna put it in.
Yeah, late position battle. I think this is a spot we need to take, and Foxen's decision, not clear cut.
Yeah, finds himself with like sort of top of range of fold consideration. Opponent's certainly relevant. You know, were this still Jonathan Jaffe, I think this is turboed in.
Well, and he keeps finding himself hoping not to run into Matthias having flatted a strong hand.
Yeah,
he
nice call.
Gets it through again. Just pocket 4 certainly can't stick around for this much action.
Belcher looking for some help. That is not what he was looking for. That's going to do it. And the rich get richer. Alex Foxen was already our chip leader. Now is going to be all the way up to 1.3 million in chips.
First look at the red table here.
Oh, yes. Give us some red. And Bryn taking stock of this squeeze.
Looks like Sam started us off with a 18K open. This table playing fairly deep. Bryn called the button, Queen Jack suited.
And doing it in a very auspicious fashion.
String calling his way into the pot against the big 3-bet from LaFrancois.
I think string calling is going to make a comeback, you know? Someone like Bryn's going to try to make it cool. But of course.
Is that all? Top pair and a flush draw.
When you are kissed by the gods, this is what your flop looks like.
Pascal, you know, pot behind. Somewhat reasonable draw, but this call range of Kenny has to have him at least slightly concerned. Oh, he's just going to run it.
Can't hit a really better flop than that one.
Pascal deciding his hand too good to get away from, just puts it in himself.
Yeah, and pretty disappointing turn of events for Pascal. You can see how poorly he's doing here with this king and ace that can't be a diamond. Going to be drawing dead on some turn cards. The 9 creates a new avenue for a chop with an 8. And the king would be good if it weren't a diamond. Bryn Kenny with a significant double up to 670K, and LaFrancois left on 30 big blinds.
Yeah, looking a little shell-shocked there. Maybe thought he could get the jam through against a hand like pocket 8s, which isn't loving that queen 10 high flop.
Pascal, I'll give you a pizza upgrade for sure. I'll upgrade
I would love to stick around on this red table.
Appreciate that.
For sure. Now I gotta think what's like the best upgrade I can give. But I'm on it.
Bryn Kenny, Phil Ivey.
What do you think?
There's another Greenwood. Doesn't matter if it's blue or red, they'll always be green.
You just composed that one.
I did, yeah. You like it?
Not really.
They'll always be green woods.
How many bullets today?
Maybe that would make
2?
more sense.
That's good.
You're imagining a theme song for the 8 Greenwoods.
So
I'm workshopping.
sick. Yeah, so where's the best city in Kuala Lumpur for the old you?
Kuala Lumpur?
Yeah.
Kuala Lumpur is the city.
Oh, I mean, in Kuala Lumpur is the best city for the old you, right?
Yeah. 16?
Okay. So I'll meet you there on the 18th?
I'll let you know later.
What do you mean?
We talk later.
Oh my gosh.
Your country, you gotta be inviting.
Sign of the beast.
We have a little chat.
I want to see the animals that I heard about.
It's died.
No. It never died. It's just deep inside. So you know what I'm good at? I'm good at finding what's deep inside.
I don't really know how to find.
There's no died. I'm gonna bring it back to life. Resuscitate. It started now.
I just want to say the irony of Bryn suggesting he wants to bring out the party man or whatever in Kiat Lee, and then the board is 666. It's just on the nose.
Feeling ominous.
Yeah.
Strava bet just one big blind on the flop, giving a really good price to the kind of raggedy looking king high of Vaitikunas. Can't blame him for sticking around against the button range, but it is hard to imagine any other path to victory than this ace and then just a blank river. Well, path to chopping, that is, at the moment.
Okay, Pascal, what day you want to go for pizza for lunch to start?
I have nothing planned.
So any day.
I'll have to talk to
You'll tell me later.
Yeah.
Tell me when you figure it out, and I'll book that. Cool. And then I gotta have a bonus for that for sure. I'll figure out what the bonus is. It'll be good.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Just donking around over here and just taking your chips. Brutal. You know, grind all tournament. You know, when I come here, you got like 700 or something, like nice and steady.
Yeah. I
just come in here and just donking off like A-level dust-offs. Yeah, won't even hang out with me. Like, well, the guy sees me, he's like, this guy is a loser. I'd never hang out with him in my country.
Dust-offs available in the Triton Poker Plus app. Scroll back through the hands. I honestly don't see the showdowns, though.
Bryn's a character. He's great.
Probably exaggerating at the moment.
So we do pop over to that blue table, and Dan's bluffing. But why does Mattis have king 5 on the button? I guess that was a bluff in the big blind. Is that right?
Looks like an open raise on the button.
Okay.
Small C bet on the flop. Check, check, turn. Small bet on the river. Bit of a loose open from the button, but definitely the right kind of hand to go after a short stack in the big blind. Offsuit king. Jungleman you mentioned a moment ago, climbing up in the chip counts. He's just eliminated Daniel Nielsen with a straight in a huge pot to take the chip lead.
Wow.
From Alex Foxen. 1.5 million right now for Dan Cates.
The Jungle Man is climbing up the vines. Just aces. Please don't fold, please don't fold, please don't fold. Oh, you have a mystery hand. This is fun. Beautiful flop for rockets in the pockets.
Ace is worth a lot on this board.
18,000.
Joe does come with a small bet. Playing over 100 blinds effective. Might not expect to see a ton of raises from Foxen, but he can certainly represent more of this board.
5 seconds.
Those red chips gonna be representing more money. And the proceedings with aces are gonna get potentially difficult down the streets with very, very big bets, but this is a pretty great board to start with, Kevin. I mean,
5 seconds.
Yeah.
obviously we are just calling and getting, you kind of have to get into defensive mode.
I would agree. No reason to fast play on this texture. When Alex is bluffing, we're in very, very good shape with 2 aces.
Yeah, like this is just 5-6 with a backdoor flush draw, sometimes 4-6 off, like.
Well.
Oh boy, well if it's 4-5.
Yeah. Turn card favoring Foxen's range after the check raise. Generally spect aggression. The question is, will he be betting small or going after all 100 big blinds? There's some hands in Foxen's range that want to put stacks in by the river.
So how would you proceed with, let's say, something like 5-6 or 4-6 that has improved? That, I mean, are we just sort of betting smaller because we feel like we could be good sometimes here, or do we just continue the story where we can have actually better than aces and even just like blast all in on the river, because once we get called on the turn, we know our 6 is probably no good?
I would find 6-4 and 6-5 a little too strong to
Yeah.
bluff with against the button. So I would be thinking either check or small bet to try and like buy that cheap showdown by the river. But
93,000 tells a different story.
Yeah, 93 feels 2-pair-ish. You know, 9-3 suited, 3-deuce suited. Definitely hands we're going to have in the big blind. I don't think there's any offsuit 2-pair combos in the pre-flop range. And even sets, maybe worried about getting coolered, not wanting to go for all the money. But now, I mean, if Foxen were bluffing on the turn with a naked 4, he might have queen 4 of clubs, for example, that makes an ambitious flop check raise and then picks up some equity.
How about this for a little twist on the hand, though? Let's say Foxen bets 250,000, and then Joe just shoves.
Well,
because if he is repping 2-pair, I mean, Joe has the ace of hearts in hand. He could have had ace 9 of hearts here. Could
That
have
would
had
be a fun
ace,
one.
ace 4 of hearts here, you know?
Yeah. That would be a fun one. Just feel like with Foxen's cards hidden, maybe that's not. We'll see. Let's watch.
Shuffling a lot of red. And looks like he is coming with small. Oh, no, those are the big black ones. My bad.
So 2-7-2, this feels like we're saying we have a straight or better. Kind of chunky for a set, although maybe possible. You know, if Foxen thinks his image is good enough to get paid off by a lot of overpairs, not just aces, but also 10s, jacks, queens, etc. Maybe he goes for this size with a set. But those hands can certainly be beat now. Like you said, Joe can have some backdoored hearts. Maybe the occasional
5 seconds.
hand with a 4 in it. It's tough to bluff here, though. Now I'm
Yeah.
thinking a pair of 5s in some way, the primary bluffing hand. So 7-5 of diamonds, for example. Kind of the main way that Alex is going to be able to find bluffs on this run out. It could be really nice to jam with this hand if you're Joe.
If he does it, I just want you to give me credit that I said it first, though.
Everyone heard you.
We have lost a soldier in between them. Hand taking a little rest. Hand is going on for a while.
These two guys playing a million chips. Ton just wondering, when am I going to get a chance to spin this 100K? How long are you guys going to make me wait to have a chance at a 7-figure score in this thing?
Does Foxen ever have something like?
Oh, thank you.
Trying to think of like a 2x suited kind of hand, but that just plays
one's
check call a
definitely
lot
sick.
to the small
it's
size
so
with the
sick.
bottom pair.
Unclear. You know, Foxen will definitely get after it with aggression if he thinks that, you know, a king deuce of clubs or whatever plays better as aggressive and can clear out some hands. It wouldn't shock me to see this type of hand. Alex is definitely one to go with his reads. If he picked up any discomfort, Joe does make the call. Wow. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, to your credit, thinking about the outlandish combos, Foxen just going after a spot. Thinks he can lean on this board texture.
Yeah.
Joe makes an uncomfortable call there.
So nice.
To win a huge one.
Didn't interest Tan though. And I'm sure he will be gently awoken for this next hand as we change dealers. It's a great shot.
Someone's gonna, I mean, this is...
it's yeah, that's a great shot. As we take a look at the chips, Joe Schwan really deserving of these 169 big blinds. I mean, I don't know about the rest of you, but I might have been out of there with my aces at that stage. 1.348 million chips, good for, I believe, second in chips behind Daniel Cates on the overall leaderboard. Bryn Kenny getting a little lucky against Pascal, who's now the short stack on that table with 23 big blinds after that Queen Jack suited ace jack off clash. He's been very animated on that red table. Maybe a couple glasses of wine, having some fun with some friends, people he's very familiar with. I mean,
Very sticky.
you know, giving the energy almost of like, oh, we're just like here, we're having a good time, we're playing a 1K or something. It's pretty amazing to see like someone just so successful comes out here, has already had 2 incredibly large cashes, and is just like loosening up on the day one of a tournament that, you know, he's just so comfortable with and plays so well. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, why not have fun in the main?
Yeah.
Big hand.
It's a big event, obviously, but still day one.
Yeah, we spoke about that, you know, the incredible cash rate, not even the cash rate necessarily, but the average cash of Bryn Kenny coming into Triton Jeju 2025, pardon me, was averaging $2.6 million per score,
Just
17 cashes.
Ridiculous.
For 45 million, and then came here, and actually that average went down when he chopped the 50K with Mario Mossbach for around 1.8 million, and then last night just wins the Quattro for over $1 million. I mean, it's just it's unheard of. I did make a joke. I remember the other day on the 50K table that he had found a genie lamp. He'd be the best tournament player ever. And that's just what it feels like. I mean, the aura that he gives off. But we are catching the action here. Foxen fresh off that very fancy failed bluff that I, quite frankly, felt like should have worked.
Foxen limped the small blind pre-flop here. Matthias checked behind. A lead from Foxen on the flop with some double backdoor interaction going on, and Matthias calling the bet with some double backdoor interaction. Both players missed the turn. Definitely an opportunity for Matthias to represent a queen at this point. Foxen did bet 2/3 on the flop. So if he does bluff here, I'd probably like to see a bigger size. This looks like 40%, which is going to get the job done. I hope someone grabbed that still image of Tan Xuan just leaning back in the lights.
I mean, listen, you can rewind on YouTube.
We could like
I could do it right now.
Frame that and put it over the entryway. So that's a good atmosphere. I think everyone was just ordering food on some delivery app there, 30 minutes away from bagging chips. New face to the table, but certainly not to Triton. Punat Punsri with $1 million in his stack and a suited ace in the big blind.
Just a call. Spot of bad luck so far for Punsri. Going to expect to be quite ahead on the ace 8-6 facing Foxen's button range.
Foxen sizing up a little bit here. Reasonable number of draws on the lower part of the board. I think that should dissuade any thoughts Punat might have had about check raising.
Six of clubs on the turn. Certainly interesting. Punat going to have more 6x. Could have clubs. How does Foxen want to proceed with ace, queen, queen of clubs in hand? Does he want to go for another bet here?
If he gets checked to.
Yeah.
Which he eventually does. Not a given, though, on these cards. Big blind. Would frequently lead. Not a lot of purpose to leading the ace-4 diamonds, however. And Foxen just checks behind. Has a pretty good backup plan with the queen of clubs. And improves on this queen of spades to 2-pair. Punat,
yeah, I mean,
reasonably could think he has the best hand here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, gonna have some misses too. Your 9-10s and 7-9s. I mean, I guess some of these check raise on the flop, but could get called by a queen, a rivered queen here sometimes. See what size he goes with and whether that dictates a potential raise from Foxen.
Yeah, he goes block, which is understandable when his kicker can't play. He's hoping to get called by weak pairs, but this is going to be a clear signal, I think, to Alex that his hand can go for a raise.
$176.
Wow.
Goes for a lot. He's got that club backing him up. Feels pretty confident that he's not running into 3 of a kind, choosing this bet size. So barring a few traps where Punat might induce with this size.
It's quite large.
Yeah, Foxen's saying he's very sure that he has the best hand right now.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
kind of impressive. I mean,
a lot to put in on a 3 to a flush paired board.
someone who's just very, very confident in his understanding of poker situations, and very in particular this one. I mean, you even think about that bluff he tried to pull. By all accounts, would work on a lot of players. Just so aware of everything. Just really fascinating to watch. I think it's like a real treat. Is this content still free on YouTube? Anyone can watch this? Nobody's paying anything? Because I bought YouTube Premium, but I don't know, did that come with this or is it all free?
Got to check in with the chat on that one.
Does fold.
Punat finds a... Yeah, that fold's not easy. You've seen your opponent check behind. They're now claiming that they have ace-king or better to be able to beat you. All other aces would chop.
Incredibly confident sizing there. 22 to 176. It's like, bam. That was a sledgehammer of a raise from Alex Foxen. Despite the failed bluff, still finds himself, again, versus Joe Schwan, finds himself 7th in chips. Daniel Cates, also known as Jungle Man. I think it might be his first event. I mean, he could have played the 150K. I guess I can look. But extending his chip lead right now, over 1.5 million. I think that's very exciting for all the fans at home. One of the true legends of, I mean, the game of the cash game streets of, you know, does have tournament results. Winner of that coveted Players Championship in Vegas. And lover of outfits.
Tan Xuan running into a huge hand here. Put in just 10 big blinds from the hijack.
All you need. Ace.
Gonna need some help here. The shove is for 10.5 blinds. 30%. And that's a good start.
Yeah.
Staying in the game. Potentially saving another 100K at a presumed rebuy.
Future table.
Can confirm this is Daniel Cates' first event of Triton Jeju. Just popping in for the big main event. Presumably going to be playing some PLO, maybe some short deck.
Thank you. I thought you were dead. Those are the tens. I don't know how you
What?
won. I thought you were dead with the tens. I don't know how you won.
Tens.
When I had ace king.
You remember what I told you in advance?
I didn't until now. I wish I had. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe
Didn't work out though, fully. So it was.
The two of them, Ponikovs and Foxen, talking about that massive flip between the two of them. Foxen had ace king on the final table of the 150K. To Ponikovs pocket tens, and the flop came 10-7-7. Tan somehow running into the Rockets right after getting a little lucky against the Kings. Gonna have to now deal with the notch one better.
Oh, this is...
We haven't played yet.
Did he just flat? Yeah, there's a sneaky little call from Matthias. Maybe trying to invite action behind and seeing that Tan Xuan's only 20 big blinds deep.
I would just ask opinion about your game. I don't know why.
Might end up hurting him here. Because with ace-10 suited, you have to imagine Tan was willing to give more action pre-flop.
I think you're best Asian player.
Thank you.
Some compliments on the
let
table.
the best American player bluff me.
Ponikovs complimenting Punat.
Never bluff.
And then Punat complimenting Foxen. It's quite sweet.
But
Good
I really
vibes.
think so.
Thank you.
Not just
Thank you.
Yeah, quite a compliment from Ponikov's, as you can see the C-bet from Tan, call from Lip. Really, Lip's played it perfectly now. And look at that. Like, how is that even possible?
I mean, this is...
Yeah, cooler central.
Yeah, an impossible hand strength to get away from for Tan unless the river changes things significantly. Only bright spot is that Matthias is unlikely to fast play.
I mean, Tan is so aware of his image, I think, that he has to just, like, consider just bet shove here for value and might get called down by a king, you know, and then just... But you know what? Finds the check. Interesting.
I mean, the check could be dangerous, because with spades on board, if we're facing a small turn bet, are we going for check raise all in?
Right.
The SPR is getting small. Less than 2 times the pot behind.
I did actually. Did you open it
and
for
if you're
him?
Lip, you're concerned that this might just be a check
did you open it
fold.
for him?
So you know what? Check behind.
Or is that too dangerous?
Kind of makes sense to me, and that's going to save
It's not the
Tan
American
from
one, but
busting in this hand, I think, Kevin.
Well, let's see. I mean, all of this trapping that Matthias has done thus far, certainly delaying his chance to be aggressive to the river. But we're not going to see bet and call unless that bet is all the chips.
Yeah, you want?
Jeju Island.
Oh, it's chocolate.
Tom puts in 75K, just a min raise behind.
Are we allowed to eat?
And for sure, Matthias is going to put the rest in here.
What did you?
That's good.
It's good.
Does anyone want chocolate now? Just me? Yeah, Tan is not going to be happy when he sees
Now we're in the same world.
an all in here, especially because it's going to be a bit
you
difficult to navigate. What is he even saying he has? Pocket eights?
Is day end after? Ah, yeah.
King Jack suited?
This pick tomorrow.
Would King Jack suited even shove here, facing a pot-sized
Hopefully I
bet?
win. Or not lose.
And Tan
That's
knows
more-
he's in trouble.
most important.
King Jack?
You see the smirk. He doesn't think this is a bluff. Gets away quick.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
We'll-
Yeah, doesn't even think
TV,
about it.
we'll
Knows
see-
it's so hard
we'll
to
see
be have a bluff in that
Get
spot.
Spicy as your soup at the breakfast.
Is this what you eat every day?
Wanted the bread, then you would have won. I think the next day I'm trying your meal.
Soup for the win.
Too good. It was like
good.
super spicy
poker.
soup,
Well, for breakfast.
kimchi inside, like everything inside.
Can you tolerate spiciness?
No, I'm fine.
No, King Jack?
If it's very spicy, I'm
Queen ten?
dying, but
But
I'm okay dying.
I like Queen 10.
Deuces. This.
Queen 10.
Yeah.
Oh.
Madre.
Tan going to put in the last 9 big blinds with the Queen 10 suited. Perfectly happy, I think, under the gun to do this. Unfortunately, running into the Ace Queen of Alex Foxon.
No need for Alex to isolate from this early position. Probably just calling his whole range.
Nope.
Nope.
Huh?
Oh my man.
I agree. Good time to
I
have
had
a
a
good
queen
hand.
though.
You had a queen?
Yeah.
I miss though.
I did.
It's probably bad news for you though.
Yeah.
Or
Not
like-
that bad of news. Though.
Well, no one's at the 10.
I had 2 red cards.
That's true. I heard a jack. I didn't hear a 10.
Yeah.
There is the 10 on
Nobody
the
had a
flop
king
for
either,
10.
I had a king.
No, you didn't.
Needs to dodge a king or an
Not
ace.
this time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
King.
Bye-bye.
One time. King.
Oh, king, yeah.
King.
Maybe.
Then.
King. 10.
I had E7.
Better not.
E7.
8 and 9.
Oh wow. So you hit a 1-0 to him.
Wow.
Or like you had the king
5-0.
too. Yeah.
I was railing.
Yeah.
Just I like his number.
10 taking his exit.
242.
Just couldn't really get anything going. A lot of tough
That's
spots.
the entry number.
Yeah.
Would love to
sounds
see
cool,
him
right?
re-enter.
I love it.
I mean, now it's gone.
Do you think we
Field
get to
has
300?
grown now to 258
I mean, he
players.
should
Did
get
it get
that.
work?
I doubt.
Still
It's gonna be
registering
like
until the start of day
291.
2 tomorrow.
There's gonna be a lot of max.
Yeah, it'll be pretty close.
Maybe.
You never know.
All right.
Depends on Ponat.
I feel like
Christoph fleeced me on this.
Depends on few
I feel
people.
like
I think we got 290. I'm not sure. It's between 290 and 300.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Bonambu, please. 1, 2, 3.
Still crazy. Like the biggest 100K,
Three
right?
more. I don't even think.
How many
I think
did the
3's
one
too
do?
low.
180?
I think I'm paying the
180?
big one no matter what.
So it's already much, much bigger.
I think the record is like 209.
Yeah, I think it was
16
218 or something like that. That's what I heard, yeah.
Kevin, they're discussing
Did he say raise?
how big this event is, suggesting it's
Yeah, no, I
amongst
know.
the
I
biggest
just thought I heard
100Ks ever.
Oh, it's a call.
Do we know if it's already the biggest?
Not gonna lie, it's a
The
call.
previous record was 216 last year before he
It's a limb.
blasted past
Okay.
it.
That was straddle.
I'm out. This is a
You limbed the
What's
straddle.
happening? I
spooky
don't know.
hand.
Very spooky
I'm
hand.
gonna step aside.
Look at his eyes. How many hands did it take?
Wait a
5
second.
hands? No way.
I feel so privileged to be covering it. It would be a shame if I
This is
left tomorrow.
I treat it as I would be in the big blind, okay?
is a small blind.
That's only fair.
You just got to make sure you win when you're in
Pontikov's
the big
ace queen
blind, you
suited
know?
against
Yeah,
sevens.
one hand. We need to win in one hand.
It's a check, right? I think that's a check.
No. Requires clarification. But yeah, I'll check.
Goes check, check. Sevens technically in the lead now. 4 now. Any king 9 or queen or ace for Alexi.
You think it's funny?
Did
In a good
Ponkov just
mood.
become a supervillain after winning
It's
$3
sick.
million
I
a
have
few hours ago?
350 and it's not enough to go in. What the fuck? 373. Okay, I check. Check. I'm forced. I don't have time bank, by the way. Yeah.
There's
I
a
have to
buzz in
decide
the room,
immediately.
this energy of just like kids in the playground, you know? They're just having so much fun. This is like such a big 100K.
The fuck?
And I'm not used to it being this like jolly and loose.
Yeah.
What is in the the water today?
Information for players in the Triton main event. Day 2 commences at 1 p.m. So day 2 in the main event commences at 1 p.m.
You know, against this size, I'm not allowed to fold anything, so I have to raise something, right?
Says he's not allowed to fold.
Fold.
He's gonna fold, yeah.
He said
Yeah.
fold.
I like this hand.
Those life pros, they're killing me. There's one big blind bet on our river.
Good price.
Amazing price. I almost called.
How many more hands?
But if I call my hand, I call everything then. I don't want to call everything. I did it once against Matas, but I don't want to do it again.
It was no good.
No good.
You learn your lesson.
16. Oh, Poseidon is chip leading.
Who? Oh, Poseidon. You're funny.
Oh, I'm in a hand. With Alex and me.
Ponikov's just so stoic usually, and kind of terrifying in his inabilities at the poker table. Coming off that, you know, huge score in the 150K, maybe deciding, you know what, this is a long tournament with many days. I know what I'm doing. I can loosen things up.
They both check. That's very miserable.
Freeway, we are not allowed to talk, you know.
Are we? I think it's 19. 19.
Pretty strong hand for Fox in here, trying to figure out what to make of the way that Alex has arrived to this table.
I mean, the 150K ended today, right?
Yeah.
So maybe a little celebrating for Ponikov's, maybe.
Long enough
to suggest
for a celebratory break.
I think there might have been a well-deserved, you know.
Are we sure this is the same player
Can we
who got
confirm,
second?
Is this a Greenwood situation? Is this a
Did
twin?
anyone
Like,
ID check Ponikov's?
Fold.
Oh, and look.
Did he
doesn't
just
matter
announce
what's-
fold?
Yeah, because he got raised and he folded the second best hand.
I mean, that's...
You play good when you're drunk.
What? I have to agree with Alex. Because he just folded top pair second kicker to top that was value raising.
It's just built into his DNA at this point.
But I'm not folding top 2.
If you're folding top 2, my raise is really bad.
Your race is better.
Yeah.
I mean, chopping.
Or maybe just raising everything is good. I don't know.
It's supposed to be.
Except my hand.
I'm sometimes folding.
You know what I think the proceedings was?
16.
I have to randomize.
So much brain power to get as deep as he did, finishing second in the 150K. Probably had a couple drinks with some friends to celebrate, deciding, I'm going to take it off, I'm going to reg the main on day 2. And then he probably thought to himself, you know what? I think a couple drinks to me is still profitable in this thing.
I think
Let's jump in. That's a good
I think
prediction.
this is the correct story for what we're looking at right now.
Or maybe he always planned to play it anyway and just... Because, you know, obviously you come in tomorrow with probably, what, 30 blinds or something? I mean, he's up, and he's making great folds.
Alex knows that. That's why
Only a
he's
couple
in.
hands left as they have paused
You're
the
in,
clock. See if he can survive a couple more. Everyone gets a piece.
Yeah, Ponikov's gutter ball, backdoor clubs, mid pair
18.
for perhaps the greatest American player and what Ponikov's describes as the best Asian player in Punat. He's going to start with bet.
It's a large geographic region, by the way, to make that claim about.
Yeah. No, it's incredibly flattering thing
Bold
to say.
statement.
Yeah. Truth serum. That's what they say about alcohol.
I get it.
Gotcha.
Might just see a call from Punat. Normally don't love to enter as the third player, but ace-9, just that right kind of hand.
And there is
oh my,
the card in the deck that
how did everybody hit this
blasts
turn?
This pot up. Straight for Ponikov's, 2 pair for Foxen, pair and nut flush draw for Punat, and Ponikov's can't help but laugh. I mean, this is unheard of. I mean, look, obviously Alexei Ponikov's an incredibly professional individual. This is not his normal behavior. But this is such a treat for viewers at home to see, you know, someone who operates at the highest level of a mind sport like this kind of throwing us all for a loop. You know, you're not going to expect to see Roger Federer just really decide to start playing a game a little tipsy, you know? So,
well, I want to see what Alex Foxen thinks of this, because he is sharp and sober and sitting on a million chips, and he just saw a cackling Alex Ponikops splash 3/4 into two players.
I mean,
who
he's not raising.
to be strong.
That's for sure. You know,
I mean,
doing not good.
He cannot be loving this.
No. We just saw Ponikops correctly fold top pair second kicker. I mean, he's not just like getting everything. And now Punat, I mean, probably just go for the call to see if you can spike that nut, right? And yeah, there is the call. So going to be a very action-packed river. Any heart, jack, or 9 really shifts things. That 8 perhaps saves Foxen some money, but we'll never know. I mean, I think perhaps facing a shove from Ponikov's on a brick, Foxen might have been able to find a fold anyway.
Check.
Check. Check.
The winning hand?
No.
Ah, no, I don't think so.
It's okay.
What do you show?
Must be Jack 10. Jack 9?
Yeah.
So Ponikov's recognizing
Mamma
that he's
mia,
not
what
going to
a
get
pot.
value from anything but a chop,
What are
really.
you doing? Ace 9. I think I don't know what.
Classic coin flip. No, because then they'll be dead.
From one loose table to another,
I really thought you have
these are some pretty incredible feature table choices by
Pascal, you want to bet this?
team here.
It's in a hot table for 8.
Queen, of course. And the king.
Kiatley gets it in
1 for 24, so
a flip.
It's gonna pick 8.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm drawing then.
Yeah. Sorry.
Cat, if you hold, party.
Oh.
You should have said yes.
Oh my God! And the 8 comes on the river.
Pascal only can whip. Pascal can only win other people's flips.
Doesn't want me to party, yeah?
Don't worry, I'm gonna change that. Good luck tomorrow.
I think they missed the one hand because that time he is a big blind, the button.
Yeah, I believe we're hand for hand now. So these are the anyone who busts now is just gonna come back tomorrow if they decide they want to play again.
I know that because now 2 more land left.
2 more, yeah, 2 more. But it's gonna be button here. So you're not gonna be big blind.
That time
No, he wants to be big blind. He'd rather play as many hands as he could possibly get. He doesn't care if he's big blind, whatever, just give him a hand.
At least it's not like it's big blind empty, right? It's not like it's...
Oh, just 8 on the river. Oh, pure pain. You didn't think that was coming, did you?
When Pascal said it, that I'm like, I'm dead. It seems like he can only win other people's flips.
I like that we call 9s to...
Exactly, if
my
you would have
9s
bet
to
it,
Brent's
you're like
5s.
dead.
I like that word like it's common, like my 9s to Brent's 5s are a flip.
No, you were like 40, I thought.
No, I think I was 6. I said I was 65, 35.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You might have been like 20, more like in that spot. It was too much fun. You don't like the table couldn't lose me. Imagine if I wasn't here, it'd be so
We won't be on,
quiet.
we wouldn't be on TV table if
Yeah.
you weren't here. If you lost
That's
5.
true.
I mean,
450. Random. What do you mean it was a random draw?
random draw, random Santos. I mean, nothing happens random. Random 8
That's
on the
last
river.
hand then. One more chance. No way.
Big hand.
No, that's definitely not a big hand. That's like a very, very bad hand. Anything that was like remotely playable, you would have been in.
A rare misread from Bryn Kenny. Ace-4 suited was Santosh's hand under the gun. And Bryn with the Jack-10. Johannes is out. Pascal out. Paulius. 2 10s. Yeah, going to be a pure call on this spot.
And 13 your bet. 17.
Sam Greenwood.
For sure, you're the big winner on the table. You've got to give some action.
Probably going to
last hand.
decide to play this hand, last
Sam's
hand of
got
the day.
other
Maybe
ideas,
flick in
though.
from the small, Kevin. See one more board.
Nope.
Nah.
He just wanted to have other ideas.
Yeah,
His
it probably
hand
would
just
have been in
couldn't
there.
allow it.
Respecting the button range, perhaps.
Okay, I hope somehow we can get it in.
I think he'd be in a heads-up pot.
Chop now?
Bryn's got to be hating this board. But he is in a frisky mood.
15? 15. All good.
Start with a small bet.
And the way this table's talking about the play, I mean, Paulius has to think about raising for value. Really strong hand on the board. Does just call. Bryn maybe coming up with ideas for a heroic final hand at this table. Right now, no interaction with the board. About half pot, a little less.
Wow, just going for it. You love to see it.
Seems at this stage like kind of an affordable attempt to clear out king-high clubs or ace-jack, no flush draw, things of this nature. 10's way too strong to go anywhere.
Still Jack-10, no diamond. Jack comes in, but it is that fourth diamond on board.
Feels certainly like a checking hand strength at this point, unless Bryn wants to go with like the extremely cheap block bet.
Yeah, I have to imagine you've now gotten there with the likes of, you know, black 8s or black 5s that might have called twice.
Yeah. Does check, and an opportunity for Paulius to go for value. And like you mentioned, black 5s might turn itself into a bluff right here.
You made tight check. I will make tight check as well. Check.
Oh, wow.
Diamond?
Yes.
You win. I thought I actually had a different hand. But my jack of diamonds is a jack of hearts.
You realize, right?
And then the jack of diamonds. Oh wait, I don't have the jack of diamonds.
Oh, that is hysterical.
You ever make that play where it's like, I'm 50-50 on which one I got right now. I'll look later. Let's start with a bet.
And would you look at
You
this?
talked yourself into folding.
Foxen raises
No, it
pre-flop,
was
Punat
opposite.
calls,
I knew I was folding. I talked myself into
and
calling.
Punat floats the flop.
And the folding.
Turns the duck because ducks fly together.
One time
Foxen
back, 2 time back, 3 time back, 4
now
time back,
facing
5
a
time back.
large
Would work.
pot-sized bet.
6 no.
Yeah.
Gonna be a bit suspicious of this.
okay.
Like, ooh, you really are repping a big hand here. But I thought I had the best hand. What does this mean?
Actually, we're getting updated now on the action. This used to be a three-way pot involving Greenwood. Button Punat was checked to by Foxen.
Oh, and then
Check
Punat
call
bets.
on the flop.
Okay, yes, my mistake.
So Punat's barreling here as sort of the
Three.
aggressor in this hand.
Apart. No spade.
Foxen's hand pretty strong for the pre-flop raiser to have check called, even after turn.
And it's nice to see sort of the benefit of bluffing with these kind of hands on the flop come into action, is that sometimes you do just hit that set on the turn, right? And suddenly you go from having next to nothing to a near unbeatable holding.
Nimitz is #1 now.
Even with 4 to a straight on board, Punat's hand
European icon.
still pretty huge.
Baltic.
Looks like he's, oh, time bank.
It's okay.
Not reaching yet.
And Foxen obviously one of the most dangerous players in this field, but I feel like the last few levels have been a really good example of how hard is it to play against some of the other best players in the world. I mean, we saw what happened with Joe Schwan, now dealing with pot-sized turn bets and big river bets with marginal holdings. Can he navigate this spot and find a big fold last hand of the day? And it is a big swing, I think, Kevin, because, you know, you make the call and you're wrong here, and suddenly you're going into day 2 with, you know, closer to an average stack when you were just chip leader an hour or two ago. But if you make a nice fold and you find out 30, 40, 50 minutes from now, probably gives you a little confidence going into day 2.
Yet in either case, Foxen would still have a healthy stack. Covering this bet by over 600,000.
Literally everyone left.
9 of spades, reasonable side card to think about bluff catching with if we think Punat goes after us with the Queen 10, King 10.
Crazy fold.
Yeah, he says crazy fold, but he's just
nice
fold. Thick bluff.
Getting value vibes, and he's right.
You can show, it's almost over.
Let you feel the pain.
Oh, ruthless. Says he wants him to feel the pain, even if just for 30 minutes.
Oh my God, I love that.
Ace-9. Ace-9.
And he-
Actually, you guys are
and
talking about, you're like,
Alex
9 of
cold
spades. I have
calls
ace-9 of
hands.
spades. I was like, what the fuck is going on? No, well, they were talking about a different hand.
about
but
it
it was
clear.
just like funny.
Yeah, sorry, Alex.
No, nothing to be sorry about. It was just funny.
Sorry for his behavior.
It's okay.
This guy is fucking
Unintentionally,
dick.
I guess your hand correctly.
I don't know how you knew.
I wanted to impress you with the ace-9 on special.
King 10 off for Foxen.
That's totally fine. You know that.
Not one to shy away from the last few hands of the night.
Yeah.
We'll come back to bite him this time. Matthias Lipp wakes up with queens in the hijack. We saw him trap aces earlier, but is this the one to flat with? Feels like we're going to go up.
Fold.
Last hand of the night, 3 bet.
Not exciting.
Same hand you busted me.
I busted you?
Ace queen.
50K.
Ace queen?
40K.
Ace queen.
Trying to remember.
Show it.
Were you 4-bet aces or kings in the big blind?
Yes, now I remember. Wow.
Ace.
So it became personal? Or?
Yeah.
It's very personal.
You remember? Remember every person who busted you?
Everyone.
And there are the table's result. Joe Schwan really deserving of those 1.328 million. That amazing call down against Alex Foxen. On the red table, Paulius with the chip lead. Sam Greenwood chipping up nicely. Bryn Kenny just being a real character. We're loving it. I mean, him and Ponikov's, guys that have had great success over the last few days, seeing them kind of loosen things up for the 100K main event. It's a special main event too. It's like it's just really good vibes, good energy, and a really great day one finish. And Joe Schwan actually the chip leader going into tomorrow, so it was great to see him in action. And yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a stark contrast from some of the high level play we've been watching for the last few days, and especially in this event. I mean, there were some great plays made, as you mentioned, the call down of Joe Schwan, but a couple of players are maybe just up a little bit too much money in the last few days. They're excited about the money that they've been locking up and reasonably celebrating while at the table, battling in day one.
Yeah, and we are going to resume tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I, unfortunately, will not be here. I had a great time covering everything in the first half of this series, but I'm going to be deferring to Henry Kilbane, who'll be coming in tomorrow. But thanks to Kevin. It was so great working with you, really. It was a real pleasure.
Same from this side, Griffin.
Yeah, man.
Really
shout out to Randy, of course. Had some great time with them. Producer James, the whole team. But yeah, I'm heading off in the morning, but you're in good hands, very capable hands, and this main event is turning out to be a record breaker, and I will certainly be watching from home. So thanks, everyone.